Working hard. Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding 'cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, been always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called 'Cause I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
Oh no. My mouse froze. Okay, there we go. It's back. We got action. Mic check. Can you hear me? Oh, we got Gideon down here. Can you hear me, Gideon?
Yeah, yeah. You good. Shalom, shalom. What's up?
Chilling, chilling. Okay, let me run this commercial real quick. For the game. Shit. What's wrong with my mouse right now?
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat.
Welcome back to the arena where ideas don't just clash, they collide. This is Coliseum of Arguments hosted by Titans Debate League. Tonight, it's the preliminary face-off. On one side, we've got Issa Kween coming in unapologetic, unfiltered, ready to shake the foundation. Her stance, bold and controversial. It's time to put the Abrahamic religions on trial and maybe even lay one of them to rest tonight. On the other side, standing firm, we have Gideon Yisrael, a dedicated defender of the Bible, stepping in with conviction, scripture, and centuries of tradition behind him. And trust me, he's not here to play any games with the sister tonight. He said he's going to take the gloves off, so I'm excited to see how this goes. And he's here to protect the faith. This isn't the full battle yet, though. Not yet, everybody. This is where it gets real, though. Tonight, they're coming face to face to lock in the official title and submit their core premises. And most importantly, set the date for the main event. So, yeah, no dodging, no ducking, no rewrites, just raw positions and the first sparks of what will be an explosive showdown. So sit back, watch closely, and let's watch Issa Kween and Gideon Yisrael set the stage. How you two feeling today?
Ladies first, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm feeling good. Long day, but I made it here, and I'm excited for this debate. So I'm ready to get it started.
Let's go. Where my sound effects at? Let me drop a bomb. Dang, nothing is where it's supposed to be today. My bomb sound is missing.
Yeah, well, we gonna get it together, but there we go.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Go. Well, you two have the floor. I think that you had a title already locked in. Are you still sticking with that?
Yeah. First of all, I do want to give all praises to the Most High in the name of Yahshua HaMashiach. Appreciate you having us on A1, top notch, no doubt. Shalom to my sister Issa Queen for, doing this debate with me. Appreciate it. But like my brother Yara says, she want a lot, she, want so-called equal rights. So it's gonna be a lot of equal rights and lefts. So let's get ready.
That was cute.
Yeah.
Y'all
But
are funny.
yeah. Nah, but it's definitely gonna be interesting because, you know, I definitely want to hear where she's coming from because my stance. I definitely don't believe the Bible is taking power from the woman. Uh, it has centuries worth of data to prove it. We can look past, present, and even into the future, and we see that that's definitely not the case. So again, I would like to see what she's going to get, what she's going to draw, a contrast from. So that'll be definitely interesting, especially with her, being of the atheist paradigm.
Um, so first I would like to say that I am not an atheist just because I don't believe in the Bible. I believe in the Great Mother, the deity that out like she just basically is the deity of the earth, right? That's what I believe. And she's one of the oldest deities on this planet. So I'm just looking forward to, not just schooling you, but also schooling other people to the fact that the Bible is a new religion. It just got here. And the things that I'm going to be talking about are actually ancient. So I'm looking forward to having these kind of conversations because unfortunately in our community we're so wrapped up in the Bible that we don't even look into our own traditions and cultures because the Bible is not of our tradition and culture.
Right. So you're not an atheist. I thought you believed in evolution.
I do believe in evolution.
Oh, okay. But you're still a theist. No, I've heard that before. Okay. That's rather interesting. So
Hmm.
yeah. Where do you draw your authority from as far as the power of women? What is her power?
Just the power of being a human being on the planet just like you, right? Because in all reality, we saw each other as equals. It wasn't until the Bible who came about and started to tell us that women were underneath men. That wasn't how we lived our lives in indigenous African cultures and indigenous Native American cultures.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's interesting to note that you just don't lay that at the feet of the Bible like that. But hey, I've seen more audacious claims. So you don't see nowhere about the Bible where it liberates women or it was maybe one of the forerunners of women's rights.
I can I can give you that a lot of women who were feminists were Christians, right? I can absolutely give you that. But what I can't give you is that these same women that were fighting for women's rights, they were fighting against rights that were taken from them because of the ideologies of the Bible. So it's a,
Okay.
it's a very warped world that we live in.
Right. It was kind of breaking up in the beginning. I really couldn't hear that. But I kind of get the gist of what you're saying that, once the Bible was brought into Africa, it threw everything off track, pretty much.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much, especially when it comes to the way we see women, the way women wield power within their communities and in their cultures. You can see a steady decline of where women could be when it comes to places of the Abrahamic faith. So it's not just the Bible. right? But we're just talking about the Bible today.
Right, right. Definitely, definitely. We're not I'm not gonna have you run all across Africa defending different systems because like you said, it's not about that. It's about the Bible. Uh with that being said, I asked you in a previous conversation, and I'm gonna ask you again because I really didn't get any clarity from it. I asked you, are all patriarchies or patrilineal systems, do they all take power from women? And then I asked you the vice versa. Would you say that matriarchal or matrilineal systems take power from men? Could you answer those two questions for me? I just want to get a scope of your understanding.
So, when it comes to patrilineal societies, patriarchal societies, I haven't come across any that didn't take away power from women. I just haven't come across that, right? Um, when it comes to matrilineal societies, I have come across matriarchal matrilineal societies that took away power from men. There is a matriarchy that is right now on the outskirts of one of the islands outside of Africa, where the women are the only ones that are allowed to be in government. Uh, the men aren't allowed to own property. The men has to move in with their wives when they get married, and before then they live with their mothers. Um, so yeah, I don't agree with that either. I agree. I would like an egalitarian society where men and women can share power equally amongst the two of us.
Okay. Right. So you really don't push for the feminist idea.
It depends on which feminist idea you're talking about. Because one thing I've noticed is that a lot of people think there's only one ideology within feminism. Feminism, just like any other ideology, has its, extreme versions of it, right? There's extreme Islamic people, there's extreme Israelites, there's extreme Republicans, there's extreme Democrats. Everybody has a spectrum. So I like to bring feminism to its actual definition. And the actual definition is fighting for the equal human rights of women. This is dealing with government systems. This is dealing with uh, uh, laws and things like that. Has nothing to do with regular one-on-one kind of how are you going to live in your household kind of conversations.
Right.
Even though
Right.
they do trickle down into that arena.
Right. So I heard you speak on African systems. So are you a proponent of animism? Do you you put
Yes,
that forward? Okay.
yes, I do
Definitely.
have an animistic sensibility. Yes,
With a scientific lens on that as well, I suppose.
absolutely.
Okay. Uh, with that being said, on a science angle, right? Um, and on your spiritual level, I asked you, where do you draw your authority from? And I guess you said you draw it from the African systems. What percentage would you say of those African systems represent matriarchal, matrilineal, or even egalitarian societies? Would you be able to put a
So,
percentage on that?
first question is because you said it before and I kind of answered it without actually knowing your full meaning. What do you mean by where do I pull my authority from? What does that mean?
Like, say for instance, when I say you shouldn't steal, and a person say, why not? Because some societies they think it's okay to steal. They raise their children up to steal. So if they ask me why you say, I say, well, I draw my authority from the scriptures. So with that being said, where do you draw your authority, the ability to make your claim, or what you're saying that the
Okay.
Bible takes from women?
Okay. I draw my authority from just common sense, right? I don't need a scripture to tell me things like that. Like just given your example that you gave of stealing. If I wanted to make uh, a city and I wanted to run efficiently and I want my citizens to be safe, there are certain things that can and cannot happen within my city to ensure the safety of all. And stealing would be one of those things that would be banned because what happens when you're stealing things is that you're creating chaos within the city. You're creating a space where someone can be hurt or whatever have you. So stealing just objectively would not work for the goal that I have in my mind. And that's where I draw my authority from. I have a goal, and what's the best way to get to that goal?
Right. You know what a misandrist is?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself one?
No.
Because I'm of the understanding that pretty much every feminist is an undercover misandrist. And full disclosure, I just learned that word like a week ago, but I've always, the concept always existed. But with that being said, uh, let me ask you this: when you look at the autonomy over, y'all reproductive rights, how y'all frame that, do uh, you think it's fair that you know the abortion argument? Do you think women should be able to do that if she chooses,
Yes.
even if the man disagrees?
Yes.
Okay. Uh, now, do you think the man should pay child support?
On a baby that's not here?
No, on a baby that's his.
Yes.
What if he wanted to abort the baby?
If she didn't want to abort it, then there's nothing he could do about it.
Okay, so, and that's why I say you're a misandrist. So you're
Wait,
saying
wait,
that.
wait. First of all, what's the
Hold on, let me
definition of
tell
a
let me
hold
let me
on?
tell you
Oh,
why.
no, no, you just
Let me tell you why. I don't need you to clarify it anymore. The
no,
reason
hold
why I say
on.
you're
Wait,
a misandrist.
I
Can
get
I
hold
finish?
on. I get
Can
to
I
say
finish?
something because
Can I finish?
I need you to give the definition of misandrist before you start calling me names. Thank
No,
you.
I'm not calling you a name.
You
I
are. You
mean,
said you
that's why
are
I
a
asked you.
misandrist. That's what you just
That's
said.
why That's why
So
I asked you before we started the discussion, because
right now,
when
what's
you're
the
talking with someone, you
definition
kind of want
of
to clarify
misandrist?
terms and
All
make
right.
sure
So
that you're
what's
both on
the
the same page.
definition?
One
So
mic. What's a misandrist? I don't. What
What's
did
a
I miss?
misandrist?
What did I
yeah,
miss?
please, please, enlighten us, because I
I'm not
asked
going to
you,
enlighten you.
because I
You
asked
brought
you.
the word up. What's the
Oh,
definition of misandrist?
okay, let me just illuminate this little sequence just now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I asked you before we even started the discussion, do you know what a misandrist is? You
Mm-hmm.
said yes. And I even, in full disclosure, so I didn't sound like I'm a scientist and a big brain dude, I said I just actually found this term, but I did say I knew the concept behind it. But I even said it. I just knew that I just learned this word. And you said you knew the meaning of it. So when
Okay.
you said you knew the meaning of it, I went to lay out a scenario, and when you seen the trap door close, you went to asking for definitions that we both. So, what is your understanding of what a misandrist is?
No, sir. I know what my definition of a misandrist,
That's
right?
why. Okay,
Now,
so I'm asking you,
hold
what
on,
is it?
hold on. I didn't call you a misandrist. You did an experiment with my answers. and now you're trying to place a title of misandrist on me. So now I would like to know, what is your definition of misandrist, since we had in the past different definitions of matriarchy, different definitions of feminism. So maybe the definition of misandry would be different as well. So before you put that title on me, can I know the definition that you're going by to make me out to be a misandrist?
Nah, we're not gonna do that because like I said, we both said we knew what it means. So obviously, your definition is different than the normal definition. So please enlighten us. What is your definition of what misandry is?
So so you get to call me a word and then not define yourself? Is that what we're
No,
saying?
I called you that word after you said you knew what it means. So I explain what it means. It's very simple. A misandrist is the opposite of a misogynist,
Okay,
right?
what does that mean?
Is that correct?
All right, yeah, I guess.
I'm
What does that
asking you, is
mean?
that correct? And I'm being curt so we can just move on with the
So
conversation.
basically, a misandrist is a person who typically has a deep seated hatred or dislike or mistrust of men, right? And the reason why
Okay,
I
so
asked you,
now that you finish,
hold
can I
on,
finish?
the reason
Now
why
you
I
about to,
asked
but
you,
you cutting me off. So
how you
No,
asked me
she
to
ain't cut you
define
off.
it. You refuse to define it. Now I'm
but
defining
no,
it. Now you
I
want to
was
talk
laying
shit.
out the scenario, and then you interrupted
Go
for
ahead,
five
brother.
minutes
I'm
for
gonna
me to
let you
explain a
finish.
definition that we both knew. So that's why I say you interrupted. I wasn't even much finished with my thought. But go ahead.
Brother, finish your thought. I had already went on mute.
Okay. So the reason why I say you're a misandrist is because that belief is misandronistic. If you're saying that if you can have a child, right? You and the man have a child together, right? And if he says he doesn't want the child, you have the child and you make him pay child support. And then on the flip side, if he wants the child and you don't want the child, you can terminate the pregnancy. Like that's unbalanced. That's misandry. I mean,
Where in that
I
does it
respect the
say
laws
that
as they're
I
laid
hate?
out. People have to do what they have to do, but just know that
Where in
that's
what you just
misogynistic.
said shows that I hate men, I have a mistrust of men, or I have a deep seated anything with men?
Well, I'm using it colloquially, like we would
Right.
use
You are
misogyny.
putting a
The
label
same
on
way a
me,
person would
and
call someone a
like,
misogynist, and he
listen,
doesn't hate women per se, but he has ideals and he has an ideology that's slanted towards male dominance. That's the same way I'm using misandrist. I'm not saying you hate men in particular. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead.
right. So you're not using the definition, right? We're not using the definition. You're using the word colloquially, which really just means however the hell you want. And then you want to put it on me as if that's the conversation that we're about to have. And that's not how I get down, honey. I have no issues with men. And I find it funny that coming from your background, right? You absolutely understand that as a man in your Israelite beliefs, that you get the final say in your household. Well, guess what? My womb is my household, and I get the final say here. So it's very to understand that you get the final say there, but you don't understand why I don't get the final say here. You're really just upset that you don't get, because in all reality, your book has told you that the giving of life and death is all in the hands of a man. Y'all giving out seeds and all of this bullshit that y'all be lying about. But in all reality, the woman holds that. The woman holds the keys to life. The woman holds the keys to the population, and you don't have any control over that. And that's what you're upset about. It's not really about anything else other than that. So, yes, I do believe in women having the final say on if they're about to carry a baby for 10 months out of their life. Because guess what? I had a baby and I almost died giving birth to him. So yeah, the final word should be with me. Cause guess what? Y'all just show up, poke up, squirt out, and keep it moving. Y'all not going through death trying to bring these little big head babies in here.
Right, but that's a condition of y'all having y'all desire for a man, which the Bible say, which is just true. You know, women are the delicate species. We approach y'all delicately. We can't approach y'all as we would another man. I mean, for so many different reasons. So if we have to approach y'all differently, it's obvious what the differences are biologically, like socially. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to crowbar yourself and go against the stream, whereas you just have to relax and go with the stream.
Okay.
That's all.
So you're talking physically, right? Because that's the only thing that you men like to lean on. The fact that y'all are physically stronger than the woman sitting next to you. But I don't see none of y'all running to go fight Layla Ali because she'll knock y'all asses out, man or woman, right? Because it's really dependent on how how healthy you are, how you musculate your body. Because the sexual dimorphism between men and women is not as big as y'all try to make it. Man, brother, I am 5'10". Okay, I am taller than a lot of men that I come across. I am thicker than a lot of men that I come across. But none of that really matters because I'm not really sizing men up to see if I'm bigger or stronger than them, right? So that's beyond the point. But I noticed that within patriarchy, y'all are not just talking about this y'all size. Y'all are also taking control over government. Y'all have also taken control over education. And according to biology, women's brains function better than the male brain. There's like at least 5 to 6 parts of our brains that are bigger and that has more action than the male brain. So if it was really about biology, would y'all not be a part of government because y'all brains don't work the same way our brains do?
No, but we fulfill the necessary functions just as well as with women, but the functions that we display are expressed in our physicality, our dominance, meaning that we dominate other people groups and we're able to protect ourselves from those people groups. So just by default, that will create the leadership amongst them as far as the apex leader. That is not taking away the woman's role because I agree with you when you said the woman is the birth or rather the she's the one that bring forward the nation. So I agree with that. But again, when it refers to the Bible just expresses the natural role of the man and the woman, and it doesn't take any power from her. Now, what you will see a lot of misogynistic things in the Bible, but I'm hoping you're mature enough and educated enough to separate and put it in its proper context. So, but I guess you're not because we're having this debate. So, I guess you just don't see it yet. But yeah, it just expresses the true power of the man and woman.
So how can it express the true power of the man or woman or right be in its natural state when there was cultures thousands of years before you popped up that were living in their natural state that had nothing to do with your Bible and had a different government system?
And that's again, it's just another example of you're not putting things in their proper context.
Answer the
Yes,
question.
yes, the Israelites, the nation of Israel, is fairly new, but the Most High, the Creator, has been here since the beginning, and we see that evidenced all throughout Africa.
How?
If we want to stick to Africa, oh,
How?
it's several ways. I mean, we see a lot of the traditions and culture that the Most High gave to Israel. We see it being practiced verbatim in Africa, which a lot of people will call "quote unquote" primitive African stuff. but it's actually Israelite culture that we
Like
see.
what?
I mean, we have the ritual of belly mo practiced by the Azandec people.
Hmm.
That's straight out of Numbers. And when we look at
But didn't those people, weren't they here before Numbers?
that's my point exactly. So
Right. So is
when
it
we
just
read
as
when we
likely that they got their own culture and then y'all took what they were doing and incorporated into what you're doing, like y'all did with all of the other things, like the stories? Like
right.
it's already proven that y'all copy from other cultures.
Well,
So now we're going to pretend as if you are giving out culture when literally y'all are the last ones here. So that would tell me that whatever tribe was doing something that's similar to you, that they were doing it before you.
right. So the first thing I would disagree with you on is that the culture of Israel is very unique. You know when we see those practices in Africa, I ascribe that to them being Israelites or converts to Israel. But we all know that the true Israelites are what we would call sub-Saharan Negroes. So it doesn't
Why would
matter
we
if
call them
they're
that?
it doesn't matter if they're original Israelites or converts. They were all still black people. But
Why are you saying that though? Why?
saying why am I
What
saying what?
evidence what evidence that you have that the Garden of Eden was in the sub-Saharan Africa?
I never said the Garden of Eden.
That's the beginning of your story, is it not?
No, the beginning of the nation of Israel. That
Oh, so what you're
that's
saying
right.
is that the population of people, i.e., Adam and Eve, they're from Mesopotamia, but then somehow when the nation of Israel comes around, now they're from Africa.
No, I would place the Garden of Eden in Africa, but I wasn't talking about
How?
the Garden of Eden. When I spoke of the beginning of our people, I meant the nation of Israel. Because that's the only way you could mean what you're saying when you say that, y'all just came along. The Most High didn't just come along. And if you will read the book, not you, but if a person was to read the book with understanding, they will understand that even the Bible itself says that the Creator was here in the beginning. But the nation of Israel is just fairly new, So that's what I was
So why,
saying.
if he's here since the beginning, why he nobody's talking about him until y'all show up? Why does everybody have their own gods and their own names? If like this is a twilight zone a little bit. Like
No,
because it just seems as if because you want Adam and Eve to be at the beginning of humanity that you're overlooking all of this history to just say that they were just here. And then you're trying to bring them into the sub Saharan Africa, but I'm not even seeing the connection besides colonization. So, what connection does the Bible and any of those stories have to do? And I'm talking about Old Testament, have to do with Africa for you to be placing these people in Africa?
I mean it's a lot of reasons why.
Name
I
two.
mean, yeah, I mean Israel, one of their most like reliable allies, especially when it was fighting the Egyptians, were the Cushites. So we have a history in Africa since 1000 BC. So, you know,
All right, but
that's why.
humans been in Africa since for 300,000 years ago. So 300,000
And who
years
and who told
and
you
then
that?
1000 BC.
So you want me to believe that we've been walking around here for 300,000 years and just started to learn to read and write 5,000 years ago? I refuse to believe that. That's your
Who
model.
said,
But you say we was here 3,000 years ago, right? That's what you say?
wait, hold on. Who said we didn't know how to write until 4 or 5 thousand years ago? Who said that?
Yeah. That's the earliest writing we have. The written record doesn't go
So
back
writing, so
5,000 years.
cave writings don't count?
Yeah, that's nothing where we can draw any type of information from.
Yes, you can. That's how we know about animism. That's how we know about shamanism. That's how we know that about different animals that lived on in Africa during that time. Some of the oldest cave arts is coming out of South Africa. So I'm confused on why
So
we're saying that they're not writing.
where is the writing from 300,000 years ago?
That's what I'm talking. I'm talking about cave art.
Stick figures?
Disrespectful.
No, I'm
It's really
saying that's
it's really the fact that you don't know enough. And that's
right.
no shade. That's no shade. But like you
No,
don't know enough about things outside of what you want to know. So everything that you know has been related to the Bible so in depthly that you can't even fathom that there was writing before Mesopotamia. Because
right.
that's
Now
what you're
that's
talking. Because be clear, you keep on going right back to Mesopotamia, and I want you to know that that ain't in Africa.
where was writing invented?
The white people say Mesopotamia, but there's evidence of people in the upper and lower Kemet that were already writing because there's no such thing as because what we have when it comes to upper and lower Kemet, when it comes to writing is a full length writing code, a full length writing system, right? That's what we have. But unfortunately, when you're creating a language, it starts from something small and then it goes to something bigger. It comes to the entire language. So when if the oldest thing that we have in Kemet is the full language, that means we're missing the proto language that was there, the writings that was already there, because they wrote on papyrus and not clay tablets. So it's more of a misunderstanding of the history rather than an accurate telling. And be very clear, right? I use in Hinduana because she's the oldest writer. She wrote the ballad of Inanna. That's the oldest writing. It was written by a woman. The oldest literature. It was written by a woman, right? So I use these points, but I also recognize that in these points there is a skewed history that is taking away from the writing systems that has been written in Kemet at that time period because they were literally trading with Mesopotamia at this time before Upper and Lower Kemet became one whole Kemet. It was trade happening.
Right. There's an argument to be made who had it first, but the argument definitely isn't if they was writing 300,000 years ago. That's why I say your paradigms clash. Like, and you say like the Europeans said, but the information you're getting about 300,000 years ago come from the European. So at one point they say the oldest writing is Sumerian or Egyptian, but then they come back and hit you in the head and tell you that they was writing 300,000 years ago. That's what you're
No, I
saying,
said no. What I said was that humans been around for 300,000 years.
right?
You have the Chevet cave. That's 36,000 years old. You have
In
pictures of
France, right?
lions and horses. Um, you have the Castello Cave, 40,000 years old. And you have that's where made by early Homo sapiens as well. So this idea that, writing doesn't start with Mesopotamia. Writing is when you put pen to whatever thing it is, you recognize it, I recognize it, we can know what it is. So when you go into these caves and you look and you see that's a pig,
Right.
that's a cow,
But
that's a
that
horse.
right. That's not
How is that
writing.
different? How I said it's cave art. And how
Right.
do you do art? You have to draw it, aka write it. So
Right.
writing is something that we've been doing for a very long time. What
Right.
you're talking about is, you know, the writing attached to the language that we see when it comes to Mesopotamia, when it comes to the hieroglyphs, and even when it comes to the hieroglyphs, isn't they writing in pictures?
So the people that was doing all the cave art, did they know how to write? Did they know how to communicate with words?
Did they know how to communicate with words?
I mean, with writing, Excuse me.
Yes, like somebody could
Where is the
draw a
evidence of that?
the cave art itself. When I just
That's
read,
art.
oh my god,
That's
the cave
not
art is.
writing.
Let's look at some. Let me find some cave art for you, because like cave art is depicting shamans doing like
Oh yeah, that's
rituals.
pictographs.
Like
That's
this,
not
but
writing.
how do you give pictographs? Do you have to use your hand and a piece and a utensil to make markings?
Yeah,
Do you have to
you're
draw
being
things?
over general. That's not writing.
No,
That's
you
not
okay,
evidence
you
of writing. That's art.
I already gave you the fact that yes, the oldest writings that you will find would be in Mesopotamia, even though it can be
Right,
debated for Kemet. I
right.
gave you that, right? But what we're not going to do is act as if cave art is not a form of communication as well.
No,
That
I'm
is
not
not
gonna say it's not. It is.
right. So, but that's what you're trying to
No,
do
I'm
by
saying it's not writing.
pigeonholing writing in Mesopotamia when cave art can give directions to watering holes and things like that.
Right,
It tells stories of the
right,
people. So like this
right. You're
idea
imagining
that
now,
there
though.
are we imagining?
That's fine to do, but you're imagining. What I'm
How am I
saying is,
First of
so
all,
what I'm at,
have you ever even looked at any of the cave arts that I'm talking about, or any of the
right. When
information
you
that I'm
mentioned the
giving?
one in
Is
Chevreau,
it
France, when it has the bull, you have the one in I want to say Algeria. I could be wrong with the hands. I've seen it. I've seen all of it. I mean,
you ain't
so
seen all of it. You've seen the two that you named.
no, I've seen
Have you
several
no?
others as well.
What I'm asking you,
The cave
have
art
you
when
ever?
it depicts the
I'm
lush Sahara.
asking
I've seen that as
I'm
well. But
asking
go ahead.
you, have you ever studied and looked up in depthly about what the scientists are saying about this cave art, about the intelligence of the people that created this cave art? Have you ever done that?
What I've done is seen enough to know that
So
it's
that's
not
a no. So
writing.
the answer is a no, right? Because you haven't done that. The
We're gonna
answer
stick to
is
the
no.
topic.
No,
They
no,
were
no,
not
no.
writing.
We already here, brother. So we're not going to about
No,
face because I put
nah,
you in
but
the
see, that's
corner.
called moving the
Because no, we're
goalposts.
not going to about
The
face
top the
because we've
topic
been talking
was,
about cave art for the last
according to your
10 minutes.
science,
And
they were
now
not writing
we're
back then.
discovering that you have not done any of the studying to make these assessments about what the cave arts is saying, about what it is displaying, or about the people who wrote it. You don't know. So that's the answer. The answer is no, right? So you don't have the ability to make the type of assessments. You are living in more of an imaginary land about these people than I am.
Okay. All
That's
right.
the point. But
Right.
now you may, go wherever it is that you want, that we decided and that we understand that you don't know what you're talking about on this
Right.
subject.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna refocus back to the point, right?
Hmm.
So men were not writing 300,000 years ago, according to your
Agreed.
paradigm. Right. So they walked around for 300,000 years and then start writing, right? And that to me, that's crazy. That's so in that understanding, in that worldview, right? Where do you see women ruling like you say they should?
So what you find, and this is going to be a part of my presentation, I'm going to give you a little overview. I'm not going to give you everything. But what you find in the findings of these early hunter gatherers, you can tell how they're living their lives by the way they do their burials, right? And when you find male and female burials, they are the same. They have the same toolkits, right? That means that The same tools that a man was using was the same tools that the woman was using, showing shared workspaces, right? You don't see anybody with special jewels or a bigger burial site than the next, because there wasn't a hierarchy system. It wasn't somebody above somebody to give them all of this accolades that we like to do in people's funeral arrangements. So that's how they can tell that in our inception of humanity, we were more humanitarian. Another way you can tell that we were more egalitarian and collaborative is the sexual dimorphism between the male and the female. It's not that far, right? We're not that much of a difference when it comes to body weight, unless you're a bodybuilder. Especially in that time, we were all tall, we were all slender because we used to run down our prey, right? You will also find in these spaces, um,
Do you
and
think the women ever ran down the prey?
yes, there's
Okay.
evidence of women hunters, right?
Yeah, no, I'm
Not
not denying that. I just was.
right. So yes, women ran down prey. Women also has been accredited with being the first ones to tame fire. Women have been accredited as the first ones to create nets, right? To help. Women have been accredited with being the first to domesticate animals, right? Like there's a lot going on in prehistory that has to do with women and our ability to create and solve problems for the entire tribe, just as much as men do. It wasn't until your Bible came along. And I find it very interesting that you could feel this way and be this confused about all of this history, but a woman growing from a rib is fine with you. The entire earth, universe, everything starting in 7 days is fine with you.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Like,
So
like,
common sense has moved out the building.
right. If you think you are a monkey's uncle, then common sense really left the building.
I know I did a presentation on that yesterday, and I know I made a very good point about how we're not related to monkeys. So at the
No,
end, I mean, not we did not evolve
I
from
didn't even
monkeys.
catch that joke. I
So
didn't even
at the
catch it because
end,
it's an
right. So at
evolution
the end
joke.
of the day, it comes from a
That was a good one.
continuous misunderstanding of what science is, right?
no, no,
You
but
can
you yourself said
misunderstand
we
some
are
science
the
all day.
cousins, right? We are the
Very
cousins,
distant
right?
cousins, yes, very distant.
Right. So the father of my cousin would be my uncle, but that's neither here nor there. But that's your fate, that's what you believe. None of it can be
Well,
proven.
the
So,
father of my cousin is just my cousin because she's my second cousin. You see how that works? Like
right,
the family tree works in different ways. Like
right,
my first
right,
cousin has kids, and and her kids is my second cousin.
right.
You're
Yeah.
like, what are you talking
And
about? And
like you
that's
said,
not my
right,
father's brother or sister.
right. And like you said, it's been a
Yeah,
million
family
years.
tree.
Right. But that's all fake as well. So let me ask you this, right? Do you, because I hear a lot of people that don't rock with the Bible, they say like you can look at nature and nature like tells you a lot of things. Do you approach that as well?
Somewhat, yes.
Can you clarify? And I'm of that same belief as well, but people try to make it seem like the Bible doesn't teach us to look at that way. But how can when you say and somewhat, what do you mean by that?
Well, and it just depends on what we're talking about. Like certain things I agree with within the Bible, some things I don't agree with. But when it comes down to if something is natural or not, um, I think whatever humans do on this planet is pretty much natural because we're naturally here on this planet. So I kind of think differently. I don't take myself outside of the animal kingdom. I am a part of this ecosystem. I am a part of this earth. So
I'm
whatever
sorry,
I
you
do
breaking
here
up.
is a
Can you repeat
natural
that?
movement of what humans should do.
You was breaking up. Can you repeat that? You were saying you are part of what's that?
I am a part of this ecosystem. I am a part of the animal kingdom, and I don't take myself outside of that, right?
Okay.
Like the way a lot of other people do, because I understand the science that I'm reading. I
Okay.
understand the spirituality systems that I have grown accustomed to.
Okay. So when we look at the Ashanti people, the Akan specifically, you were speaking of their system. Do you think that system takes power from the woman?
I never spoke on the Akan or the Ashanti people.
Well, the Akan have a matrilineal system, correct?
Sure.
Yeah. Do you think that system takes power from the woman?
I wouldn't know because like I said, I didn't bring up the Ashanti people or the Akan people. You would have to tell me.
Well, I thought you brought them up once before when you were speaking on matrilineal systems
No,
that don't take the power from the woman.
no, I wasn't being specific then, just like I'm not being specific now because it's a part of my presentation.
Hmm.
So never
Okay.
have I gave you like, oh, the Ashanti tribe, they be doing this, that, and the third. What you might have heard me say is that some pastoralist communities that deal with bride prices, I probably said something to that, you know,
No, I was
that
asking you
effect.
what I was asking you which systems do not take power from women. And the Akan, you specifically said the Akan people
No, I did
are
not
one of them.
specifically
Okay,
say.
well I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But yeah. So yeah, so you named what was that system you named where it's all women in
None.
Hawaii or something?
No. You're talking about the matriarchy that's outside of on the island outside of Africa.
Yeah, you said it's all women that get elected to those positions.
Hmm.
Do you
And I
think
also say I didn't agree with that.
right? So what matrilineal or matriarchal systems you do agree with?
I don't. I So how I feel politically would be egalitarian, right? And in this egalitarian society, men and women would hold power equally. So even inside a matriarchy or matrilineal societies where the land gets passed only to the daughters, that would be an issue for me too. Because I don't believe in only passing land to the daughter. I believe in passing the land to the children. Whatever child come out first. It doesn't have to be a man. It doesn't have to be a woman. Whoever comes first. Or even better, whatever child needs it the most. What if the oldest one has a nice little hut somewhere, and the youngest one needs the land? Are you going to give the land to the oldest one? No, you should give it to the youngest. I think we should make sensible decisions when it comes down to land ownership. I think we should make sensible decisions when it comes down to leadership. That's what I believe in.
So basically, matriarchal societies can take power. So both of them, the only one that doesn't take power from women is an egalitarian society.
The patriarchal society definitely takes power from women. That's a part of the debate.
Right. But I'm just asking, like, you feel the same way about matriarchal systems as well, right?
Do I know I don't feel like matriarchies take power away from women. No.
No, for men.
Yeah, I do. I do. Some of them do. Some of them take power away from men, like the one that I'm talking about right now.
Right. That's why I say you feel, in your opinion, the only true system would be an egalitarian system. That's what I was asking you. Because
Yeah.
both take power. Because both take power from the opposite sex.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I was kind of figuring. But yeah.
Yeah, I just find it so interesting that this confuses you, but like Genesis doesn't. And so do you agree that women were able to own land at one point before the Bible and then not at another point after the Bible? Do you agree with that?
Yes, but it's not because of what was written in the Bible. Yeah. Actually, the Bible lets women own land.
The Bible lets women own land. Explain that.
Yeah.
Is
If I'm
it
not if I'm
part of
not
the
mistaken,
uh-huh.
if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong.
So is it that they can own land in a way where if there's no men around to pass the land to, then she gets it, or she can inherit it over a man?
Well, the same way certain men can't inherit it over other men, they can't do it as well. So it just depends on the situation. But she can own land and buy land, and she doesn't have to inherit it. But she can
Okay.
definitely inherit land.
Okay,
Definitely.
so let's say a mother and the father in the Israelite community has three daughters and then the youngest is a son. Who would get the land and the property and all of that after when the parents die? Who would get it?
Well, the son would get it.
So the youngest son gets to override the older daughters.
No, it's not so much as override because those three daughters, they would get any the like the son, whatever he's getting, he's going to give it to a woman. So those women got each one of those women got coming to them what the son has. It's called a bride price.
Oh, so now we get to buy women. Got it. So
No, it's property. It's
yeah,
exchanging property.
yeah, exchanging property. You're buying people.
It's actually still practiced throughout all Africa
Does that mean
right
that it's
now.
right? That means
Like
that's okay.
if you had 20 cows, you can go to
Are we
Sierra
saying that this
Leone
is okay?
and go get you a wife.
Are we
And
saying
they
that
not
this is
even that's
okay?
not even the Bible.
Are we saying that this is okay?
No, I'm saying that's what it was.
Because
That's how
just because you're adding Africa
that's
to
that
the statement doesn't make then be like, oh, Africa does it, so you can buy women now. I'm not gonna think
no
so.
no
Like, oh, so can we go back to the original
it's all
question?
about property distribution. So
Right. So
if I have a
you
son,
are seeing women
I'm
as
no
property, are you not?
no it's what you have to obtain your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are some records in Egyptian, psalms and maxims that speak of women as property, but what I'm speaking of is the land, the cattle, the gold that one may get. That's what I'm speaking of when I speak of property. So when the son gets that, he's going to give that to the father of the wife he's going to marry. So if so in your scenario, if the mother and the father is splitting up all they have with all four of their children, the three daughters and the one son, that's going to be uneven because those three daughters are still going to obtain a bride price from the men they marry. So
Right.
that would
They're
be
going to be
uneven.
bought
That would
by
be
other
uneven.
families,
That
and
right.
and
That
that
would be
they will be
uneven.
bought by other families. Basically, is what you're saying.
No, you're looking at it as being bought.
Because it is being
That's
bought. You
proper. That's
said
property
you're
given.
literally talking about exchanging a person for property.
No,
What are we
that's
talking about? Like I don't got time for semantics.
right.
I
So,
really
so
don't. It's
right,
either we're gonna call a thing or we're not. If you are the one who used the word property, not me. You are the
right,
one that's using the word bride price, not me. You are using these terms and then trying to run away from the fact that these women are being shown as property. You can't
right.
do both.
Because what you're trying to make me say that the women is property, and I said like yeah, in Egyptian culture, women was looked at as property, but I'm not speaking like that in this instance.
I'm talking about Israel.
I'm speaking
You
of the
keep on
I'm
bringing up
speaking of the
Egypt.
prop I'm speaking of the property that he gets his inheritance. So when I say property, I'm speaking of the inheritance. So if they was to do it like how you want to do it, which is almost like playing checkers, you're giving all the property equally amongst the children. But then when the women get married, it was a natural culture that arose amongst men and women where the man who wants to marry another man's daughter had to basically, this evolved from him showing that he can take care of her. So whatever he gives to his bride's father, that's what that stems from. Him showing that he can take care of her. Because in the natural world, a woman could not survive out here alone,
That's not
especially if
true.
there are men around. Now that's
That's
very
not.
much true.
That's
Now
not
that's
true.
very much true.
That's not true.
But she really can't kill nothing. She really can't kill nothing unless
But
it's
we
almost
just
dead.
but we just said
Yeah,
5 minutes ago that there were women hunters, and
that
now
hunted with
because
men.
now
Right.
that we're in a conversation about like women and what hierarchy system they need to be in, now they're no longer hunters. We
No,
just was talking
they're
about
not
how
the prime.
women uh, uh invented the
They're
net,
not the
but
primary
then we're
hunters.
and yeah, oh my
They're
goodness.
they're not they're
Okay,
not the
okay.
only ones hunting. They're
So let me
hunting
ask
with
you another
men.
question. Let me ask you another
Just
question
like
about the things.
just like in
Let
the
me ask
society
you
that you're
another
talking
question
about,
about the things that
is
you
going to
know.
be backed
What do
and
you
enforced
know
by men.
about woman hunters? What studying have you done on that subject?
That all successful women hunters were hunting with men.
How do you know that? Where did you get that information from?
Simple mathematics. A
So,
woman on a
how you
woman on the
feel about it.
savannah,
So obviously how
a
you
woman,
feel about it,
right.
not mathematics. How this is how you feel. This is not something that has been tested or proven or written in a book or studied or anything like that. So we're going to be very clear that everything that you say next is about your opinion and about how you feel about women and women hunters. Go.
A woman, not even talking about reproductive purposes, but a woman could not survive on the savannas of Africa by herself. It's just
Nobody
not.
survives by themselves. That's
It's
why we
just
live
not
in
gonna happen.
communities. No one survives by themselves. Not even men. One singular man is not going to survive by himself because that's the whole point of us making tribes and clans and living in groups of 20 to 30 because we understood that collaboration was better than living alone. We are a family oriented group of people. You're never gonna find a rugged individual living by themselves. That's a freaking bad person. They wouldn't even know language. They wouldn't even know how to interact with other humans if they lived their entire life alone. That doesn't
Right.
make sense. You can't even. It's illegal to send a person into solitary confinement for more than 30 days. But you are going to use some magical imaginary woman living alone, and she just can't survive by herself. No one can, brother. Make a real point, please.
So as you were saying about the natural way things go in groups of 20 and 30, you're gonna naturally see men be the leaders of those people groups just by default. Okay, so the women, naturally speaking, the way things go, the women are going to raise the children that just came through their womb. They're not going to pass that off to the man who's physically more able to be in the field, to hunt the animals, to set protections up for his family, to expand the social group by making bridges or protections. Those things naturally fall to the man. While, like I said, the things where it comes to teaching the children, uh, building up the home, uh, marketplace, those things are naturally given to the women. And when we look at leadership, the things that I talked about with the men, those are preconditions for what makes a leader, as in the sense of leading groups of people. And it just so happens that those abilities and those attributes belong to men. And I know it hurts your feelings that, now that we are in these days and times that you can make the argument, but I know it hurts that it's just the natural way that it is. And, thank God the Bible came along to where you can espouse your feelings and be able to say you think, women should be leaders of men. The Bible gave you that comfort.
That's
But
not true. Okay, let's be very clear. And secondly, be very also clear that you just gave me your opinion. I don't get mad over people's opinion. I would, if you would have at least cited something, if you would have actually said something that was worth something, I could probably rebuttal what you're saying. But I'm not going to rebuttal how you feel about women hunters because I know you never even looked up any of the information. I know you don't look into women's history, and you damn sure don't look into hunter gatherer societies or any of those things. You don't. I'm not even going to play with you and pretend like you do.
so basically, you're just coming from a place of what if,
Education.
or what
I'm coming
ifness,
from a
because
place of
it's
education. I'm coming from a place of
it's
I've been studying women's history. I've been studying hunter gatherers, Paleolithic to Neolithic, pre agricultural societies for a while now. I'm coming from a place of knowing. These aren't opinions. This is the things that I know. I know that women were instrumental in the beginning stages of, our humanity. You know how I know? Because they used to praise us for it.
no, I
I
would agree. I
know
would agree with
that
that.
women were hunters. You know how I know? Because they found the burial sites. I know women were warriors. You know how I know? Because they found the burial sites. I know. And you know how else I know? Because the oldest stories like Vedic, when it comes to Kali, Sekhmet, Neith, all of these warrior women, Anana, all of these warrior women, you think that just came out of some person's imagination? Nah, they were seeing women being just as fearless as men, just like you see them now. But
Right.
unfortunately, you got your eyes closed by that white man, and it's cool, you
So you're
know.
saying, so you're drawing upon myths because all those cultures were
See, you
male
just believe the
dominated.
last thing that I said, and you completely overrode the fact that I talked about Venus sculptures when I said y'all praised us. You are going to overlook the fact that I'm talking about burial sites that they found in the Americas and well, mostly in Americas, right, where I'm from, where it has a lot of woman hunter burial grounds with all types of pelts and brandished weapons, right? You're gonna overlook all of that and go straight to the mythology because you live in myth. You live in myth.
Right, because you were speaking of Inanna and
Right. Lastly,
right, the
lastly. So
first,
you gonna so you gonna go because I keep saying you don't know this history. So you can't go
that's what I'm
ahead and
saying. You're
answer
you're
me
you're
with this
you're you're
history.
speaking of a
I'm
missing time and
using
place.
I'm using history. I used history, right? I use archaeology, right? I use paleontology and I use mythology. But you're going to pretend like my entire stance is based on mythology. But go ahead, do your thing, brother.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna
'cause
be mad at you.
you started with the figurines that had Pia. Hopefully I pronounced it right. You started with those figurines, then you wound up with Inanna and all of this. So that's what I'm saying. Like your examples of this feminism or feminine, like this female idea that you're talking of, like all I see it is in like myths. Like in the real world application, I'm not seeing this. I'm not seeing no egalitarian
Please
society.
revert to points 1 through 3 if you didn't see it. Thank
Right.
you.
I'm not seeing any egalitarian societies where men and women are interchanging being kings and queens Every king had a queen, and the queen was not named king. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just speaking on the natural order of things. And when you say the Bible take away the power of women, you're speaking unnaturally. And like I said, that's you can do that, especially in these days and times. But you're definitely speaking that's on a model that's not organic.
You gonna need some milk, brother. I'm just gonna let you know right now. You gonna need some milk because you're not ready. You're
All
not
right,
ready for nothing that I have to give. You're not even ready for this conversation at hand. It's really not looking good for you.
right, yeah. But like I say, I'm a definitely pay attention to the points that you're making, and I'm quite sure you're paying attention to the points that I'm making. But yeah, it should definitely be a good debate. Definitely.
Yeah, it definitely should be. I'm looking forward to it. I'm definitely looking forward to schooling you and the public on a lot of the history of women that isn't necessary for your everyday lives. And I
And
find it disrespectful as hell for you to say that you ain't finding women queens and we got kandakes out here beating the damn Roman Empire when the Israelites were slaves to it. So like it's just funny to me.
Right. But her name was
Like
Queen. Uh, yeah, her name wasn't
her name
King.
wasn't her name wasn't Queen, it was a Kandake. Right.
Right.
You keep on coming at me with these European words. She was a Kandake, right? And she had a husband and sons, and they all fought in that war together. And not only did she beat the Roman Empire, she pushed them back out of her capital and took land from the Roman Empire. While y'all, right, was out here trying to fight somebody and being given Jesus so y'all could calm down.
Or you wrap that up in a big old ball of incorrectness. But
Hmm.
yeah, nah, it's yeah, definitely big up to the Kandakis. They definitely were women to be respected. Definitely, definitely. But
Queen Navarina should be disappointed right now fighting the
right,
Portuguese.
right, right. But yeah, it's definitely gonna be. I'm definitely interested to see what you're gonna say as far as women having their power taken away because again that example of land distribution or land inheritance that's not gonna get it.
So let me ask you a question since let's go back to women being property and things like that. What happens if a man rapes another man's daughter? What happens to that man?
Oh, that's punished by death.
It's not he has to give up 50 shekels to the father?
Not in the instance of grape.
Really? Let's go to
Yeah,
Deuteronomy.
yeah.
We just gonna lie about Deuteronomy?
you gonna share your screen, sis?
And see if I can share my screen today. Give me 1 second, because we just
Take
gonna
your
lie on
time.
Deuteronomy.
Yeah, it's interesting.
You can share your
I want,
screen if you want to share anything too, Gideon.
okay, yeah, nah, I'm good right now. Yeah, I definitely would like to see that. I've never seen that in there.
I am ready to share my screen. Give me 1 second. Forgive me. I believe this is the King James version. Let me see. Wait, let me go to. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. My computer's moving slow. Give me 1 second. Let's go in Deuteronomy. Yeah, I can see that.
I'm not sure. My
Nah, I don't see
screen
it.
hold on, my screen disappeared. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear y'all too, but I can't find the screen. Hold on 1 second. It's wow. I don't understand. It did this the other
If you
day.
want, I could just read it out.
Go ahead for right now.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna try to. I don't know what to do. Oh, I'm gonna have to control out delete and just load it back up. So go ahead and continue talking until I pop back up.
Okay. So from Deuteronomy 22, 28 through 29, if a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her, and grapes her, and they are discovered, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. He must marry the young woman, for he has violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. So
Yeah,
why
that's a
pay?
good one. You got
Why we gotta pay 50 shekels to this girl, to the father?
right.
Why?
So again, like I say, I haven't seen that in there, and that's not really what you're reading in there. But after decades of being fed that, you just so let's okay. So if a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, so that means she's not engaged, and he lay hold on her and lie with her, and they be found. Then the man that lay with her shall give unto the father 50 shekels, and
Why?
he shall be his right, because that's not great. That's them having consensual sex,
Okay, fine. Consensual sex. Why does he have to pay the father?
right? Because he violated not only the girl but the father.
But it was
The father,
consensual, you just said.
yeah,
How can it be
right,
violation if it's consensual? Go.
right. Because she's under her father's house. She's a
Right. So
child,
she
right,
belongs to the father. That's why you have
right,
to pay him. Right.
yeah, yeah.
Right. Because she's property.
No, she belongs to the father. However,
Right.
whatever Western understanding you want to put that on, but in Africa, that's how we look at it. That child is ours until she's not. So if a man go run off in the woods and take her and seduce her and run game on her and sleep with her, you
And
you
she
about to
comes back and says,
you about to marry her because
and
you're not
she
about to
comes
make.
back and says, "Daddy, I want to marry this man." And Daddy turns around, well, you got to give me $50 for my daughter.
Yeah, it's called in Africa. It's called a bride price, a dowry.
Right, because she is property.
No,
What part
that's
aren't
his
you
daughter. Right.
understanding? She's property.
Well,
Right, right.
like I
Got it.
say,
How many
whatever
different
Western,
ways? I don't know how many
right,
different ways you're going to continue to say the same exact thing,
right.
but we're saying the same thing. You have to pay that father for that daughter, no matter if the daughter was violated or she wanted to go with you consensually, because she doesn't belong to herself. And
See,
that doesn't
now
matter if
you
she's
now
30
you now you
or
putting a pin
20.
on a woman. You're adding on. He didn't violate her. So
What are you
again,
talking about? I
what
just said whether if it was consent. You got to listen
right?
to the
You say whether
entirety
it
of
was
the
consensual
sentence.
or not.
Whether it was consensual or not, it doesn't
Right.
matter. So your
Yeah,
point about
it does
whether
matter
no, it
because we're
doesn't matter
talking
because
about
at the
if
end of
it's
the day,
consensual or
he
not.
would still have to
You,
pay
I'm gonna let
money.
you finish. I'm gonna let you finish.
That would
You finished?
that would have been nice. That would have
I'm
been
gonna let
nice
you
if you
finish.
let me finish. But go ahead,
Go
brother.
ahead.
I was done.
See, you're all over the place. This all I'm gonna say. You started with saying that the Bible got grape in it. So I went to the place and I explained what you was reading, and then you continue to talk. You said it doesn't matter if it's consensual or not. Then I stopped
Now
you
the point was
again.
never
See,
about
there you
grade.
go. There you go.
Because you're making a straw man
Displaying your
argument.
power.
The
Displaying your
conversation,
power. You're
the
very emotional.
conversation was never about grape.
Very
It was
emotional.
never about grape. The
Why
conversation was
did
about
why did
if
we
the
go to this
woman was
verse?
a
Why
because
did we go to this verse?
I was making the point that the woman was a property, right?
No,
So
you said there is
I was making the point that the woman was a property. And I said, so why do he have to pay 50 shekels if it was consensual? Whether if it was grape or consensual, it doesn't matter because he still has to pay the price because she doesn't belong to herself. So if she was to find this man and be in love with this man and wants to run away with this man, that man would have to pay up because he could not have that father's daughter without paying him. That was
It's
the
bad
point.
when you look, it's bad when you erratic just generally, but when your methodology is erratic, that's just it's
The whole
problematic for you.
time that you are
Why did
trying to for my character, and I feel
why
like I could do
why
the
no, I'm
same,
not. I'm
and you're
saying
not
your
going to like me when
methodology.
I start.
Listen,
So
listen what I'm
your
saying.
methodology,
Because
but
you
your
always interrupt
methodology
One
me.
mic,
is
one mic.
completely
Hold on,
I'm gonna
false.
let her. I'm gonna
hold
let
on,
her
Issa
finish
Queen.
for a second time. I'm gonna let her finish
But
for a
yeah,
second
let me
time.
finish for a second time because you're gonna get cut off every time you try to assassinate my character on this panel like you know me. I'm not calling you a misogynist. I never called you a chauvinist. I never said that you were slow for believing in a person coming from a rib. I never said any of those things, but for some strange reason, that's the only thing you can go to is ad hominem. And I need you to cut it out. Have the conversation with me. I'm very rational. But if you keep coming at me like you don't know that you're being disrespectful, I'm a very blunt, straightforward person. I'm just gonna disrespect you. So let's start over where you can stop with the ad hominems, and I'll go on mute.
I'm gonna say this just so I could be understood. I don't know if I gotta say it super slow, real fast. So the point of you going to this scripture, right? You said there was grape in the Bible. You went to this scripture. So when you went to the scripture, I reread it and I showed that it wasn't grape and I explained why it wasn't grape. Then you went to posturing some more. Then you say that it doesn't matter if it's consensual or not. Then I stopped you again because you were going against what the point that you made, and I showed it to you. So you can't say it was consensual or not because I'm showing you where it wasn't consensual. Then when I show you that, then you say it doesn't matter, but it does matter because that's the reason why you went to the verse because you're saying it's non-consensual. That's why, and it's not an ad hominem. That's why I'm saying your methodology is erratic. When I say erratic, I mean it's all over the place. I'm not just hurling that like just as it. It has a meaning when I'm saying it. So if I can continue, your thought of women or rather children, female children living with their father, and the way you're looking at it as property, that's very European and a feminist way of looking things when people on the continent they didn't look at it as such. If you wanted to be technical, you could say, yeah, that's his property. But it wasn't looked at it like that. You're looking at it from a very European view. That's all I'm saying, my sister. And I'm not throwing ad homs when I'm saying your methodology is erratic. I'm not going to disrespect you, but I will disrespect your information.
Uh
Never
huh.
you. And I
Right,
haven't disrespect you up to
but
this
you
point.
see, you are misjudging what you said. You said you and your methodology is erratic. That's what you said. That was the whole sentence,
No, I
right?
said it's
And now,
bad. I
right?
said it's
Okay,
bad when a
I got
person
you.
is erratic. Then I
So,
said, but it's bad because
did
the
you not reference
methodology is
me?
erratic.
Did you not
No,
reference me being erratic? So that's
no,
not what you were doing. Okay, okay,
no.
brother. Go back on mute, brother. Okay, we got it. Anyway, like I was saying, what I asked you was, what happens when a man rapes a woman in the Bible? That was the question that I asked. You said, where does that happen? I said, okay, let me show you in Deuteronomy. And it says, if a man taketh a woman and da 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 da. And you said that that's not great. I said, okay, fine. What still happens? Because the point that I was making was that he needed to pay for her. That was the point. Now
No,
you,
it's not.
yeah,
Because that's not the reason. You said there is great in the Bible. That's
want to
the
sit
reason why you
here
went to it.
and try to
I'm
create
not
a
gonna let you
reason
like
for why
crowbar a whole
I'm
different
speaking
narrative into it.
instead of
Like you can't
you
do that.
speaking for yourself and letting me speak for myself. Because that's exactly what happened. I asked you what happens to the man in the to the man if he grapes a woman. That's what I asked you. You said that that wasn't great. So I said, okay, fine. But what happens to the man?
So
Because that was the point of my question. And the answer
no,
to that question is he needs to pay the father 50 shekels, buying the daughter. And then you sat here and said, technically, she is a property, but you just thinking of it in a Western ideology. If she is a property or she isn't a property, you just said that she's a property, just like I'm saying that she's property. How are we saying something different other than you trying to make it sound good?
right.
Easy.
She is that child, whether male or female, is the property of their father and their mother. Yes. Yes.
But only one of them are getting bought when it comes down to it. Only one of them. Only the daughter is getting bought by another family. Sons are paying to get daughters to get come to his family. Girls
Again,
are being
right,
bought.
right,
Right? So there's a difference between being a buyer and being the one being sold.
right.
And I know we
Again,
know that, right? I know we know that
right,
because we got a whole history of Black Americans in America. We would
right.
not sit here and try to have this philosophical conversation on if our grandparents were slaves or were they just property or were they it's
Right.
ridiculous. If you put your argument in any other context, you will hear how ridiculous you sound. But because you're brainwashed by the Bible, you want to argue with me about it. It's
Right.
crazy.
Right. You can ask any black, and I'm gonna say black because that's all I can speak for. I can't speak for any other race, you know. But you can ask any black parent pre 1980 for these feminists and these entitled, kids, won't eat sweets for breakfast, lunch, and dinner type of philosophy. And I'm not saying you, I'm saying that's the philosophy that's prevalent now. But the parents in the 80s, if you was to ask them and you was to lay out what is technically property, yeah, their children they would tell you, yeah, that's my property. That's mine. I'm responsible for that. I dictate where they go or where they don't go. I authorize what they can have or what they can't have. That's been practiced not only since the beginning of time, but the beginning of time in Africa as a whole. So again, this humanist, European, westernized, mama get out my room type of understanding you have, unfortunately, it's not of our ancestors. I just put it like that.
No,
So
it's not
if,
of your
if you if you
ancestors
want to
because your
continue to
ancestors are
if you want
Israelites.
to continue to disrespect our African ancestors and say that their children was property to them, if you want to use those type of words in that type of scheme, go ahead. But I'm
I
standing on
will.
what my ancestors did. You
I
know.
will. And it's sad that you think that your ancestors came from anywhere from the Middle East. I feel sorry for you, brother.
No, I'm
I
speaking
feel
of my
sorry.
African. I'm
I
speaking of
know
my
you're
African
not speaking
ancestors.
about your African ancestors because you don't even study them. Because you would
Yeah.
know, first of all, Africa is a whole continent. Which ancestors are you talking about? Are you talking about West Africans, East Africans, South Africans, Central Africans? Who are you talking about? Because all of those cultures are not the same for you to make that very
Right.
blanketed statement that you're making right now. And then be very clear. You're talking about what parents was doing in the 1980s during the crack epidemic after colonization and being in this country for over 400 years. Like, what are we talking about? You
After
acting like
feminism.
you are sitting here acting like you know this history and you do not. And I can tell that you do not by the points that you're making. I can
Your
tell.
parent. your parents your
And
parents
let's have a feminism conversation because this is the fifth time you brought it up.
your
Let's have it.
parents your
What's
parents
your issue?
your parents, specifically your father, literally would tell you, if you ever think about hitting me, I'm gonna kill you. I don't know
Whose
if you can
father
use
said
that
that?
word. So yeah,
Whose father said that? Not
that's
mine.
that's how parents. I mean, you're a girl, and it's
My
natural
mama
that
ain't never
a
say
thought.
nothing like
Yeah,
that for me. She ain't never hit me
yeah,
with the "I brought you in this world, I could take you out." She don't
yeah.
say stuff like that to
That
me.
term,
My mama ain't never say that to
that was
me.
very
I heard that at
prevalent.
my friend's
That
house.
was very prevalent amongst black families
Right.
before
Abuse
the
is prevalent
introduction
in
of
black
European
families.
thought
Yes. Yes.
and all this feminist stuff.
So
That was
you think
prevalent.
feminism is what?
You
Hold
respected
on,
your
hold on,
father
hold
and
on.
your mother.
Hold on.
The Bible actually tell
How
you
are
if
you
you have an
bringing
unruly child, you could do away with
how
them.
are you bringing feminism into this? Because you're just using words, and I would like for
Because
you to
what
clarify what
what feminism does and what the feminist does is they make an argument from a place of comfort that was given to them by the natural progression of man and woman, which is the man being the leader of men. That's what that's the issue with feminism. Because like we clearly see that these cultures have been in Africa from time immemorial, but you decide to place certain labels on them like property when they did not look at it as such. Now, you did have some cultures where they abused their wives and mishandled them, but the Bible has strict provisions against that. I can't speak of these other cultures. I'm speaking of these other cultures just in the sense of their bride or their children being looked at as what you would call property. That's an ancient African tradition. Again, like I
that is
say,
not.
it's
Can
only
ask
with this
what
new
are you
Western
talking about?
mind and
What are you
feminist
talking about?
ideals that they want to label it and make it seem like the boogeyman and say, "Oh, you're property." Like it's an elitist type of worldview.
Okay. So I'm looking up authority before and after agriculture right now, right? To prove to you that what you're talking about is some bullshit.
Well, your computer is already
So
algorithm towards feminist views, so
no.
your AI is pretty much a
No,
walking
no. What we're not about to
female truck
do,
driver.
what we're
So
not about to do is try to discredit the because you have a pattern. You have a pattern. You have a pattern of trying to discredit the person instead of attacking the information. It's kind of weak, right? You're doing, and now you was doing it earlier. We're trying to call me erratic, and you tried to call me a misandrist, and now you're about to attack my chat GPT. Like this is ridiculous. All I was
I
doing
didn't
was
call
giving
you
you
erratic. I
keywords.
did call you a misandrist.
Yes, you did call me
So
erratic,
right.
but when you watch the
Oh, I did.
playback, I want you to
I said your methodology is
recognize.
erratic.
I want you to recognize that you said you and the methodology. The sentence was
Okay.
longer than that.
Well, if I did
So
say that,
that's
I
how we're
didn't mean to
playing.
say you're erratic. So would you accept my apology? I apologize.
It's cool. It's cool.
Okay, so I didn't mean to call you erratic, and I didn't
Mhm.
want, but your methodology is erratic.
No, no, my methodology is not erratic. You just don't know what I'm talking about because you're not learned in my subjects.
We just went
That's
step by
it. That's
step.
all. That's
We
it. That's
went step
all.
by step, and
That
I
is
showed
it.
you.
And that is all. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know about Paleolithic Africa, hunter gatherers. You don't know about hunter gatherers in, the early
That's
European
make
continent.
believe. That's
You don't know.
conjecture.
You don't know that
Those aren't
study.
facts.
You do not know that study. You haven't studied it, and now you want to try to be the leading information on this thing that you've never studied before, just like an Israelite man. And I don't got time for that. I don't give people
Real
leadership
quick.
roles that have not earned them. You do not get to be the leadership in what is good or bad in the Paleolithic hunter gatherer societies because you don't know. See, this is what inheritance does to you. When you start to inherit shit, you think that you deserve the things that you inherit instead of actually working for the things that you want. And that's the difference between the
You're
authority that was
self-projecting, my
given.
sister. I
That's
just said you guys are
that's the
entitled.
difference between the authority that was happening before
Now
agriculture
you're
and the
hijacking
authority that
my
was happening
concepts.
after
It's crazy.
agriculture. Now, let me get back to the point that I was making. Before agriculture, authority equals fluid, earned, and temporary. Small bands of 20 to 100 people, nobody sitting on a throne. Leadership based on skills, hunting, tracking, healing, wisdom, charisma. Power is limited. No one can hoard much. Everything is portable. Food is shared because tomorrow you might need help. Authority equals influence, not control. Gender dynamics. Women also often contributed a huge portion of food in gathering and hunting. Less rigid control over reproductive and sexual orientation. No, it's not a perfect utopia. I'm never saying that this, time period was just perfect and just living in the sky, but it was a complete different from what comes after agriculture. Entering agriculture, land equals power. People are settled. Land becomes ownable. Surplus food appears. Now you can store wealth. Authority becomes centralized. Chiefs, kings, ruling class, standing armies, laws enforced by force, not just social pressure. Authority became control over land, food, and people. This is regular scholarship. I'm not even hitting you with nothing that hasn't been said before.
And real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat. Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher.
Back to you.
Yeah, man. Definitely, like I said, looking forward to it, man. And I just hope my sister don't think like I've been like disrespectful to her. That's just how it is with debates. It can kind of get thick skinned, and men are more naturally built for that, so I just, hope I ain't come off too much in my power over the sister. I apologize if I did. I didn't mean to.
Boy, ain't nobody thinking like that. You just don't be trying to call me names because I know when I start calling names, men be getting all, heartfelt and, oh, you hate the black man and all of this stuff. Because then I turn into a misogynist when I, throw the same insults back at you that you were throwing at me, then I become a misogynist. I mean, a misandrist. I become a black woman that hates men. So I think y'all need to pay attention to that when we're on these panels because y'all are just as sensitive as we are.
Right. But you like you kind of gaslighting me because I didn't call you names. I would never do that.
You tried to call me a misandrist already in the
No,
beginning
that's
of the conversation.
nah. You are. I feel you
How
are.
how do you feel that I am? How? How?
Okay. So if you feel it's okay for you to, well, not you, if you think it's okay, right? Just by definition, for you to get pregnant, for a woman to get pregnant by a man, and the man doesn't want the child, but you still have the child. Now he's forced to pay for that child that he did not want for 18 years. Now, on the other foot, if a woman has a child for a man and she doesn't want it and he wants it, both of them are still their child. They both made it. That's his seed that's in her. So
Y'all don't have
if he wants it and she doesn't want it, she has the right, the power to terminate that pregnancy. That's
absolutely.
that's that's a misandrous model.
No, it's not.
That's
It's not a
that's
meticulous mind.
that's
That's
not fair.
that's just you not understanding that you don't have control over my body. But you would absolutely understand if me and you were in the household and I said, baby, I want to go left and you want to go right. And you decide as the leader of the household, listen here, baby, we going right. You get that. But when I'm talking about my womb being my household and that I have the last word over my household, somehow that gets lost on you.
Right. But
Secondly,
that
you don't have a seed. You have fertilizer.
right.
Thirdly, right? Thirdly, if y'all want to step up and start carrying these babies for 10 months, take it. Y'all can have all of the in charge that you want. But until that day comes, you do not get to tell me what can and cannot come out of my body, especially in 2026 when there's ways for you to not get me pregnant. There's ways for you to cut all of that in the bud before you even get to me. But
Right.
y'all refuse to do that because y'all be having too much fun.
And
So yeah, you
right.
lose your have play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Right. And see, that's the problem with, feminism and, because it is just saturated with this westernized humanist type of understanding, right? So, the Bible teaches us that, we was made in the image of the creator. So when a man and woman come together, they're creating basically a God. So with that understanding, and knowing that that's not just your child, that's both of y'all's. So knowing is that's the case, the Bible lays out precise understanding on who should be the ones that make children and how they should perform together. They understand that, no baby should be killed. So with you saying that, the way this model is that's set up, where it takes all the power from the man and not giving him no power, when true in fact, when the true making of the power was both of them, that's misandrous. That's unfair.
I mean,
So
it's
so if
definitely
if if
unfair.
if
Yes.
the man if the man okay, if the man leaves the woman after she has the child and he said he wants the child, that's definitely a possibility, which why it's so important who you have a child with. So if it was a law, right? A black man and a white man, if you commit armed robbery, the only person that's gonna get time is the black man. Would you blame the black man, the white man, for taking a black man to go commit armed robbery, knowing that he's not going to get caught? Shouldn't it be the black man to be like, hold on, I'm the one that's going to do time for this, so we're not going to go do this. So
I wish I would say that more
all
often.
all this feminism that they're speaking about, it should start between their legs. If they don't want to have children for these deadbeat dudes and all this, don't go commit armed robbery with them. Because when y'all get caught, you gonna have to do the time. He ain't gonna have to do the time.
But this
So
is the
so
thing.
with you knowing that, and women supposed to be so smart, y'all should know this guy, he like y'all should know that. But I mean, hey, I
But
don't
this is
know.
the thing when it comes to abortions and all of that stuff, right? Y'all are co-conspirators. Y'all paying for the abortions. Y'all taking these women to the damn abortion clinic to get the abortion. And y'all cool with the fact that the baby ain't here. I haven't met a woman yet whose man was upset at her getting an abortion. So where are all these angry men that are, boycotting the Planned Parenthood, stopping their girl from getting babies? Like, I'm tired
It's
of
a
this
lot. It's a lot
hypothetical.
of them.
I'm tired of this hypothetical situation that y'all are bringing up.
No, it's a lot of them.
Every woman that I've ever seen get an abortion, her man knew about it, her man paid for it, and he was cool with it. Y'all be co conspirators like a mug. We both getting locked up in that situation.
Right.
I'm not here for that, right? And I do recognize that there are some men out there who don't want the abortion and the woman went along with it.
Right. So
But
that's
at
not
the
the
same
conversation. The
time,
point is
at
where
the
the power
same
lies.
time,
Again, like
at the same time, the
you're
power
drifting,
at
right?
the same time, the power lies with the carrier of life. You understand that when it comes to your household. You understand that you have the final say over your household. You're just mad that you don't have the final say over a woman's body. That's what you're mad about.
Right.
And I'm
Because the
sorry
body
that the
that's
woman,
inside of her is
the,
not
but I
hers.
get
That's
that.
the
Yes, it
problem.
is hers.
That's the
It's just as
problem.
much as hers as it is
No.
yours. If not
Exactly.
more.
Exactly.
If
So
not
why so
more.
why should the woman
Because more, we
have the
do more
right
work. We're
in all
doing
of
more
this?
work. That's
No.
why we're
No,
incubating the
it's
baby. We
because
are sitting down for a whole
right.
year.
It's
We have to
because you're trying to
recover for six
circumvent
months. We got
the
to stop
fact that you
working
made a
for
bad
a
decision.
year and a half and
Right.
almost up to 2 years. We have to do a lot to have these babies. So yes, will have the final decision on where our life trajectory is going to go outside of you. And this is why you should do what the good book says and marry them before you start being out here having babies. Because the
Right.
same way we could tell women to keep their legs closed, I could tell you to keep your peen to yourself. Man,
So now you're advocating the very Bible you said takes power from the women.
ain't nobody
But your very
advocating
model
for that. Like,
for
you
how it
have
should
a
be is the
terrible
Bible.
way
That's wild.
of having conversation. You have a
That's
terrible
wild.
way of pinpointing things that don't
No,
matter
I'm just an
to make
astute
you
listener.
stress
That's
it.
all.
I'm appealing to your own religious background. Your religious background says to marry them before you have sex with them.
Right.
So if you
But you're
and your
giving
other
advice at
and
the same
you
time though.
and your other men who are Israelites are having abortion issues, are having freaking baby mama drama and all this other stuff, that is on you because you're going against your own book.
Right.
Now, would I say that to somebody that isn't involved in the Bible? No, because that's not their thought process. I would appeal to their actual thought process.
Right.
Like, this
Okay,
is
what I want to do,
crazy.
cause y'all been going at it for 2 hours. Y'all did pretty good. Give us that title one more time, and I want to open the panel so maybe you two could get a break for a second, get some water, hit the
Yeah.
bathroom, and let some other people
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
comment on some of this. But before we do that, let's get the date locked in, and let's get this title on the record. So, what's that
Right.
title again?
Does the Bible take power from women?
Yeah,
Does
I'm down with that.
does the Bible take power from women? That is fire.
And is atheism the worst thing since asbestos tiles? No, I'm just playing.
Does the Bible take power from women?
I meant to
And
say
Issa
evolution.
Queen will be the affirmative.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hey man, I want to give a shout out to all my sisters. Shout out to my queen out there. This for all my sisters who believe in the Bible and see that the Bible doesn't take power from women. It's kind of been like 70%. Info. I've been trolling her like for a little bit of this because I don't want to give too much, and I'm quite sure she wise enough being a woman that she didn't do this. She did the same thing.
And I just want to say to all my women out there, right? Please look into the history of women, right? Please look into the history of life happening before the Bible and see how much power that you possess and recognize how little power they put inside of your hands and recognize that the little bit of power that you have, like the little bit of power that you have came from feminism. So you are choosing to be submissive to these men because you have the right to leave them whenever you want to. You have the right to own your own bank account. You have the right to educate yourself. And all of those things came from feminism. Because these men was not going to educate you. These men was not going to give you bank accounts. These men was not going to give you land if they were still living and breathing. And that's that on that.
Does the Bible take power from women? Okay, and sheesh, I have debates every weekend, all the way up until the 4th. So it's looking like the 10th or the 11th. Sheesh,
Uh,
I'm getting booked up now. That's like 3 weeks. One, two, three. Yeah, 3 weekends.
So here's the thing about weekends.
Oh yeah, you
I
told me.
work on the
Yeah.
weekends and I know it's gonna be um I know people work during the week. Like Wednesdays and Thursdays are my days off, right?
Hmm.
If we
No, we
did
can
do
make that work. We can make that work.
okay.
If that works for Gideon, that'll work for
yeah,
me.
nah, we can do it during the week.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, so yeah, a Wednesday or a Thursday would be dope.
Okay, yeah, let's go for Thursday night, closer to the weekend. So let's go for the 9th.
Yeah, that'll
Okay,
work.
okay. That'll work.
9th of April. Okay, let me write this on the big calendar. Dang, I am booked up right now, all the way up into the 9th. I like this.
Hey man, so you breaking bread, man. Like it's going down.
Yeah, I got a budget, so I can only do well. Y'all's is $50 win, lose, or draw for exhibition, and then I got a tournament debate too. So um, about 150 a weekend. I don't go out. Some people just spend that on drinks.
Yeah, that's
So
what's up, man.
it's all to the
Nah,
kid.
it's definitely cause a lot of yeah, that's what's up, though.
It come back sometimes though. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
I just got monetized and the super chat's been coming through, so we'll see how it pans out.
yeah,
But I'm not tripping. Like I say, I always get my money's worth. I'm
yeah.
not tripping
Without,
because I used to hit other channels and drop 50 on the super chat anyway. It's the same thing.
yeah.
You know? That's how I'm looking at it. So
Well, this debate gonna be good, man. The more I'm talking to my sister, man, the more like I'm gonna be fighting the ghosts because I don't know where these people that she talking about and how they used to live, like, because we don't have no evidence of it. But
it's
you know,
it's a verse Gideon on the 9th. It's going. I'm excited about this one. Okay, let's go. Oh, rules of engagement. So What you want to do?
Uh, you
Tournament
know,
rules. You want to go? Last time you did 3 15-minute rounds. Issa Queen.
I'm down with three 15-minute rounds if that's what y'all do. And do y'all do rebuttals as well? Or do I just
Um,
incorporate that into my
yeah,
round?
probably until your last round rebuttal round, and then a question and answer round. So
Okay,
it's really
okay.
like if you do the 350, that's just what he did last time. I
and
have one for the tournament that I use. It's two 12-minute rounds and a 10-minute question and answer. But with exhibitions, you can come up with what you want.
yeah,
There's no
can
fix.
I
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
go ahead? Nah, you go ahead. I'll go after you.
Yeah, I was wondering if we can throw in maybe a 5 minute rebuttal and count 5 minute rebuttal and counter round in between the second and third round because I'm gonna be very honest, I smoke, so I'll be forgetting stuff. Even though even if I write down notes and stuff, I just be forgetful sometimes. So
Nah,
um
I'm with that, but can we do it at the end? Because what I noticed with the last debate, I did my rebuttal because it's like 3:15s, and I did my rebuttal in the last 15. But then he came with more information that I was kind of waiting for him to come with, but he came with it for his last round. So maybe if we can kind of have a last round, instead of 15, it'd be 10 minutes, and then we do like a 5 minute rebuttal. That way, both of us can rebut all of the opponent's information.
okay, so if we're gonna do it like that, can I ask for maybe a 6 minute counter as well? Because what if you rebut something and I want to rebut what you said and just like counter off of my point?
Well, however we do it, I think we should decrease it. Like if we do 10 minute, we do a 7 minute rebuttal, then we can do like a 5 minute or 4 minute counter rebuttal, and then we
Okay,
just leave it like that.
I'm good. I'm cool with that.
Okay, so what did you two just come up with?
So we'll do like two 15 minutes,
Hmm.
one 10 minute, and then we'll do uh uh 5 minute rebuttal and a 3 minute counter rebuttal. Or we
Okay,
can,
I like it. Talk me into it.
yeah,
So two 15 minutes, a 10-minute, 5-minute rebuttal for each of you, and a 3-minute counter rebuttal for each of you. And a question and answer round.
yeah, and we can format that however you want, for the, however you want to do that one. We can do I go five, she go five, or we could just do combined, however y'all want to, suggest.
Yeah, I'm down with going back and forth. You ask a question, I ask a question, that type of thing. That's cool. And then it could be free form. I promise I won't cut you off because I have a different decorum when we're debating.
Yeah. That way we won't draw it out too much where I have my own segmented question and answer and she has hers. We could just combine it.
Exactly. And I promise to behave.
Okay, it's yet to be seen, but you nah, she definitely been she been holding herself right, definitely.
Okay. Okay. Um. So okay. So we're
Where the hell
doing.
go?
Can you type that in the chat for me or in the private chat?
Oh yeah,
Type it in the
yeah,
private chat so
I
that way I
can
can
yeah.
really
copy and paste that.
may I say something? I heard y'all was just trying to get the structure of the debate down pat.
Yeah.
Would it be more advantageous to do a first round 12 minute and then the person come in and rebut for 6 minutes and then it's the second person first round, and the other person come in rebut for 6 minutes. Because if y'all do 2 12-minute rounds, and then y'all do rebuttals and counter rebuttals at the end, it might get a little confusing on which round y'all is. Y'all might lose the roundage. So if y'all get y'all rebuttals in between the rounds, by the time y'all get to the third question and answer round, that could just be its own thing, and then y'all do y'all closeout. I mean, it just sounds more structured that way. And
Yeah, that's how I usually do my debates.
I
I
was
see
about
you
to say,
humble.
and it goes to Sister Issa Queen's point to where as though y'all are not forgetting anything, in between rounds. So when you speaking, she should be listening to you, because she know right after you done speaking, she have to rebut what you're saying. Then vice versa, when she is speaking for her 12 minutes, you should be listening to her. So when it comes to you, you can rebut what she's saying. And then it also gives y'all more leverage for the question and answer round. So whereas though y'all have more information when y'all questioning one another.
Well, the thing with that is like, so I'm gonna present it is
Mhm.
like it's one coherent thought. So like, however, if it's 2 10-minute rounds, like I don't, I mean, so you would say we do one round and we do a however many minute counter rebuttal.
In between the round, yeah. So for example, say if Issa Quinn go first, right? She'll do her first 12-minute round. And then after her first 12-minute round, you'll have a 6-minute rebuttal round. So that's the ending part of Sister Issa Queen's round. Then you'll come in and do your first 12-minute round. And then Sister Issa Queen will come in and do her 6-minute rebuttal. Then that'll conclude the whole first round. Then the second round, you'll come in because she started the first round. Second round, you'll come in, and then she'll start with her rebuttal. Then she'll come in, and you'll start with your rebuttal. That concludes the second round. And then the third round is the question and answer round. And then y'all have y'all closing statements.
So it'd be 2 rounds to present the information and 2 rebuttals. Okay. All right. Nah, that's cool. I'm good with that.
Okay. And I heard you, brother A1, you was asking for a structure of that. I can have that to you by tonight.
Yeah. So what would be the
No,
time limit
I
on
got it.
it?
Yeah, just type it so that
Okay.
way we can copy and paste it and send it to everybody, so everybody's on the same page.
Yeah. Nah, that's a good format.
Okay. My job is done, y'all. I'm going back on mute. That's the only reason I came up here.
No, it's an open panel now. I dropped the link. Anybody can hit that link and come on up if you have any questions, comments, thoughts, or anything you've heard tonight. Um, Issa Queen and Gideon came up here and did their thing. They locked in the title. They got a date set, and they got the format locked. So it's official. We have a debate, folks. These two are in line to get paid. And I already know they're about to bring that information. This one is about to be one of the hottest debates of the year. Uh, Blessed to have it on this channel. Appreciate you too. You already know. Uh, yeah. And I don't got much to say. I'm minding my business.
So are we gonna have 2 12 minutes and
We want to go 12-minute round, 6-minute. I almost feel like we should still keep it to 15 minutes. So if you do a 12-minute round, do a 3-minute rebuttal. Then that's still a 15-minute round. Or
yeah,
that's still 15 minutes.
yeah,
So,
Okay, I'm cool with that.
yeah, minus
yeah.
the minute it takes us to transition. I'm not really tripping about the time though. I'm not rushing y'all. But at prime time, that's probably gonna be 2.5 hours. So just as long as y'all did it tonight. Shoot, we've been on 2 hours, 8 minutes right now.
Yeah.
You said 6-minute rebuttal, 12-minute round, 6-minute rebuttal, right?
No. 12-minute round, 3-minute rebuttal.
3-minute rebuttal. Got you.
So she'll present first because she's the affirmative. You'll rebuttal for 3 minutes. Then you'll present your 12 minutes. She gets 3 minutes.
How many rounds of information you have, Issa Queen? 2 or 3?
30.
Yeah, I still think we should do through 3 rounds.
Yeah, we could do 3 rounds.
Three to yeah.
All
Still
right,
do
so
three
you want to
rounds
do
and the question and answer.
all right, so 4 rounds all together. So you do 3 rounds worth of information, and then the 4th round is the question and answer round.
Yep.
And then y'all close out statements. Got you.
Yeah, that'll be a nice tempo, 3 12 minutes. Cause yeah, it's a good idea. We have the rebuttals in between, kind of like break up the monotony.
See, I almost feel like we don't need that though, because it actually is making it more work than we need. If we just kept to the 15 minutes, she could make the first 3 minutes
Yeah.
of her 15 minutes, the next round, a rebuttal round. It's like we're breaking it up more times than we need to. That's typically what the debaters do. They just work I do that. I'll screenshot your presentation, slide it into my next round, and I'll
Yeah.
start with that, and I'll lead with my rebuttal, and then I'll go back into the information that I already had. But
I mean, because like I said, my presentation done, but the way Humble and Issa wanted to do it, I was gonna have to reconstruct it. It's kind of different, but my thing is, I just want both of us to have,
did
you
y'all
know,
hear me on that saying that it's more? It seems like it's making more work because you could just literally work your rebuttal into the first.
Yeah.
If you're going next anyway, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I just want our rebuttals to be last and be clearly defined. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to like finish my rebuttal and then they come with more information. Like
Yeah,
once we do
that's the
rebuttals,
thing.
we
Really,
stop the information. Not
right.
the way you were saying it because it's in between, but if we was to do it how A1 was saying it, we'll do like the
Well,
first.
she's taking the affirmative, so you go last anyway.
Right.
So ain't nobody after you.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm just, being egalitarian, you know what I'm saying?
Also,
Somebody's got to go last, though. I mean,
if I may,
like I say, somebody's got to. Yeah, somebody's got to get the last word.
right. But also, if I may, now with these rebuttal, with these rebuttal rounds, right? You it's okay. You have a pre-rebuttal round, but you also want to have something to rebuttal what they bring to what they bring to the debate, right? So since the Issa Queen might already have a pre-planned rebuttal, but what if you don't bring none of that to the debate?
Right.
So now
Exactly.
she has to restructure her rebuttal to what you're actually talking about. So this is the point of the rebuttal rounds. You see what I'm saying? So if you're
Right.
saying something and she have a rebuttal, but like you saying something all the way over here, her rebuttal, you ain't even talking about her rebuttal. So now how do she get in position to rebut what you're saying? You see
Right.
what I'm saying? So
I
that would be the thing about that.
I feel at least one of the ways to start with that, because like I said, my last debate, I did my rebuttal. I closed out and I had slides that I didn't even bring up because he didn't bring it up. You know what
No,
I'm saying? So
y'all are
when go
y'all
ahead.
are right though. I mean, this is how it is done.
Yeah.
We got the Lincoln Douglas scorecard, so we might
Yeah.
as well go with the formula.
I think
And they
I
do let you
think
cross-examine. Well, they do cross-examine and examinations in between each round.
yeah.
Mhm.
I think the presentations like they should close and then we go into rebuttal. You know what I'm saying? Because I
Think
don't
of
want backdoor or get back. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Because think about this, right? Say me and you debating Gideon, right? And I got my first round the way, right? Now, if you just stick to your rebuttal plan, right, for your second round, say about rebuttals was our second round, right? Now it's the second round. If you just stick into your rebuttal presentation, you don't have the choice or the option to point out what I was just talking about. That could be wrong. That could be you're going to be going on a presentation that may not have had anything to address but what I said. You see what I'm saying? But then now, say if I'm coming in my rebuttal round free flow, say if I ain't got no presentation, now I can take advantage of that and I can say, hey, bro, he ain't even sticking to the topic. I said all this first round, that's nothing. Now I get to address your first round because I ain't got a presentation for my rebuttal. You see what I'm saying? So this is why the rebuttals in the middle, like brother A1 was saying, the cross-examination rounds are so important because you get to now pinpoint what they're saying in that moment. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, this is way too small. Let's go over the Lincoln Douglas format. Not that we have to use this. I'm just going to, show you guys what it is. They actually put the cross-examination or the Q&A in between the rounds, and then the rebuttals are at the end. So it starts with the affirmative constructive, defines the key term, lays out the values, gives the main argument, and then the negative comes right in and cross-examines the affirmative. Right after that. And then it goes to the negative, they get their constructive, and then they get cross-examined. Then it goes into rebuttal rounds.
Yeah.
So, but like again, I was just showing you this just to give you ideas,
and that's perfect right there. All you gotta do is just lengthen the minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say them. I don't know about the minutes.
Yeah, all you gotta do is right now put in your chat GBT, say make each round for this, or make the first round 15. You know how to do it.
They didn't agree to that though yet. I was just showing them that. So we still chopping.
Yeah.
I'll let them figure it out. I don't want to keep adding stuff. I think we should keep it simple.
Yeah.
Simple as possible. So let's go with what y'all already agreed to.
Wait, we don't know what that is yet, though.
Oh yeah, what is that? I guess okay.
It would be the one you were saying, right? Humble. It'd be 12 minutes.
The one that you just
12 minutes, 3 minutes. Okay, 12 minutes, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we do that 3 times, and then we have the rebuttal after that.
Sweet, I like it. It's different.
So we'll presentation.
Shout out Il Doctrine. He says men tend to organize vertically hierarchy with the highest value on top. Women tend to organize horizontal hierarchy with the highest value at the center. One concrete status, the other influence. One concentrate status. I said concrete.
So we're gonna have 3 12s after each round. We're gonna get the cross examined, and then after those.
Wait, how does the Q&A go again?
Right. So, all right. So let me break it down. Like I'm saying in a simpler way. And correct me if you think I'm getting it. Correct me if you want it any other way, Gideon. So the first round, 12 minutes, then cross-examination for 3 minutes. The other side, first round, 12 minutes.
You're saying cross-examination, but it's a rebuttal.
Oh, a rebuttal. Same.
Cross-examination is asking questions.
Oh, okay. So rebuttal. Okay, so rebuttal for 3 minutes, and then the other one get the first round, 12 minutes, rebuttal for 3 minutes, and then second round. So y'all do that for 3 rounds, and then do y'all want because you keep saying rebuttal round getting after that, but do you want a question and answer round? Because y'all doing y'all rebuttals in the middle, right?
Yeah, I think we would need a rebuttal since we're doing them in the middle. So yeah, we just do a Q&A.
Right. So the fourth round will be a Q&A. And then after the Q&A, you do y'all go into y'all closing statements.
Yeah.
How's the Q&A going to go again?
3 is going to be 3 12-minute rounds.
Right.
With each round having a 3-minute rebuttal.
Right.
How does the Q&A go though at the end? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah. What we going to do? 10-minute Q&A back and forth.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Now
then 3-minute closing.
Yep, bring that
Right.
up.
So is it going to be an open Q&A, or is it going to be she get 10 minutes to Q&A you, or you going to get 10 minutes to Q&A her?
Well, we was talking about combining it. It was just gonna be like more like a free flowing.
Okay. So open 10-minute Q&A. Now y'all want to change that to 15 minutes since it's going to be free flowing? Gideon?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I say y'all want to change that to 15 minutes since it's going to be free flowing, so y'all can at least get out, what y'all get out. Y'all
Yeah.
not in a rush.
Yeah. Nah, we can.
Shout out Suave Boss, Black Power.
I just
Suave, Zion, hit that link. We
I
got
just
rep
hit
to
your
the panel. How
Gmail.
you feeling, rep?
A1.
What'd you say?
I just hit your Gmail.
Got you. I thought I heard it then.
Reppington.
Yo,
What's
yo,
up, brother?
yo.
Rep? Got brother Rep in the building.
You already know what it is. Peace, everybody. Peace, everybody. Great face off. Hey, I wanted to ask a technical question. In that I wasn't here for the initial kickoff. Would you be able to send me a copy of this face off for posting to the channel?
Yep. It's live. So but
When
yeah, I
you're
can
done.
send you the you want me to rip it? Is that what you're saying? Send you like
You could
word
do
version?
that, or when it fully uploads to your YouTube, you could just download it and send it to my Gmail. I'll shoot you my Gmail through Humble.
Okay, yeah, that'll be the highest quality version of it. That'll work.
Appreciate you
My brother's always about the business. Love you so much.
Mhm.
already.
Yeah. So this should be good because I never did a round like that before. So you know, it's definitely different styles, and they present different different types of debates, and this would be good because that'll be more of like a quick hitting debate.
Hey, do me a favor, humble.
I'm here with it. What you need, brother?
Throw that in AI and tell it put it on a scroll or something. Or make it a
Put on
graphic
the
for me.
scroll. Got you. No problem.
And then yeah, see what you can come up with real quick so we can show the format before we hop off of here. But yeah, that panel is open. What was the topic? Where did we end off at?
Does the Bible take power from women?
Oh, I know that. I know the topic of the debate, but y'all took it so many different places in the whole discussion.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Y'all were talking about women warrior tribes, hunter gatherers. Y'all were kicking some knowledge.
Women getting buried with shovels and all. That's interesting. You know. But where's the practicality in that? Why? And I'm not questioning it. Why would you bury your tools with yourself? And what does that really say? But these Westerners, some of these anthropologists, they be getting full of that booger sugar, and they be, just coming up with all type of stuff.
I feel like I missed something and I came back to booger sugar.
I don't know how we got on that.
Nah, just talking about, how a lot of anthropologists and paleontologists, they get some information, in all of these halls of higher learning amongst $1 million of equipment full of that booger sugar, postulating all type of conclusions. That's what I was saying. Because, how can you get that it was an egalitarian society from what people was buried with? It's a lot of, assuming.
Well, you can look at what comes later. Have you ever seen a king's burial versus a peasant's burial?
Yeah.
Most of the times, right? Most of the times, people with no status get group burials. That is a presentation of status. How you are buried. It was one of the first forms of, spirituality and us understanding death and remembrance.
Yeah.
It's the
Nah,
first form
yeah.
of culture. So, like, when you go from a time where everybody's getting equal burials, and then out of nowhere, some people are getting lavish burials, and some people are getting man-made graves with 30 other people in it, you can tell that there's a social hierarchy now.
Well,
That's how archaeologists do that.
you definitely see social stratification in burials, but as far as if you can determine whether if it was an egalitarian or matriarchal or patriarchal society, just because they were buried with the same amount of ornaments, that's kind of like of a stretch if you don't have any additional information to put forth that theory. you know
There's a whole lot. It's like books on books on books on this information. That's just one.
like just the biological and physiognomy. I can't even say, I always talk about, but it's the woman isn't structured to be on call 24/7, which is because it's when we're looking at society, we're looking at what's the best. So if you have a society such as being led by a woman, that's cool, big ups. But the competitor, they're not going to be led by a woman, so they're going to be on call 24/7. Whereas a woman, sometimes, the Bible, we call it her cycle, her menstruation, and it's when she's unclean. So, the Bible recognizes that it's certain things a woman can't do during that time, but it's just a fact of the matter that she can't. So just the conduciveness of it all speaks to men being leaders, whereas women can't. They can't take on that role. That's just one of the reasons.
Right, but like before, your social hierarchy and well, really before your patriarchal system, menstruation was not seen as a hindrance. It was actually seen as a connection with God. It's the proof that we are the true creators and we are the building life, because
Right.
a woman cannot be able to create life without the menstruation. So it was actually seen as symbolic, before
Right.
y'all came around and started calling us unclean for our biological nature. It's a part of what you do to be able to subjugate us, to use our biology against us.
Right.
When before
So
it used to be,
right. So you're attacking my belief and not what I just said. Because if you
what are
was
you
to
talking
attack what
about?
I
I'm talking
just
about the menstruation that you were
right.
talking about.
So if you was to address what I said, you would have like basically not said what you said. So what I said was I didn't say which what I'm saying is that whether you think it's unclean, whether you call it whatever you want to ascribe to it, that reason prevented women from being accessible 30 every day of the month. They couldn't be. Like they physically couldn't perform as they would when they were not on their cycle.
So
That was
women
the
don't go to
point. That
work
was
on
the
their
point of my
cycle?
discussion.
Women don't go to work on their cycle?
Some of them do, but there's sometimes when they're balled up in a corner and be cramped up. Like their body is going through a change. They're just I'm not even just going to attempt to tell you what's going on.
Right, you are
You
about
know,
to
you're
explain to me the
I was about
menstrual
to give you the
cycle.
game. I was about to give you
No,
the
you
game,
know,
but
you what you was gonna try to do was explain a menstrual cycle to a 37
yeah,
year old
that would
woman.
have been wild. That would have
That's
been
what you
wild.
was
I
about to
must say
do.
that would have been crazy. That would have been crazy. But yeah, it's just like y'all can't, y'all gotta like put yourself away, and you wanna like say the Bible is being wrong for just identifying that, but that's what they're doing. They're
Right.
identifying something that's clearly evident.
Can I cut
No,
in a
what
little
it's
bit?
doing is creating an oppression. But go ahead.
So, we're all a little bit sophisticated here, right? I could perhaps name a bunch of circumstances where that's, and I'm a hyper literal brother, right? So, I'm pretty sure, when I don't know, let's just pick a name, Hillary Clinton, Condoleezza Rice, pretty sure that when they're in the Congress and Senate and government, they're not running balled up in a corner. I get your point in that they may be undergoing pain, but the show must go on. We all have biological functions. I'm pretty sure if you were, I don't know, if you had the bubble guts, you wouldn't be able to perform 24/7. You know what I'm saying? That's just there are aspects of what we do, but I think the acronym or the acknowledgement of that they're just balled up in the corner is somewhat unrealistic. Women serve in the military, women do a variety of functions, and I think you're postulating a rationale that you can't technically equivalate or relate to based off of what you might have seen by individuals who do that. Not everybody does that. Some people pull up their big girl pants and get the job done.
Yeah, nah, definitely in these days and times, women can definitely be whatever they want to say, whatever they want to be. I'm just gonna put it like that. But the point I'm making, I'm coming from a natural standpoint. Like when we're looking at evolution, survival of the fittest, their nature is going for the advantage. So if you're a woman and if you just so happen naturally to be a leader of men, there's going to be competition that's not going to have your disadvantages when it comes to being able to lead men. And one of those disadvantages is that you're not going to be on call 24/7. Now, everybody has an injury, everybody, get bubble guts, but I'm talking about something that is systematic, something that you can set your watch to, something that's constant until she's, in her older years. So I'm not talking about today, because today this society was built on men being the leaders. So now we're ensconced in an environment where we can postulate and not even postulate, but where we can perform duties such as a woman being president because the infrastructure was laid down by men. That's what I'm saying.
Let me just say this. I think that it's hilarious that there's not enough information to tell social hierarchy from burials, but there's enough information out there to tell this man how hunter and gatherers were during their periods.
Well, I don't believe in hunter gatherers.
That
Again,
shit goes
I don't think
crazy.
we was walking around for 300,000 years just drawing spears and drawing stick men
No,
and not
nobody has
writing.
ever
I
said. I
refuse to
said
believe that
human.
model.
I said, hold on. I said human beings have been here for 300,000 years. Never did I say we were hunter gatherers for 300,000 years. That's one. Secondly, when I say this comparison, you said that it's hard for me to be able to tell egalitarian societies based on the little information that we had back then. But you can tell me how men saw the menstrual cycle and how women were conducting business underneath their menstrual cycle during that same period.
No, that's a
That's what
fact.
you're saying? How do
No,
you know this information? Where do
that
you get it from?
well, they're actually. It's funny you mention that. There are actually sources where some of the Akan Ohemas, when it, we do have stories of them showing extraordinary courage, but there were instances where they specifically said they're on their cycle, they can't go out to war. So we can see a literal instance of that happening. And besides the fact that we just know, like, women, period, that when they get on their period, they can't do, like, yeah,
So can I ask a question, Gideon?
yeah, of course,
Do you
brother.
know
But before
who?
you ask the question, let me just say this.
Mhm.
You like to jump around in situations. When you're talking about the Akan people, obviously you're not talking about the hunter gatherers that I'm talking about from 300,000 years ago with the burial sites that we were saying were egalitarian societies. In those societies, in egalitarian societies, are you saying that those men and women sat women down because they had their menstrual cycle? Is that what you're saying? And then what
I'm
source
s-
do you have to push that?
I'm saying you're presenting a ghost. It's nowhere where we see
Exactly.
an
So
egalitarian society
excuse
where
me,
I can
sir.
make that where I can draw data from. I just don't see
Right,
one.
but this is the thing. When I'm making my points about the egalitarian society, there's no information. But then you will come up and never even read a book about these societies and try to make an assertion about these people not without knowledge, which is crazy to me.
Because
You
I
literally
haven't ran
hold
across.
on, hold on. You literally sat here and was talking about menstrual cycles and how in this time period women weren't able to hunt with the other men because believe you're talking about hunter gatherer societies, not the Akan people that you're talking about that are living right now. Correct?
Right.
So
Yeah,
you
because
keep on
I'm going
bouncing.
to
You're
actual
using
sources. So I
no,
had to
you're
go to the
not
account
going
people
to
because it's
sources
no source
talking.
material on
You're
what you're
not
talking about.
talking about no, that's not true.
You're basically talking
You
about Thundar the
you
Barbarian, like, for
you
real.
don't know the history. And instead of just humbling yourself and saying that you don't know hunter gatherer societies because you just said that you don't even believe that we were in that state, but yet you are making assumptions
So
about
present
that
the
same
information.
time. That's what the debate is about. What you think I'm about to give
You
you
haven't
the
brought not
information?
one
You
piece,
you think I'm about to give you information without you doing your own due diligence? Do your own studying, brother.
my sister. There's
E-
nowhere.
Exactly,
There's
exactly,
there's
exactly.
nowhere where there
I
was
bet.
a female king
Why would who is
when there
ever
was men
making that?
around.
You keep on making straw man arguments. When have I ever said that there was a woman king? When have I ever said any of the
We're
things that
speaking on
you are
power.
trying to push?
We're speaking on power.
I'm
The
speaking
power the
of
power of
conducting.
men, the power of men is to lead groups of men. When you lead groups of men, men are married.
You know what's
So
crazy?
therefore you're
It's
leading the
really.
men and the women.
I'm sorry, and I'm not saying this about you. I'm not saying this about you. But the Bible be giving gay sometimes. Well, all of this man on man leadership is giving gay. But I'm sorry, humble. I'm gonna leave it there.
So
Okay, so
Gideon, I was
when you're
hold on one
fighting in your
second.
war, it's all men. So if you want to say that's gay, I mean, like I said, your westernized like talking points is yeah.
So okay, Gideon, are you familiar with the Kush Roman War from 2500 or from 25 to 21 BCE?
With the statue of Mark Anthony head under the throne, yeah.
All right. That's all I'm gonna ask you, bro.
Mhm.
Was it matter of fact, I'm gonna ask you this. On the side of Kush, was there a man? Was it a man who led that war
Which one?
for Kush? On the
With the
side of Kush,
Kandakis?
was it a man who was the king of Kush who led the war against Rome in 25 to 21 BCE?
No, that was the Kandaki.
That was the who?
That was the Kandaki, the Candace.
All right, who was that?
That was the queen.
That okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. We definitely had some powerful queen rulers. I'm not saying that, but my whole
You
thing
think she
is
was on you think when she was in battle, was there ever a time that she was in battle that she was on her period, that she had to turn around and go home because she was on her period?
well, I don't know, because there's some women, that can go, and have no pain. But the average woman, she's having pain. She's gonna experience cramps. But as we see, these are not ordinary women, especially when we look at our Israelite sisters, Kahina and Judith, from Ethiopia and Algeria, respectively. So, they definitely was some extraordinary women, and they wouldn't let a thing like, a menstrual cycle stop them. But like I said, I've read some African records where women literally said they cannot go out to confront the men because they're on their cycle. Hence, that's something a man he can't say. Matter of fact, we have, through the millennia, developed some weird thoughts towards our integrity and our honor. So, we couldn't live with ourselves if we did that. A real man couldn't. And I hate if I sound firm, but like I said, in these days and times when a grown man can look you in your face and tell you that his name is Nancy, we need to get some type of structure. We need to get back to our African cultural traditions and heritage that's rooted in the Most High. Other than that, you gonna be a 34-year-old thinking you're a giraffe next. So
But the Most
it's
High and the Bible is not of African stock. It's
no,
of
it definitely is.
It's of Middle Eastern Mesopotamian stock. That's why the Garden of Eden is in Mesopotamia with the Tigris and the Euphrates and the fake Pishon and Gideon rivers. Like that's
Right.
why it's there.
Yeah.
So what are you
Nah.
talking about it being indigenous to Africa?
Yeah. Nah. That would not be true. But
How is it
let's just
true? How is
let's
how is it in
yeah.
Africa?
Right. Let's just grant you that. Okay, let's just grant you that, right? Let's say it did start in the Middle East. You
It
do
did
know
start.
those were black people in those areas, right? You do
They
know
were
that
they were
you do
mixed
know
with Ethiopian
Sumeria.
Arabs.
You do know Samaria is just another name for Cush. You do know that, right?
The original people of
Of
Samaria are
Sumer,
not
the black
the
the black headed
original
people.
the original people of that area is not the people that you're talking about. Right? You're talking about people of Mesopotamia, the ones that had already intermixed with the Indo-Iranians that had came in and gave y'all that whole father,
Who are
pater,
The
all of
Indo-Iranians
that.
aren't even around at that time.
At what time? At the time of the earliest Sumerians?
Right.
What?
Yeah, Iran wasn't even a word back then. So what are you talking about?
Okay, so let me just say the people from the steppe. Does that make you feel better?
The people from the steppe. Who are you talking about?
This is what I be saying. Like, you're not ready for me.
Right.
You're
Yeah.
not ready for
So
me.
yeah, I'm
You are
sorry that
not
you know,
ready for
sister.
me.
Yeah, all the Sumerians were black people. So even if you were
Are
to
the
even if
Are
you
the
was to
Sumerians the
postulate,
ones?
even
Are
if
the
you was to
Sumerians the
postulate
ones
that they
that?
came from the Middle East, it's still black stock. The
No, it's
Israelites are
not.
still what we
No,
would
it's not.
call
They got
Sub-Saharan
mixed in
Negro.
with those Indo-Iranian people, right? The people that come from the steppe that came
Again,
through with their with
again, Indo-Iranian.
with
What is that?
pastoralization.
Right.
They came through a pastoralization. They came through with horses and chariots and all of these things. Came through, killed a lot of the men, kept and mated with the women, and then here popped out Mesopotamia and all of this Father God and all of this other BS, and y'all bringing that stuff over to Africa as if that's indigenous African, and it's not. It's not. That's why all of the rivers start in Mesopotamia. And even if you are trying to claim that these early people were dark skinned people, they could absolutely be dark skinned people, but they ain't Africans. They were there too long. They were inhabiting the land. They were into new DNA codes and things like that. Like, miss me, sir. You tried it though. And don't even forget the Antolians. What is that? What they're called? The um the Anatolian people that came through and was mixing in with all of those people. Those people ain't black or ain't African no more.
Yeah,
And
you just got up. Yeah.
it's just a sad stretch at Africa because y'all know y'all not in Africa with this damn religion. Y'all know y'all not there. That's why y'all starting to try to say that the Pishon and the Gideon, that's encompassing Kush and all this other stuff when there's no rivers that connects Mesopotamia to Africa to Kush or Egypt at all. Like y'all are full of it. And instead of just really coming home and really embracing the African roots, y'all trying to keep this other people stuff. It's
But
crazy.
the African roots are full of patrilineal kingdoms and systems. It's very few egalitarian and matriarchal systems in Africa.
Now
Not even in the past. The
we
ones we see
have
now,
established
the
that
ones
you
we
don't
see
know that
now were formed during colonialism.
like
Yeah,
which one?
like
Gideon,
the Akan.
Gideon, can I ask you another question, Gideon?
Yes,
Who
sir.
is Hatshepsut?
Who is who?
Who is Hatshepsut?
That was Moses's stepmother.
Okay. And what do we know about
When?
Hatshepsut?
What's that?
Archaeologically and anthropology wise, what do we know about her?
What we have, from what I know, they have her tomb. They have. Let me think on this. They have her tomb, which shows her expedition to Punt.
And
Uh,
she was what?
she was a woman.
No, you know she ruled Kemet, bro. What you talking about?
Oh
I
yeah,
just
yeah.
brought
She
out
ruled
two
Kemet.
females. I
Yeah,
just brought out two females who was the rulers of major kingdoms in history.
yeah. She ruled Kemet. Yeah, she
So
definitely did.
you can't say that even in the past, before the democracy, that we didn't see women ruling. We had some powerful women ruling back then.
Yeah, just like with the Bible, we had instances where women ruled, but that wasn't the norm. Just like it was the case in Egypt.
What
You see what
woman
I'm saying?
So
was ruling in
this
the
is the
Bible?
thing, right? This is the thing. And when you don't understand where patriarchy comes from, you'll never understand why all of this shit doesn't matter, right? Because
Where does it come from?
patriarchy literally started two separate ways. We have patriarchy that comes out of agriculture and we have patriarchy that comes out of pastoralism. And both what they both have in common is the ownership of land or ownership of property, right? And when you start to own property, you want to protect said property, which makes perfect sense, right? But a lot of the times they use women to be able to solidify these spaces, right? So in
Is that the
pastoralism,
Bible or
you
just
will
the natural
have
way of things?
in pastoralism, you will have, a man who wants to marry a woman but can't because he needs to have the certain amount of cattle because it costs a certain amount of cattle to be able to marry this woman. And we try to pretend like this is, normal and just passing on, but in reality, this is an exchange between two patriarchs, which is the man and the father, buying a daughter. That's what's happening. And it didn't happen like that before pastoralization, before agriculture. It didn't happen like that. So this idea, like, and it's impossible to happen like that because during hunter and gatherer societies, they didn't have the capacity to surplus food. That's why you don't see storehouses and all of this other stuff. Everything was given equally. Like the things that you gathered or hunted was usually the same things that you ate that same day. So there's no point of having these things. And then on top of that, they would migrate with the herds. They would migrate with the seasons. They would migrate with the plants. So how could you be able to migrate constantly when you have all of this surplus, luggage to take with you? They didn't have that stuff.
Right.
So
Right.
just off of the social standings of the culture, what you're talking about is false.
Okay.
So when Hunter,
Real fast, y'all. Before y'all get into it, I want to give a shout out to Natural Living for the $10 donation. We appreciate you. Thank you for your engagement in the comments. Keep doing your thing. Go ahead, y'all.
Thank
Back.
you.
yeah, no, I'm good.
Like we just gotta be careful with mixing up biblical history and actual history because a lot of y'all like to use biblical history as if it's a real telling of a history. Like y'all got archaeological evidence and paleontologists and all this stuff. Y'all stuff is being debated to this day. Y'all don't even recognize that y'all still in stories. And until y'all can recognize that y'all still in stories, like I don't even know, like y'all be lying to yourself about your own stuff and then y'all come out into like the science realm and trying to tell us what's happening here, knowing good and damn well you ain't never studied outside what you already know.
What story we stole? That'll be
All of
interesting.
them.
All of
All
them.
of them. All of them. All of them.
Wow, that's
So
crazy. I've heard
I'm
that
not gonna say
claim made
all
a
of
lot of
them.
times, but I've never seen the evidence. But there's
No,
always
you've
there's
seen
always
the
hope.
evidence because you've had the conversations with people. What you meant to say is you ignore the evidence because it doesn't suit your needs. That's the difference.
Nah,
Because I can concede,
plagiarism is
right?
pretty matter of
I can
fact.
concede to you a couple of times when you corrected me when, oh, it wasn't great. It was actually, if he finessed the daughter. Okay, fine. That's your story. Great. Right? But y'all can't do that same thing. Y'all can't go inside and this is going to be a part of my debate, right? Y'all can't even see the parallels between y'all Bible and the Baal cycle. Y'all can't see the parallels between y'all story and the Anana story. Y'all can't see y'all parallels between Jesus and Dionysus and Sophia. Y'all just don't see it because y'all don't want to because God told y'all to stay away from that tree of knowledge. And then y'all come in here trying to be knowledgeable when God told you not to be.
All right, I'm gonna tell you this one time. Don't waste your time on a whole bunch of nothing now. Like stick to your point. You only got 3 rounds, 12 minutes, so don't go all the way around the universe trying to prove a point that's right there in front of us.
Brother, you need to
Keep
worry about
busting them up, Sister Issa Queen. Keep
you
busting
need
them
to
up.
worry about you. Don't
Dad,
worry
you
about
need
me and my
help,
brother.
humble.
You need some milk. And we not gonna pretend like we
Yeah.
don't. Okay?
I can't wait to see y'all get in the ring, bro. It's gonna be a
They
dope.
need some milk. That panel is open. Come on up, everybody. Why y'all scared now? Pull up. Let me drop that link. I was over here working on this flyer and finishing the animation for their debate.
Yeah,
Here we go.
but it is interesting, you know. Sister did say she lived in a paleontology, the Paleolithic era in her head. So, you know, it's a lot of quest for fire. I'm quite sure a lot of people don't remember that movie, but yeah, man, that's interesting. So in these Paleolithic times when they was hunter and gatherers, who was staying home with the children? Or was the children coming too? They was hunting too, or
Oh, see, this is how I know you not of African stock. You never heard of a village? It takes a village to raise a child.
right.
You never heard of that? So sometimes when women would hunt, they would leave their babies with other mothers or barren women or the elders or some men that are unable to hunt, right? Or some men who were actual gatherers.
Yeah,
Woo! Look at that. Because at
right.
one point, it took a village to raise a child. It
So
wasn't just one
the
child.
women are leaving the children with women or men that can't go hunt. Hmm.
Did I
Yeah,
say
my
that?
point exactly.
So what's your point? What's the point?
My point is when we looking at the oh shit.
Yeah, the point is, it goes by what you're good at. And if women were good at hunting, ain't nobody was going to tell her not to because guess what? They want to eat. Eating was more important than that. And, there was a whole village there or a whole clan there that, not every single woman wanted to hunt. I'm not speaking for every single woman going out there and hunting. I'm just speaking for the women that wanted to. Some women like gathering. Some women likes just staying at home. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And while your ass is staying at home, please watch my baby while I go get all of us some food.
Yeah. Now I'm just speaking more or less of the natural progression of things. Like, people aren't trying to prove a point back then. They're just trying to be as efficient as they can. So it would be more efficient for the women to stay home with the children because they are better teachers and better nurturers than men are. So that's why I
My
say
father would disagree.
on a hunter gatherer model, it's even hard for me to envision what you're talking about. Like I don't know how they, like I said, I don't subscribe to that model. So I you know I'm not going to say there's evidence of governments being ran in hunter gatherer societies to where you can make that claim. I don't know, it may exist, but you
Was
know
Adam a hunter?
no, I'm
'Cause
saying records of their
no,
government.
I know I'm asking like during the time of the Garden of Eden. Let's pretend like this is a real place for a second. And before y'all got cursed to toil the land or however God said it,
Right.
wasn't y'all just gathering food
Right.
from
Correct.
fruits? Because obviously Eve was picking fruits, right?
Right.
Right.
We was
So
gatherers.
how
We,
in
we,
that
we weren't hunters. We were
so how
just
you were
gatherers.
just gatherers, right? So
Right.
how are we saying that we don't subscribe to the hunter gatherer ideology or system or whatever you called
Again,
it when it's
again,
literally
again,
in
your methodology is
Genesis?
flawed. You
Like what you
must
just said is
again.
in
You
Genesis.
just can't go. You just can't go with something because you want to. Issa Queen.
What are you talking about? I asked
Right.
you questions.
A gathering society is vastly different than a hunter-gatherer society. So you
What's
can't
the,
make
the
that
difference?
comparison. You can't make that
One
comparison.
is hunting and one isn't. That's the difference.
right, when you're dealing with a hunter-gatherer society, you're dealing with people hunting. When you're dealing with a gathering society, people don't have to hunt. And if you're
Right.
going by the biblical narrative, you're dealing with a whole yeah, it's
Right. So you're dealing with a gatherer. That's
right,
what you're dealing with, a
right.
gatherer. So how and then do you say that you don't believe in hunter gatherers if you already got half of it in your story?
Because I don't believe the other half.
So you don't believe that hunter. So what are we arguing about when it comes down to women hunting if you don't even believe that men hunted?
No, exactly. Which is why
So
I'm
men wasn't
saying
hunting?
you're gonna have me fighting ghosts because what you're ascribing to or what you're saying should be, it has never been. You
So
have to
men
go.
so
You
men
have to
don't
go
hunt.
way to the Dryads period to show any type of women being what you say they are. When we go to the written record, there's no historical evidence showing what you claim. It's just,
So
and
there's
then
no
for you to
written
say that the
record
Bible,
of.
and
See,
for you
see,
to
you
say
keep
that the
on
Bible
talking. You
takes
keep
the
on double
power.
talking. You just had a whole conversation with Humble about how Kandake Amarinus was real, how Hatshepsut is real, about how Queen Nzinga is real, about like all of these women are real,
Yeah,
right?
those are rare
The homie
exceptions.
tribe, the homie women warriors, those are real. The Amazonian
Those were
women
rare
warriors, those are
exceptions.
real. Those are real. All of these the Native American hunter women, those are real. All of these women are real. But then when it comes down to saying, "Oh yeah, women were doing these things," it's like, no, I can't believe that none of these things were happening. Like what? That
Right.
makes no sense. Like you're
Again,
talking out of both sides of your face.
you're all over the place. It's a queen. It's a queen.
That's
You're
what
all over.
your point sounds like.
Right.
I was repeating you. If I sound like I'm all over the place, imagine what I'm listening to.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because
Like I
when we
literally repeated what you said, and now you're saying that I'm all over the place.
right. Yeah. Because like I said,
Amazing.
you're presenting an argument with no evidence. Like there's nowhere. Like I haven't seen it. Like the
So that means
conditions,
it's nowhere because you haven't
the
seen it.
environment, like the environment you're describing. Like I'm waiting to see it. I can't wait for the debate.
Me
And then
too. I cannot wait for the debate
in
either, so I
in,
could school
in
you on the things that happened before 6,000 years ago, because apparently that's when you think the planet happened.
right. All that's postulation, but hey,
Mhm.
we all can hope. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But I want to see how you're gonna lay it out that the Bible is taking the power from women. I would like to see that, and I would like to see you not commit any fallacies while doing it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
when I start equating, these laws, when I start giving you these scriptures and showing how they use these scriptures to create laws that oppress women, I would love to see what your rebuttal would be like.
Right. Nice, nice. All right.
And I'm gonna just give you one. I'm gonna just give you one. Look up coverture laws, and I know you know what covet means.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, look at those laws and see if you tell me if that wasn't used to oppress women.
Okay. What verse that is?
I just said look up coverture laws.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, if I could just insert a technical comment here. Well, firstly, I wanted to say the Dora Milaje from Black Panther, those are fake. Um, I don't need you to send me the video. I was able to connect it to our YouTube, so I think we're live. Just wanted to let you know that. Thank you, though.
Oh, but you won't be able to get it from like it's where you started it at is what you'll have on your page. So I'll
I
still
was going
send
to
the
ask you
full
that. I
video
was
for
going to
you.
ask you that. Thank you.
I
I'll
got
say
you.
appreciate it.
Yeah, so drop your email in the private chat for me. Gotcha.
And let me just say this for the person in the comments, right? You wouldn't be able to use scriptures that wasn't there. So if there is a scripture that says a woman cannot do this, and then somebody takes that scripture and then make it into a law, that is a part of the Bible's issue and the Bible being used to take away the power of women. That's literally what that's doing. So you don't get to have all of these scriptures in there that tells women to be subjugated to men and then look at the law that follows what the Bible says and then say, well, that don't got nothing to do with us. Because in that way, then why would we sit here and say, the slave Bible was helping us to stay enslaved, right? Like the fact that the church used to sanction the slave ships to go to Africa and take people and bring them somewhere else. That is what the institution is doing. And what I'm not about to do is try to separate the book from the institution, because the institution upholds the book, and the book was written by people.
So
I'm
let
not
me
about to
ask
play with
let me
y'all.
ask, let me ask you this, and I'm again, like I said, this part of your methodology isn't erratic, it's just unsound. And let me show you how. So if Radio Shack made a book on how to make a computer, right? This is your line of reasoning. If Radio Shack made a book on how to make a computer, nobody would say that book is evil. But if somebody took that book, made a computer on how to oppress women and oppressed women with that, that's your line of reasoning.
No, that's not.
So
That's what
you
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 heard.
cannot you cannot hold that book on how to make computers on what that person did. That's why I say that's unsound. That's
No,
problematic.
no, 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 no,
You
no,
can't
no,
do
because
that.
that's not what I said. So pay
That's
attention.
basically what you're saying.
Pay attention so you can understand what I said, right? And I'm going to use your example. So if somebody made a book about building computers, and inside the book they say women are not allowed to touch these computers. Women are not allowed to come into the room where computers are. Women are not allowed to program computers. Women are not allowed to do all of those things. And then somebody built a computer and put those rules inside of the computer. Yes, I will blame the book, because that's what the Bible does. The Bible creates the rules, and then we, in turn, create a society to uphold the rules. I'm not about to play with you about this.
Again, once again, you're taking it completely out of context. I was just trying to simplify it, but okay, so what you're doing now, so all right, the computer, the book that you have, right? That speaks on computers. Now, the book that you're talking about, as far as like the Bible or whatever verse you're saying, like you, first of all, I would have to see it because I just don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, I'm kind of getting yeah,
Yeah,
we could
it be seeming like you blind a little bit.
yeah, we could yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's seeming like you have selective seeing.
Nah, I'm not. But you
Hmm.
just saying some interesting things. I really don't want to say too much, but
Hmm. But just recognize that inside of the computer book, it
Yep.
has rules about what women should and should not be doing.
Real quick, we have Sergeant Waters to the stage, a debater in the league. How you feeling, Sergeant Waters? You may know him as Leandre
Yeah.
McBride. He recently took down King Naga in the debate. Um, was the killing of Alex Pretty justified? And be looking for this one that got rescheduled coming back up soon.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not Let's entertain.
You came out here to show me your tears. What's wrong? Tell me.
Man, that intro's fire as fuck, bro.
You have the floor, Sergeant Waters. Appreciate you.
I'm not
Sergeant
hungry.
Waters, are you there?
You don't get to just cry in front of me. You hungry?
Sergeant Waters, you're unmuted, but we can't hear anything.
Somebody got a hot mic.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's
Nah, you good. Feeding the children is a lovely thing, you know.
This boy greedy.
Okay, how about now?
great. I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, sorry, it was connected to the wrong thing. Yeah, so that was me in the comments. Notes from the underground. I heard some of the stuff that was with respect to the Bible, and even some historical stuff that were historical blunders. And so I just want to comment. Like I said, I think that that there is a major difference in talking about biblical laws and biblical principles. It's sort of worldview and that sort of thing versus its application. And then I know there was like a reference like the slave Bible and stuff like that, which is kind of interesting, considering actual history counters, I think, what was the sort of framing that was given with respect to the Bible and slavery and enslavement. But yeah, I think that, that if you're going to have a debate on that topic, again, my advice would be to bridge a gap between. So I think because it's going to come down to methods of interpretation. So it's does the Bible on its own terms do what it is that you're saying it does versus how it's simply applied. There's also the people who even in modern society now use the Bible in a myriad of ways, and we certainly doesn't seem logically would conclude that they're all using it properly. And so some people are going to have a justification of the Bible, and they're going to say it's and they're going to give the justification that the person's going to do so. I don't think they can all be right, and I think that if we sort of assume that there's some intent of the author or authors of the Bible, then we need to figure out what the author's intent was, and then we may have an example of misuse of it. But to say that to put that on the Bible is going to be there's a gap there that I'm just if you do cover the topic, I hope that you can bridge that gap, at least for me.
Issa Kween, you're muted if you're trying to respond.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to school you too, because I feel like that we don't know as much information as we think we know, especially when it comes to like how laws were constructed in these earlier times, and how the Bible was used to construct said laws. So if the scripture wasn't there to put the oppression into place, then I wouldn't even be talking about this. I would be talking about the law in itself, right? But there is a connection between how people read the Bible and how they wanted to enforce that into the world. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm speaking to, right? And then even within the text, when you go from having a spirituality that is dualistic with the Queen of Heaven and the Most High being together, and then you erase the Queen of Heaven, and then you put the women in a subordinate role underneath the man, and then on top of that, you literally in the Old Testament force women to no longer pray to the goddess and force them to pray to the Most High. That is in the text.
Yeah, so one of the things when you talk about schooling me, maybe you and I should have a debate on this. One of my areas of specialty is in the development specifically of American constitutional law. I covered this in my intro to my debate with King Naga. So you won't be schooling me. Everything that you said was just wrong, including the history of laws in Israel. So you won't be schooling me. If you do decide to show up, you will be getting schooled instead. Because that was all actually incorrect, whether it was about the history of laws in Israel and their religious practices and that sort of thing like that, as well as the development of American constitutional law. You have all of that wrong 100%. And so, so whenever you have class, let me know, and then I'll show up and I'll take over teaching.
Right, like I said, I will be able to school you because what you said is that you don't specialize in women's history at all. You spoke about American history and laws, you spoke about Israelite history and laws, but you never spoke about women. And women have their own special history that, intertwines and are interwoven into there, but has a separate story that isn't being told. So, what really it is, and it's okay to be schooled when you don't know certain things. It's not going to go against how you are. And I'm still going to see you as an intellectual brother. So breathe easy. It's not that deep.
Yeah. So, but again, but what I didn't hear you speak of there was any knowledge of the development of American constitutional law and history, which is what you appeal to. And when you talked about the history of Israel. And so those two things are going to be relevant to talk about either of those two topics. And so I've taken women's studies. I did so in my undergrad. I've taken women's study and women's history. So I know the particular talking points, at least from an undergraduate level. But what I will say is, though, is what's going to be relevant, though, is not just things that are filtered through the lens of conflict theory, which is what feminism is. That's the sort of undergirding ideology, conflict theory and feminism. You learn this in pursuit of a law degree. You learn the different sort of frameworks of view, especially when people are going to law. The same thing when you're in pursuit of a history degree, different historical frameworks. So I know that those sorts of theories fail on a historical front because they provide one single mode of analysis for examining more complex issues of history. And so when you use that sort of explanation that you just did, it's going to fall flat on its face fast. And that's why those theories aren't respected in the field of history. That is not how American history was built. That's not how American law was built. Okay. And so you may say, hey, in women's studies, they say women were oppressed in all of these times and in all of these different points. Well, that's going to be your particular opinion. That's going to be based on largely second and third wave feminism. But yeah, so like when you let me know when you have class, I also was a philosophy major as well. I'm very familiar with all of the avenues and stuff you're going to try to go. It will not work. But yeah, you let me know when you get some background in the history of Israel and then in the history of the development of American constitutional law, especially not through the lens of conflict theory, because it will not help you.
So again, I will say to you again, and I love the fact that you keep on bringing up American history when literally I only mentioned it once as a flippant remark, as an example on American slavery. The conversation has been in Neolithic, Paleolithic times the entire time I've been here. So you're actually in the wrong era when we're having this conversation, right? That's one. Secondly, you also are not speaking to the historical accuracy of the laws that were specifically put onto women. I don't think that you know that, right? I don't think that you know that at all. I think that you are probably very learned in white women's history, and I'm glad that you know a lot of white women. But in all reality, I talk about black people and I talk about black women and I talk about our oppression. And I feel as though you're coming from a white man's kind of version of what feminism is. And be very clear, you're talking about America, right?
Yeah. So I just
because I wasn't talking about America for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, so I wasn't just talking about America, hence I said Israel. And I don't know if you've seen a map recently, but Israel is not in America. And so when I pointed out to you that you don't have any backing in the history of Israel, which is what you appeal to, and then so when talking about how this stuff was applied, so as I said, if you want to have a discussion on this with anyone, you need to bridge a gap between what the Bible is actually meaning to communicate and then showing that its proper application resulted in oppression. And you had a leap between there, and especially when dealing with American law and Protestantism and their ways of viewing and interpreting the laws. This comes up in when you're in the pursuit of history, you start looking at intellectual history and how sort of things were the ideology behind things. So again, you seem to be bothered by the fact that I mentioned America, which is what you mentioned. Now, I've been listening for some time, but like I said, everything that you said was incorrect. I jumped on because of what you said with respect to the Bible, and then you talked about slavery, all areas which I didn't hear you mentioning having any study in whatsoever, all areas that I do have studies in. So like I said, whenever there's class, sister, as you said, you recognize me as an intellectual brother, I recognize you as an intellectual sister, but you let me know when class is and I'll come be disruptive.
Yeah, I just want to let you know, I said I spent 2 minutes on American history, and the fact that you came up here with the entire dissertation about the 2-second comment that I made about American slavery and the American slave Bible is very telling to where you want to take this conversation, and it's very pointed, right? And I get it. You feel like an intellectual superior amongst whoever it is that you're talking to. And that's great. Just know that you don't talk to me often. And we'll just have the conversation when we have it.
Yeah, no, actually, I usually don't think I'm an intellectual superior in all people I talk to. I do feel that way about you and most people who are guests on this channel. But I just wanted to correct that there. Now, the other part is that if you feel that I shouldn't harp on a comment that you made, so I usually try to focus and make sure that every comment that comes out of my mouth that I can stand on and defend. You seem to be bothered by the fact that I pointed out the fact that you don't have any backing in history in any of the two things that you want to talk about. One, the history of laws in this country with respect to women's oppression, or Israel. I'm sorry, 3, or the Bible. And so I know you have no backing in that. I do, and so if it wouldn't matter,
can I ask you, how do you know that?
It wouldn't matter. It's obvious, but because of things you said, because the history of all 3 of those categories I just mentioned betrays everything that you said, and so my guess would be had an actual history in those. Well, according to me,
all right, according to you.
Someone who's qualified.
Right. I could be wrong in your.
Someone who's qualified to teach college courses on any of the topics that we're discussing right now, because my background in education makes me qualified to teach on any of the.
I think you might got to cam up, Sergeant Waters, and let us see your background.
Yeah. So let me do this. So someone qualified to teach on any of the subjects that we're discussing right now. That's who's saying it. And so if you were,
I don't think you're qualified to discuss anything that I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the simple fact of I haven't presented anything to you. This is a preliminary, right? This is not the actual debate. And I said it 4 times that I'm not going to give out any of my actual information during this conversation because I want to save it for the actual debate. But instead of understanding that, because you said you were listening, you decided to come up and try to be an intellectual superior as if I actually
there was no attempt at that.
anything, right? But at the end of the day, I don't really deal with rude people, right?
Well, there was nothing rude about anything I said.
You are being rude.
That's
and you're being rude because of the simple fact is that you're assuming that you know what I know without me even presenting anything. What you came here for was a shit back and forth conversation between 2 people hyping up whatever we're about to talk about. So you don't even have the information yet to even discuss what I'm going to say. But you're going to automatically assume I don't know the Israelite laws, I don't know the history and all of this other thing, and it's being very flippant about it, and it's rude and disrespectful.
Yeah. So this is what usually happens, right? And this is part of the problem. So one, you are completely incorrect to think that you can't state a conclusion, and I can't say that conclusion is wrong based on the evidence. That is false. If I walk into the history department, well, all of the evidence that I'm aware of. And so you don't need to present. You don't need to present. No. So now you got all of it out. You got all of it out. See, this is part of the reason why women don't get elected to the office of president.
Tell me what evidence I'm aware of, so you can make an assessment about what I know.
This is why women don't usually get elected to the office of president. On the political science. Anyway, so as I was saying, if you walked to the history department and concluded that the Holocaust, for example, didn't exist, the history professor who's sitting there talking to you does not need to wait for you to list all the evidence. Because of the fact that I'm already aware of all the evidence stuff that's out there, I can already say that your conclusion is false. If you walk to a doctor's office and said that cancer doesn't exist, the oncologist does not need to wait to see your evidence to say that. Because of the amount of available evidence that's likewise, when you make the sorts of statements that you say about American law and right, and
what did I say about American law?
So again, I'm still in the middle of talking. I don't know how we're both talking same
because
time.
I want to know what I said about American law.
You're showing why it is that people don't typically elect women to be president. And
I'm glad that you're here to show your chauvinism.
400 years.
I'm glad that you're here to show your chauvinism.
Hey, Juan, can I say something?
What did I say about American law?
I'm listening.
What did I say about American law?
Hey, I just want to say this real quick.
No.
No, I just want to say this.
What did I say about American law?
Hold on real quick. We are going to pass it around. Who is that, Draco over there?
Yeah.
What's up, Draco? Let's let Draco get in real quick.
I just would love to know what I said about American law, but you go right ahead, brother.
I don't want no smoke with none of them. I'm letting them get it right now. I'm just waiting to add value when I can. I'm gonna let them get it, man. They're getting to it.
Okay.
Right. Can the brother repeat what I said about American law tonight?
I was trying to break it up, but go ahead.
Can the
I
brother
just want to
repeat
say
what I
this,
said?
man. 'Cause
No, can the brother
hold on, East.
repeat what I said about American law? Because what I don't like is people who come up and make straw man arguments where they start to have a
There was no
conversation
straw man.
about
No,
what I said, and I didn't say that. So please tell me what I said
Well,
about
there was no
American
straw man.
law.
The quip about the laws that led to the oppression of women here, and likewise we talk about the slave Bible. Both of those things had to do with American law. Both those things had to do with American law. And what you said about that is
So coverture law started in America, or did it start in Europe?
what?
Did coverture law start in America or Europe?
Oh, so that definitely began in England. Coverture laws are from England.
Exactly. That's what
Well, what does that have to?
that's literally the only laws that I mentioned.
No, you talked about.
I said something about
you were
the
full of
slave
it.
Bible.
You were absolutely
I
full of
said
it.
something about
You're
the
absolutely
slave
full of it.
Bible, and then I talked about coverture laws. That was it. That's the only thing. I said
You're full of
something
it.
about Native American hunter and gatherer women. I said, like, what are you talking about? I don't know what presentation. I don't know.
This
what
is usually the
thing you
part.
were
Yeah, I know. Listen. You really want to
Exactly.
explain what I said, but the problem is that there's playback in this recording. But like
That's
I said,
what I
listen.
thought.
You let me know when class is, and I'll show up.
Hey, I just want to say
In the
this.
comments.
I just
Make
hold
sure
on. I just want to say
make sure
this.
you stay in the back.
It's
Oh yeah,
a
you
lot of
probably want me
things-
to stay in the back.
Yeah, because
it's
you're
a lot
rude.
of-
I don't talk to rude people. I don't
It's
talk
a
to
lot of-
people who decide that they are my superior off of just a meeting. That's very
No, this
weird
wasn't just a meeting.
behavior.
This is my
That
first time
was
interacting.
very
I thought I was
weird
superior the first
behavior.
time we talked.
Right,
hold
you're being weird, right? And I
on.
don't appreciate it.
Hold on.
You're being weird. And like I said,
Hey, Juan.
when I start
You
being
have to forgive
rude
me.
and disrespectful, people like to call me a misandrist. But when a man does it, it's nice and funny and placated.
Well, usually,
So
if I was
have a
if
good
I was
time
with
with
any
you,
of the
brother.
men up
I'm
here,
not
they
going.
would
I'm
tell
not
you-
going to stoop to your level and decide to do a mudslinging thing with
You
you
can't stoop to my level from above me.
because at the end of the day, you obviously had an agenda about coming up here and thinking that I was
I
talking
wanted
about
to come correct what you
American
said.
law. So you're trying to rewrite, turn around and make the conversation about American law when only thing I said about America was literally slavery and the slave Bible.
And with that, let's go to a word from our
What?
Where's my sponsor?
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat. Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher, intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you.
Man, you got cut with the pistol looking like Gus from Breaking Bad.
That's Sergeant Waters right there.
Hey,
That's dope. That's dope. I like that.
You need to put an email up, man, for contact for the internship, for the social media intern thing, man. Is there an email? I got a couple good candidates for you, man.
Got you. Yep, I'll send it to you. It's Titans Debate League at Gmail, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you went
This what I wanted.
I may even recommend a woman to the job. Who knows?
Right.
I appreciate you, man. I know you got some students that you can have help.
Yeah, is there?
Yeah, but
That'd be dope.
if I may, real fast, as far as to the brother Leandre, he have an upcoming debate. I think he's gonna lose it because I think the title. I believe in the title, so I think he's gonna lose it. I think at times the brother he could be arrogant, pompous, or whatever would have you, but he damn near just put full court press on his sister. I mean, she ain't have no respite. Maybe you shouldn't bring him on preliminary because I will say the brother is intelligent. The brother know what he's saying. So I mean, goddamn, he just put you through the ringer, sister.
I just feel like it's a fine line, but just being rude and just having a conversation. I can have a back and forth with anybody. We can have conversations. But if you're gonna come in here and talk to me like you're above me, Negro, go somewhere else with that. I don't have time for that. I'm grown. I don't get paid to be talked to all types of ways. Just like I give everybody here respect, I expect and demand respect back. And that brother is not giving that.
Yeah,
I feel like he pulled up.
So like at the end of the day, it's very clear, right, that he didn't listen to what I had to say, right? He was looking for the issue, and that's why he came up here for the 2 seconds that I spent on slavery to making an hour conversation. But he can have that. Brother, I don't even care what you got to say. I really don't. You're So with that being said, hold on, brother, because today is not about you. This is not your preliminary. I'm almost done. When I'm finished, I will gracefully pass you the mic because you're thirsty. So with that being said, I hope y'all are still here in about 15 to 20 minutes because I got to step away, but I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right back.
I just want to say that this is why women have yet to establish a single society where women are at the helm. That right there. Now, it is definitely a very big problem. So one, it wasn't one interaction. We've interacted on this platform up here before, and I know she got in her emotions and decided to detach her prefrontal cortex in the conversation. But this isn't our first interaction. I also watched her interaction where she talked about biology, and I watched her really ridiculous statements about abiogenesis, which actually I was going to tell you A1 we should line up a debate for, but I don't know that she has the emotional capacity to handle it. She seems like direct challenges are offensive to her. What I will say is that I directly challenge all of the men on this platform, and so I came up here in the spirit of equality to issue a similar challenge in the similar tone that I would do to any man who is up here, and usually they don't respond that way. But maybe what I'll start doing is I'll start handling the women a little softer. Who are up here on this platform. The men don't usually seem to have a problem with that level of engagement. So anyhow,
hold on, you long-winded, my dude. Hold on, real quick, Walter.
That's just Jose.
Real quick. I mean, because you just challenged all the men. Respectfully, that's dope. But you went straight for the woman. Now, did you go for her because you felt like she was easy prey, or because she was the biggest problem?
Are you mentally retarded? Did you hear what I said?
He said because she mentioned the slave Bible.
I announced when I came over.
Where you get mentally retarded? But they like,
I got that Well, there's clearly a problem with your comprehension, so I figured it was a cognitive issue. So because I came up here when I first came off my mic saying out loud what I came up here challenging, we had a back and forth in the comments. I said who I was. My name was cast across the bottom of the screen. I said that I'm the one.
Hold on. But I pulled up late. I pulled up late. That's why I'm asking the question. Why I gotta be mentally retarded? Don't be no weird. You got that weirdo
energy. Being rude as hell.
You didn't ask questions. You made assumptions.
Because it didn't follow from anything I said. And what I also said prior to that was I said I usually come up here and challenge all of the men. I usually do this. This is something I do all the time on this channel and other channels. I come up here if someone says something that I think is wrong or an error. Usually it starts the comment section, and I'll click the link and come up and have the same exact discussion live. That's usually what I do. I announce all of that stuff. And so here's what I'll tell you. If you are not paying attention to the conversation, if you don't know the context, you should probably remain silent.
That's pulled up late, my nigga. Stop saying I didn't pay attention. I pulled up late. I said that you must be mentally retarded because when I pulled up, I said that. So you ain't paying attention.
Then as I said, then it means it's impossible for you to have paid attention. Then you should reserve your comments.
Well, I paid attention. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
And just for the record, because I've known Leandre for a few years, he's actually being nice tonight.
I get you. There's nothing wrong with being a little chippy.
But a light-skinned meth head.
We don't gotta go there. So here's my question. My question was, while I was paying attention, I had heard you say that this is one of the reasons why women don't get elected to be president. But it was predicated on the fact that she was interrupting, and you were like, this is the reason why. So if you were here and you were paying attention, then you heard multiple people interrupting each other. Why wouldn't you keep the consistency of suggesting that, perhaps males shouldn't be voted for president?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you the question. I'm going to ask you a question because your question is based on a faulty assumption. What made you think it had anything to do with her interruptions?
The timing and when you said it. You said literally while she was interrupting, you said this is why women don't get elected for president.
Yeah, so maybe it actually had more to do with her personality, her off-putting personality, which is in political science, usually when they discover why it is that women don't usually get elected to the highest offices, they usually get elected to lower offices, it's usually because they have off-putting personalities. It had nothing to do with the interruption. It had to do with the off-putting personality. And so that's why I said it. So again, before you assume next time, right, ask the question that doesn't assume, okay? So no more loaded questions for you.
So that's why you went at her first, like I asked you.
No, I already covered this. Did you not hear me explain why I said that we had a back and forth in comments? Again, you
just explained why you went at her first. That's what you did.
No, I didn't.
Go ahead.
Nothing that I just said had anything to do with why I went her first. He asked me why I said that this is why women don't usually get elected to the office of president. But that's
what you went at first, though, right?
You actually might be mentally retarded.
And you went full throttle with her for like about a half hour, my nigga, before you said, "Oh, I came up here to challenge the dudes and shit like that."
I didn't say I came up here to challenge the dudes. That's not what I said either.
She was a problem. That's not what I said. She was a problem for you.
I didn't say I came up here to challenge the dudes.
Oh, you came up here to debate. You said I challenge any niggas to a debate. That's what you said.
No, I didn't say that either. You are retarded. That's not what I said either.
All right. You didn't say that.
When you play it back, you discover that's not what I tell you what, let's make a friendly bet. If you play it back and it's not what I said, when you play back from this time sample on 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 12 seconds or so, when you play it back and you go back to that point in time, whichever one of us is right has to drink a half gallon of bleach. You game, and we have to do it live. Crack the seal, go to Walmart, crack the seal, drink it live. You want to
do that on GP? I'm good, my nigga. You do that without the bet. I'm good. Like you do that on GP.
Said, next time reserve your comments because you have a comprehension issue.
My nigga, run it back. Okay, no, I'll take you up on that bet.
All right, that's the bet.
I'll take you up on it. I want you to drink that bleach. I want to see you drink that Clorox.
All right, everybody heard it.
What?
Everybody heard it.
No, I'm not co-signing this.
No, hey, what? It's too bad. You got to host it. On your channel.
Man, he said that shit.
I need one of those.
You about to go viral.
A1, you telling me a couple minutes ago that nigga didn't just say I wanted to challenge the men. You telling me he said I challenge every nigga on this panel.
No, I said that.
He said I would challenge everyone on this panel. He said that.
I said that.
And he specifically said the men. After he just went back and forth.
I was commenting.
Yeah,
I think he was saying it in terms of where the men wouldn't get offended. Like,
nah, man, fuck no, Gideon. Come on,
man,
don't do that, man. Don't do that.
I challenge the men. That's what I said. I usually
equality. He came up here.
I said in the spirit of equality, I came up here and with the equal way, the way that I would usually talk to the men. I said that's the way I approached her, and I said next time I'll handle the women with kitty gloves. Okay, I was being sarcastic. I also didn't say anything about men to a debate, you idiot.
The bet is already set, my nigga. You said you didn't say that I would challenge everybody on this panel, all the men on this panel.
One, you're switching what I said, and two, I still didn't say that either. There's something wrong with you. Please go get the couple of bleach.
Now I said something. Now I'm saying something different.
Man, go get the bleach, bro. Go get the bleach, bro.
I literally just said the same thing. Nah, you got that store brand. No, you gonna drink that store brand. You gonna drink that Albertson bleach. Man, like yeah, run that shit.
Hey man, listen.
Hey, look.
I'm always opposed to the idea that everyone should have access to the internet. I think that the model in China where not everybody can get online. I think that model works. Not everybody should be able to use the internet. It is not a human right. And this fella right here has
man. So leave it alone, then, my nigga. So fall back, then.
I'm waiting for you to take the bleach.
That's not your lane. Hey, like, you got that Albertson, run that shit, my nigga. Like,
are you inhaling drugs as we speak? It sounds like you're inhaling drugs.
Yeah, I am actually.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay.
I'm smoking some bomb.
Let's we got
Appreciate
Lieutenant
you, A1.
General 7K on the no doubt, Sergeant Waters. Everywhere he goes, man, they be hard on my homie, man. They be kicking him off the panels, man. As long as he ain't cussed out nobody and brought nobody's mama's name into it, he good with me, man.
I was laughing. I was supporting the nigga. I'm laughing with the nigga, but he a feminist. Like he like a certified bitch. Like I don't get that. That's weird activity. That's weird energy.
Hey, now you hear what just happened, right? Now you hear that? Now I'm gonna let that slide.
I already know how it starts.
I'm gonna let that slide, but you see that? I just got called out on my name. Okay,
that nigga energy is off. Nigga, you call hold up, my nigga. You called me mentally retarded. That's calling me out of my name to me. That's the first thing the nigga said to me. He was like, "Nigga, are you mentally retarded?"
It was apparent.
You didn't ask me shit, nigga. You told me. You didn't ask me shit. Why the fuck would you ask me, nigga? Shut your bitch ass up.
Hey, what? Did you hear the nigga say I didn't ask him? This man right here has a memory problem. I said, "Are you mentally retarded?"
My bad, Sergeant Waters. Draco, please, language.
Look, I don't know if he a light skinned nigga or a dark skinned white boy. Like dude is just all over the place.
He said
How much schooling have you had?
Draco's a debater, man. Draco,
listen, not a very good one. This nigga can't follow a conversation.
Hey man, you the one left behind.
Are you mentally retarded? Come on, cuz. What's going on?
Like I'm hot dog. Catch up.
JJ, what's up, man? This is JJ.
I'm just listening. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just peeking in.
Go ahead, get it in while your audio good, man.
All right. Good, bro.
Hey, well, you had to say all that, man.
Let me say something real quick about can I say something about Sanchez real quick? I mean, I don't know who followed this guy, but he got like 1,200 followers that listen to him every day. And then he begs them for money. You know, how come ain't nobody sending no money? Because you trash. Your scholarship is trash, bro. You don't know how to stay in the context. Did you get him over here, A1? Because he's scared to come out of his fishbowl. Now he running around here talking about the ancient Cometics were Tartarian people. A mythological group of people that you can't find no existence from. And this comes from Europe. And y'all be letting them get away with it. That's what I be saying. The Sanchez has came up with a new thing now. Talking about the ancient Cometics were Tartarian people. These people, you ain't got no proof that these people even existed.
No, I was asking if that was JJ talking. What up, my name?
Yeah, that's me, man. What's up, family? Yeah, and I'm trying to catch him. He was over on Killer Priest channel just about 30 minutes ago. I couldn't get on stage because you know that's where I can catch him off of his. He ain't got control of the buttons. Because I went over there the other day. He got my name in the title. Jeremiah Judah will be challenging my Jesus is the serpent in the garden information. So I waited over there and waited. He had me waiting in the back for like 2 hours. But then when I finally 2 hours, bro, we listened to him mention the matches, Kabbalah and all kind of different stuff. Kundalini. I'm like, and he be really thinking he be like bringing some real information when it don't tie together. These are different cultures. Just like, okay, the serpent can represent evil, and it can also represent wisdom and knowledge, And in the Bible, that serpent is responsible for the fall of man. Now, if you go to other cultures, like the Kemetic culture, he's also evil. He's Apos. He fights Ra every day. But then you have the serpent in some cultures where he is good. Okay, we get that part. But the part I don't get, how is you tying this into the Bible? The Bible has a redeemer, and then it has somebody who made mankind fall. It couldn't have been Jesus Christ, man. Christ consciousness, however you want to say it, bro. Even if I break Christ consciousness out, it's still not going to be equal to a serpent that was represented as someone evil in the Bible. I can't wait to get a hold of this dude because he even came up with a new doctrine, y'all. Now the ancient Cometics are the Tartarian people, which we don't even have no real proof for that. What do y'all think about that?
Ooh, damn, Jay. Hey. Look, hey, I'm just saying, but Sanchez is like really one of them ones. Like, you really want that smoke,
brother? Come on, bro. You must know who I am.
He just be saying.
Hey, I haven't seen it, so if I really want you to go find the episode, if you can, get some timestamps for me, because I like healthy refutation.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I apologize for not coming on today. When I forgot I had an appointment, but if we could do an early show, and we could play his video, I'm gonna show you every single thing that hey, bro, Sanchez. Who is Sanchez beat? Sanchez is not one of the ones. He's one of the ones when he's on the channel controlling the ones and twos. You didn't see him mute me. You didn't see him throw me off the panel. And when he threw me off the panel, and then after the show, he know he lost because guess what he did? He put the video on membership only. That let you know he got. But you know what I did? I went and bought a membership and got the clip.
I need to be a member anyway. I'll go support, man. I like Sanchez.
Oh, God, I need to support.
I haven't heard this claim that you're making, that you're saying that he's made. But you know,
I'm bringing real information. Y'all want to go support a pseudo mixing Kundalini, ancient mystics, and all this other stuff? Come on, man. If that's how we want it, I need to start doing that. So y'all can send me some goddamn money. He mad. He was over there mad today. Y'all didn't send me no money. Begging. Man, come on, bro. This dude's a joke. Who has Sanchez beat? Come on, name him. I done been in the ring with goddamn Polite, Tahuti, Tazariak, goddamn Judah Nazareth, Nepal. I mean, the list go on and on. And y'all giving this dude respect? I'm gonna get him.
You got in there with Polite?
Yeah, beat the shit out of him. Beat the shit out of him, bro. Because he didn't stay on topic. Jabari. I mean, my list goes so long to blow your wig back, bro. And I want to get this guy, man, because y'all giving him too much respect, and I ain't really feeling that. Nah, man.
Have to come over here, man, and actually review some of those debates that you had, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, for sure. Tahuti.
I mean, I don't agree.
It'll be me, you, and a judge or something, one of the judges, and we'll go over the arguments. And
yeah,
I don't listen to everything the niggas say.
Real quick, if you reach out to Sanchez like, yeah, JJ won't smoke with you, he's not gonna come over here. He, like I say, bro, this dude is not intelligent. I don't know how he got 1,500 people in his audience listening to this garbage. Which one of y'all think Jesus was the serpent in the garden? Go ahead, say I now or forever hold your peace.
What if he's intelligent enough not to take that debate?
Brother, who has this dude beat? Name him. You can't. So don't even boggle your mind.
Name him, but I don't want to deal with the. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to deal with the backlash and niggas getting at me like.
No. You hold him in high regard. I want to know who has he beat. Come on, I want you to name him. You can't.
He did just beat him, right? He just beat him.
No, he didn't beat him. He lost that debate.
He lost.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up, man.
Look, I beat Hunk. I beat Garfield. I beat Sean from my. I believe Black Lion Supreme. The whole Shabir, the whole goddamn Dagger Squad.
I mean, is there a battle that ever won?
JJ.
Yeah.
Well, Sanchez, if you're watching this, hit me up.
JJ, can you say were there judges to these debates?
Make something happen.
Yeah, it's polls and judges, bro. Okay,
so and you won according to polls and judges?
Yeah. You want me to bring him to you? Cause I ain't feeling it. Oh, JJ never won a debate. That's a lie.
No, I don't know which record. I was just asking if it was polls. I know sometimes some platforms they don't even have judges or whatever. You know, they'll just debate and you can just kind of just people will say they won or lost. Or I was curious. What did you and Ankh debate?
What do some evolution crap? He came on my channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember your brother Polite debate, but I don't remember the topic.
Me and Polite debated. Well, the problem, our debate was like a improv debate because I beat Pastor Bennett. Him and Pastor Bennett was supposed to have a debate, but they was both crying. Oh, you apologize to me. Oh, no, you apologize to me for talking about my wife. So then they called me. I'm at Walmart. My first round of my debate with Polite was at the Walmart check. My first round was in the checkout line. My second round was in my car. And then when I got home, the third round, I really put it on. Man, Polite pass, bro.
You said you beat Pastor Bennett, man.
I gotta see that one.
I can bring all these classics over here, bro.
I gotta see
that. I can bring them all over here, man. Pastor Bennett, he's garbage. It was like this when I was a Hebrew Israelite, right? In the top. Go ahead. Okay, yeah. The topic was who is following the Bible the best, the Hebrew Israelites or the Christians. So then I killed them on the bro. Where is Santa Claus and Easter and Christmas in the Bible, bro? Just what you doing? We did when I was a Hebrew. We did with the holy days. You see, you already messed up. You already messing up, sir. Then what was that other point I pointed? And then I said, then now y'all your pastors got here, they're marrying men and women and women. Well, where is that? You should be totally against that. I mean, he got slaughtered, man. You know what he was doing to me? He was attacking me personally. Look at JJ dancing. Look at J. Oh, that ain't got nothing to do with the debate. Is this what these dudes do? And this Captain 10K, this 12 tribes chart, man, that's garbage. Tazari, I got beat. Well, none of these ISBKs debate that 12 tribes chart. Okay, how? Look, they hate Africa, right, y'all? They hate Africa, but they got the Haitians as the Levites. So when you go do the Haitians DNA, they Africans. They DNA come from Europe. Dumbass nigga. Come on, bro. Man, okay, so you mean to tell me, okay, everybody, Issachar, get off here in Mexico. All right, the next stop is over here. All right, Gad, y'all all get off over here. Man, come on, that's a joke. These tribes are spread out all over the world, so you can't have a chart. You can't have no. Where in the Bible say you're supposed to have a damn chart? Somebody tell me that.
How did you figure that out? Like, what made you fall back?
Fall back on what? Oh, man, you know what? Because it's embarrassing to be even connected to some of these guys. Hebrews, like they putting these other guys stuff on me. So I'm just a free thinker and a truth seeker. Now you can't even tell you just a Hebrew Israelite to get the audience already to go against you from the gate. Nah, bro, I'm a free thinker and a truth seeker, man. You know, but yeah, man. But Tartarian people, what? Who's the Tartarian? And then when you go look it up, that stuff started in Europe. And you trying to tell he doing the show now, the Egyptians are the Tartarian people. Country ass nigga. Bro, I'm telling you, man. Yeah, I be getting mad though, man. They're like, why? How is people listening to this? But I yield. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey. Hey, well, I just want to say one thing before I go. Shout out to the sister. I just want to. I came up here. The only thing I said is I think that there were some things that were missing. It was a leap, and that I was hoping that if it was covered in the debate, that the gap would be bridged, and then it turned into something else. But either way, my point still stands. Shout out to y'all up here on the panel. A1, appreciate you for having me. Yeah, and look forward to coming back soon.
No doubt. You'll be back soon. Yara hit me up about rescheduling yesterday, so we are gonna make that happen for sure.
Okay. Yep. Hit me, man.
Appreciate
you. Yeah. Peace, Waters. Yeah, but I'm a little mad you had that video playing talking about sending your music and niggas couldn't find no location.
Oh yeah, I was. He was on TikTok. I gotta next time put it in a ticker so that way everybody.
You had a few niggas in the chat like, okay, well, where we nigga talking about sending the music? That shit was playing big on the screen.
Yeah, I don't know how we.
Hey.
I thought he was giving the instructions on there, like where to send it to. But
hey, family, can I ask? Was it Draco? Who's that? Is up here with you? I can't see because I'm on my phone.
Yeah, that's Draco. Gideon Yisrael.
Draco, let me ask you a question. Fam. Okay, in your opinion, you say he beat. Okay. That's who else did he debate? Did he beat? Who? Himself. Himself. That's it. He debates himself. He like to hear his own country voice. The country voice. I don't like that. I'm like, man, learn how to talk, man. Country ass nigga. I swear he be bringing out information. He'll go from Hinduism, then he go to the Gnostics. Then all he doing, he cannot stay on one topic. I don't respect that, bro. You got to stay in the context of what you read. You just now the Egyptian culture. I mean, come on, bro. And people listening to this. Come on, bro. And then
I agree to a certain extent. I do feel like he's a smart dude, but sometimes he kind of be all over the place, and I get lost, my nigga. I don't know if it be going over my head or I'm just lost.
That's the trick. Georgie, he's so deep, man. Man, damn, that's the trick.
Shout out Gideon Capone to the panel. You will be seeing him debate.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna get up out of it. Hey, we'll set him up tomorrow. My fault.
My bad. Oh, yeah, shout out Gideon.
Yeah, we'll set him up tomorrow, A1.
Yeah, it's tomorrow early. Yeah, whatever. Just hit me up in the morning.
I was trying to ask JJ a question, man.
I'm about to send you my phone number, JJ.
JJ, come back real quick. And I was gonna ask him a question about the 12 tribes chart because he said he was saying that if what scripture tells you to make a chart, it tells you specifically in Ezekiel 37 to for the to write the northern kingdom tribes and the southern kingdom tribes on a stick, and it should be like a sign for the children of Israel that's amongst the heathens. So from my understanding, brothers read that and they devised a chart knowing that the children of Israel was scattered here in America and throughout the four corners.
Ooh.
But knowing that they was scattered here to like reinvent that, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, when the children of Israel when they lost when they had a identity crisis, this is what they did. So they redid it. And plus, not only that, brothers understand that the scriptures, the prophets are the prophecies is dual prophecies. So they took that as some type of prophetic premonition to make a chart.
Checkmate, what you doing? Hit that link, checkmate.
But it's in Ezekiel 37.
I hear you.
I wanted to see what he was gonna say. I wanted to see how he, being a quote unquote ex-Israelite, I wanted to see his thoughts on that.
Well, we have one right here. We got Gideon Yisrael back to the panel. Gideon, did you hear what Gideon was saying about the tribes? Right?
Yeah, I kind of heard it. I was wondering if he mean like, do you think it's valid, GDN?
It has validity to it. It's based off scripture.
You got a serious echo.
For me?
Yeah, Gideon. I mean, not Gideon. Gideon.
Hold on, let me see. How about now?
How about now? Yeah, it's still. It's like your echo. It's louder than. He must got us coming through the car.
Mic check.
You good?
All right, bet. No, I was just saying that it has some validity to it, and it's based off scripture. The reason why why they had the tribes charts, and people had their different reasons, but why they had at the time the name that people were being called today in tying them to tribes of Israel is because in that prophecy it states that the children of Israel was among the heathen, so they would have been called by names given to them by heathens, according to Deuteronomy what's that, 28. You will be known as a byword and a proverb, right? So it's a few things, brothers took that and triangulated that for to identify people over here. That's my stance on that.
Yeah, I just kind of find it hard to believe that 8 of the 12 tribes are Spanish. Like that's
come on.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy to me. And then just to think that during slavery they had ships that was like cognizant of just getting the tribe of Judah or the tribe of Benjamin and bringing them to Haiti, and like I that's just a stretch.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It has some the historical aspect of it is based off merit, right? So you have certain things like, okay, the slave ships had, well, from my understanding, supposed to have been the southern kingdom, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, right? So they traced the migration all the way to West Africa, and then you go into the wars, the Maroons and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure you heard of this rhetoric before, but that's they traced that, and then as far as the what you said about the Mexicans and stuff, Mexicans is dark skinned. Their ancestors are dark skinned. You know what I'm saying? Not only that, the Africans was placed in Mexico, who formed an alliance with the indigenous Mexicans, who were at the time is like a generation of mixed indigenous and European, because the Europeans raped them. So you still had those. They band together and formed a rebellion. The slaves that they brought off the slave ships in indigenous America, and then they band together. And from my understanding, they did that because they was all they understood that they was brethren. Not only the practices are the same. Like, we found a lot of Levitical practices among in the indigenous people of America. Preferably the Liverite Brothers Law, right? Not only that, and some people say they was keeping Passover. So, not Passover, first fruits. And then the last point that you made about them keeping the tribes together, no, that happened over time. Like, so far as the Northern Kingdom, if you're familiar with James Ladar work, he points out that the tribes, they split up into sub clans and sub tribes. They have a captain, they have a tribal leader over initial tribe, and then that becomes into a little tribalism, a sub clan tribalism, right? And then, as far as the Southern Kingdom, I don't know. I have to go back. I have to look more to it. But I want to hear your response to what I was just saying about what I just fleshed out.
Well, I mean, it's like, do I believe like some of the people that was in the Caribbean and maybe like South America with some Israelites amongst them? I do believe that. But I don't know. I just don't see that that mass. I just don't see it, like, because like the history that I see of us being in West Africa, it's like it's tribes. Like, for instance, the Dan tribe. The Dan tribe made up a whole bunch of Africans in Africa, but we don't see, who the Dan people is, who the tribe of Dan is, according to the chart. So it's just, I can understand why they did it, I guess, to kind of like, what I'm saying, stir up some type of interest in it. But me personally, I think that's COINTELPRO. I ain't just gonna lie to
Yeah,
you.
I get what you're saying on that, but as far as like to get people hooked in and stuff like that, I would advise you to read Ezekiel 37 and talk about the valley of the dry bones, and then when you get down to like verse 15 to 20, it explains the whole chart thing.
Okay.
But it even talks about how they gonna be hooked in, like how you saying, like it even talks about how the people gonna look at it and ask a question. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
if you can read that, the brothers they probably wasn't that educated. So you read that, you could picture what it's saying without it's like kind of putting it in your own words, kind of, sort of, you know what I'm saying? Like, man,
Right.
you feel me? But
Right.
I want to speak on the other point that you made about the what you say, the Dan tribe, right?
Right.
So I want to believe, and that's another. That's what I wanted to say. That it need to be some updates, right? Because like I say, the brothers, they probably wasn't that educated when they realized this, and they started to reinvent this, right?
Right.
From the prophecy, understanding that it's dual prophetic. So, or that it's prophetic. So when they started to bring this about, that it was basically for that time. But us today, I think we need to really look into more historical migrations and to flesh it out even more. Like I understand that I'm one that don't go against the whole African narrative, being Israelite.
Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I know brothers from other camps do. I don't reject that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In my congregation, we got churches over there in Africa. Plenty of them in Zimbabwe, Ghana, Ethiopia, even in the UK as well, because it's a lot of, if y'all understand, it's a lot of Africans in the UK. So in the UK and in Canada. So we got churches all over there, with members and people from that, with brothers and sisters there. So we don't discriminate. We don't call them Gentiles and none of that.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't have took you for a person that believe that anyway like that. So yeah. Nah, for sure.
No, it's all good.
Oh,
But
man.
no, we can do. We can update it because I'll tell you, they use Genesis 49, the prophecies in Genesis 49 as a map. It's that not only those and any other prophecy that talks about the Pacific tribes, like Deuteronomy 33 and in specific traits of how they'll be in the last days or whatever. And
Right.
some
Right.
of the songs. So they use certain scriptures like that to use it as a map, right? And then they understand that America is Babylon. So is modern day Babylon and spiritually Egypt and stuff like that. So the main thing was to wake our people up over here first. You know what I'm saying? Preferably the tribe of Judah. They understood that Negro is synonymous. I'm just saying Negro because this is during the 60s and stuff. So they synonymous with black people, with African Americans.
Right.
Even when they started in 69, it was already black Jewish synagogues all in America, and schools all in America, in Harlem and all over the place, right? Going all the way back to the 1700s,
Yeah.
the AME churches and stuff like that. Going all the way back there, coming out of slavery. It was brothers that was teaching then that we was the children of Israel.
Yeah.
But
Facts.
yeah.
Facts. Big
Oh
facts.
yeah, this got derailed while I was gone. We talking about black Israelites in America. Oh God.
Hmm.
Everybody on the panel, y'all feel like life came out of Africa, or do you feel like niggas is indigenous to the planet?
Nah, it started one spot in Africa.
Y'all feel like niggas just walked out of Africa?
Nah, I don't believe in a million billions of years. I believe we came here fully formed and we pretty much had the basic foundations for building a society. I don't think it took us, epochs to learn how to build a house and all that. No, I don't believe that.
So Gideon, do you think that you saying we fully adapt, or it was some assistance or like a learning, preferably a schooling going on from
I
higher,
think,
I say
yeah,
higher intelligence. I don't.
I, I,
So
I
how y'all
think,
feel?
Yeah, I think when we left the garden, we had we had a certain aptitude for like building things. But I think with successive generations, they learned more. But as far as like, I do believe that the Nephilim came down and showed us a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, I can forget about the national. Good point.
yeah, but I don't think Adam, came out the garden, as a hunter gatherer. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, look, I can't disprove none of that, but I can't prove none of that either. Like, how do you? I mean, like, how do we really source that up?
Yeah, nah. And I would have to agree with you. I mean, like, just when an evolutionist tell me about, you know what I'm saying? However they think they feel, like it's all fake. Can't none of us prove none of this. You know what I'm saying? So
So you
yeah.
feel like it's
Take
all
the
it's
shot.
all it's all, it's all belief, like it's all belief.
No, I I know it to be true. What I subscribe to, but I
But
can't prove.
that's what I'm saying. How do you know it to be
Yeah,
true if you can't prove it?
right. Again, yeah, like I say, that's what
That's subjective.
right. That's what my spirit tells me, and that's what my when I look at things, it tells me that there is a creator. Like my experiences, all of these are things that I can't quantify to people. You know what I'm saying? So just like, with with all the stories in the Bible, pretty much, it's all fate. The Bible tells us to have faith. But the thing is, like, with the same coin, an evolutionist has faith as well, but either they don't know it or they just, trying to hide it. But it's all a belief because they can't prove it to me and I can't prove it to them.
I'll say this, right? Throughout all of humanity, since we started to record or decipher early um, human writings, always point to a creator or I'm gonna say creation, right? And if it's a creation, then it's a creator, right? So um, it always points to that, right?
Yeah.
And in all my studies, scientific, physics, whatever, it says the same thing. How everything is designed a certain way for life to exist. So knowing that the ancients always recorded that, and knowing that the modern uh, science says that, I can't reject that. Now, the problem is also in the ancient cultures, they all of them believed in a deity, whether they could be kilometers apart from each, 1,000 kilometers apart from each other, right? Thousands, 10,000 amount apart. Americas to Africa, they all saying that, oh, a deity created everything from the elements or from the heavens above or whatever. They all speak in that same type of language. So now you have this cultural continuity from isolate civilizations going on. You know what I'm saying? So that's the proof that I have. I go well what the ancients said.
No, I can definitely get with that. That's pretty much more or less how I kind of see it for the most part. You
Yeah,
know.
nobody say that we just came here. The Sumerians said that the black-headed people was formed from the earth. The Egyptians said Canaan formed them on a potter's wheel. The Mayans, you know what I'm saying? They talk about the creation story with the turtle in the what was it? Something else. I forgot this. But as far as you go back, even the Omax with the monkey, the other indigenous tribes in America, the Vedas, the Hindus, right? The Hindus. They say Brahma and Vishnu and all this. You know what I'm saying? Japan, everybody has a creation tale, right? And they all saying the same thing, that mankind was formed from the ground, from the earth, from the elements of the earth, from the mineral, and not only that, scientifically, we have all of the minerals and stuff in us. We have phosphorus, carbon, nitrogen, all of the elements that's in earth you have inside of your anatomy.
And you said it started with the Sumerians.
Not all of them, but I'm not trying to nitpick.
Majority, some of them is
you don't got lithium. Wait, I don't know. Maybe you do. Maybe I need to look this up.
Wait, lithium? Okay, so from my understanding,
I'm just thinking of random stuff.
The tables work. They like it's you just move an electron or something like that. Like if you lose an electron, it goes into another compound or something like that. But they got like isotopes and different things of that nature. But no, go ahead.
Oh my bad, I cut you off.
That's interesting.
I'm about to mute back out and let y'all cook.
Wait, hold up.
No, you can bring that up.
Hold up, real quick, A1.
I'm actually in the kitchen cooking. That's why I got two things up. I'm on my phone.
Could you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you though. Go ahead.
Yeah. Real quick, man. I want to apologize earlier because I'm a man first. You know what I'm saying? Like, and dude was dude smart than a motherfucker, and he fast.
You had to grab me. His hands was too fast.
You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have called the nigga out his name. You know what I'm saying? But he kind of got me out of pocket a little bit. You know, old evaporated milk breath head ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm still gonna talk shit, man. The nigga still got an uncircumcised frontal lobe forehead, but it's all good though. That nigga, hey, shout out to Waters, man. You did your shit.
Most people can't admit that, man.
Yeah, he did. I was watching them cook earlier, but old girl was like, she was right back on him though. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I was like, damn, it's a good little. And then as soon as I said anything, the nigga said, "Are you mentally retarded?" I was like, oh no.
Right.
I'm like,
nah. This is my thing. Like sometimes in these spaces, we like put rudeness and being shady and being just giving off negative energy as intellectual superiority, and that's not what that is. That's just being rude. Like you don't have to have conversations in that manner. That's why I kept on telling Gideon, chill out. Because like if I engage in the same thing that you're engaging in, then we're gonna just be arguing. Why can't we just be respectful to one another and okay that we disagree? Because you could be snarky, you could be sarcastic, but like putting yourself as an intellectual superior over me goes crazy. Like that goes crazy.
He was full throttle. I like the confidence though, like, but goddamn.
But yeah, man, it's definitely been nice, y'all. I think I'm about to cut out. You heard me?
Yeah, New Orleans ass nigga, man.
Peace. Have a good night.
Have a good night. I will see you at the debate. I hope you bring all of your P's and Q's to the table because you are going to need them. Don't let that brother hype you up to get slapped down.
Yeah, you gotta with Gideon?
Nah, I definitely thought it was gonna, be a lot easier than, today made me. I kind of got like you made me realize, okay, I gotta kind of, I gotta come correct, So, yeah, definitely.
Exactly. I want you to intellectually punch me in my face, just not like don't say I'm gonna punch you. Just do it.
Yeah, nah, no doubt.
Man,
I wish I could stay for the conversation, man. Sound like it's getting good, man, but.
Hold
I gotta be somewhere in 3 hours.
Don't run, man, because Man, look, the last time I spoke to you, you said it was only 2 Indians in Louisiana.
Yeah, I definitely
Come
probably
on,
was
man.
being facetious.
Don't do that, man.
Yeah.
Y'all niggas be having Mardi Gras and have big Indians out there, man.
Yeah, nah, we definitely rock with the Indians. You know what I'm saying? They definitely helped us out. You know.
For sure. Hey, I respect that. I'll stay out the way.
Yeah, nah, for sure. Yeah, my mama, she Indian. My people are Indian, so
Yeah, that's
you
what I'm
know.
saying. That's where my family from. They're from New Orleans. I'm coming out there, and shit, it ain't gonna be until July. But I got a family reunion.
Yeah, yeah, nah. My mama, she from the Tunica people, Tunica / Natchez. You know, so yeah. No.
See, that's what I'm saying, man. So why why you be going so hard body on niggas? Like you be
Nah,
like, man, you be like, fuck the abos, and you a big old Indian.
my thing is, man, when people be trying to say wasn't no slave trade or nothing like that, like now we getting besides ourselves, you know.
Hey,
Yeah.
let me ask the brother, what's the powwow, right? What is the purpose of the powwow? Is
Man, I
it
don't know.
because from my understanding it's the calling of the all tribes or calling of all the nations?
I was gonna say, I guess it's more. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I know it's a coming together. So it could probably be like the tribe, the clan, and then it could be all the nations. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, pretty much a powwow is like getting together, from what I know.
Yeah, that's what was that was the first fruits in the Levitical law, where all the
Oh,
tribes come from, no matter where they are scattered. That
yeah.
Passover, but the first fruits as well.
Okay.
It was called
Okay.
early on. It was called the calling of the nations.
Okay. Wow, I didn't know that.
Man, what
Yeah, I'm
What
part
up,
child.
though? What up, though? What up, though? I heard somebody say that they people was tuna.
Big cows. What they do?
No, for real though. My great grandmother is Biloxi Tunica too.
Okay, yeah. So you from that area like Mississippi, New Orleans. Yeah, that's
top of Louisiana.
yeah.
Did
Yeah.
y'all ever notice what? Oh, my bad.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, my people, like I say, they Tunica, Natchez, yeah, right there in that Biloxi area. You know, my mama's sister, she married a man from Biloxi, and you know, that's my cousins, that's their daddy. And they definitely have that phenotype where they were here before slavery. They got that Dravidian black look. Like with the real curly hair, the aquiline nose, the almost blue black color.
Good hair like that too, except she was black.
Yeah. So
You said
yeah,
the same tribe, Kaz?
Yep, Biloxi.
Didn't y'all just have a didn't y'all just have a debate? Let me find out y'all niggas related, man.
Yeah, and the crazy part is who I probably really be doing related to is her husband, Robert Friedman. He's a shot top. He from right down in there. I want to say it's 10th Ward or 7th Ward. I can't remember. He told me what it was, 10th Ward, 9th Ward, something like that. But his people, what happened was in the 20s and 30s, they was buying up the land down there.
Echo.
Yeah, somebody. Yeah, they was buying up the land down there in the wards and building up a retainer wall, like a big old wall to stop the water and stuff. And they basically they bought the land like a dam, like they built the big water what do they call them things that
talking about the levees.
The levee.
The levees. And this is why my great granddaddy told me his people end up selling. This is how they end up in Toledo, Ohio, from way down there in Mississippi. I mean, in Louisiana. And after they built the whatchamacallit, they gave them head rights. They bought the land from them, so they paid them for the land. But because they paid them, they got, and they was indigenous, they got first rights to the jobs. So because they was willing to sell the home, the people gave them head rights. But where my granddaddy's was in Ohio.
Oh, wow.
Yep, a lot of people went to Ohio. Some went to St. Louis. Others went to Cali.
So yeah, a lot of people. My people went to Cali.
A lot of people from Louisiana went to Cali.
Hey,
a lot. And they the same people. You know what I mean? Hey. So you see these kind of connections. You know what I mean? Like when you step back and look at the game, like how could it be a connection so thick and the vibe is so much alike from people in Oakland to people in Detroit? Bro, we like twin brothers. You know what I mean? Like they come out here, fit right in. We go out there, fit right in. We sound alike. You know what I mean? A lot of people tell me I sound like I'm from the West Coast. So
everybody, Sergeant Waters swear you from Cali.
Okay, you from Cali too.
And so
hey, let me
go ahead, bro.
Let me ask y'all a question. Why do y'all think, like, when you tracing your indigenous roots, right, or native roots, majority of the women are the ones that's indigenous, in the father side is African? Why y'all think that?
I don't find that in my family personally. I haven't found one African yet, or a slave.
Not one.
Not one.
This is facts. I can source that. I can source that.
I meant to say black.
Can go all the way back to the 1600s.
I'm saying why the women are indigenous and the men are black.
It's just not true in my sake. But look, guess what I found before I found the African? Guess what I found in my family?
Go ahead.
A blue black European coming from England.
A blue.
I gotta hear the backstory on that one.
I got black European in my family before I got Africans, and that's my fifth great grandmama. She came over here in 1838, married my fifth great grandfather, Samuel Godbold. Yep, she a black woman already, no mix. Coming from Europe in 1838. She was 13 years old. My question is, GDN, if you from Europe, right, and you just supposed to be coming over here first time, and you a 13-year-old girl, right? You ain't married my grandfather till you came over here at 10. You married my grandfather, or 13, and married my grandfather at 16. He was 17. And my thing is, where did you stay? Your mama just let you come over here all by yourself at 13 years old. You stayed over here for 3 years and got a husband? How that work?
That was regular. But I do have a question. According to the lineage, right? How many grandparents?
So she had to have some family over here already. Is what I'm.
How many grandparents did you look up? How many lines? Because I'm asking, because between now and the 1700s, you have 200.
That's my seventh great grandmother.
Right. But, hold on. I got you.
1792.
I got you. But between now and the 1700s, you have 256 grandparents. Did you look them all up?
How many
I don't
generations?
know, but I listed the 4 in my familial lines. You did what I'm talking about. The 4 lines all the way back to my 7th great grandparents. I got all of them.
Right, but what I'm saying is that you're missing people.
Now, I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah, like obviously, right? Because
yeah, I'm sure
between like right now you
but my
have
familial line
4
is
grandparents.
There's
Right
like
now you have 4 grandparents, and then the next generation, that's 8, and then the generation after that, that's 16, and then the generation after that, that's 32 different people just off of 5 generations. So are you saying that you found 32 grandparents?
Five generations that put you in the
I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm just hold on, because I'm just asking questions because we be so serious about 2 lines when there's 256 other people out there, and we be so sure that none of them are African.
None of them.
But you don't even know them all. You just said you didn't look them all up.
I didn't say that. You not listening.
So you found all 256 grandparents?
Hold on. Listen to me. Do you want to answer or no?
Wait.
All right. Every single one of my 7th grandparents on my mom's side, my mom's dad's side, and my daddy's side, and my daddy's mama's side. Every single 7th one, I got all of them.
Okay, but you don't have all of your grandparents. That was the point that I was making. You don't have all of your grandparents. Between now and hold on. I'm asking a question. I'm trying to ask a question. So between now and the 1700s, there's about 256 grandparents. So you saying you have 256 names?
That's not true.
It's not 256 either.
What? Do the math.
Hey, be careful.
Right,
be careful.
Do the math.
Okay, your grandparents gonna live at least what, 60 years? 60 to 70, 80, some. I'm talking about
well, we're talking about generations, not lifespan. If you people were having kids at 15.
Is in the generation. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The generation
the lifespan goes through the generation because you're going back to the 1700s.
Yeah. Right, but I'm talking about the generations. Right? It's the generation
How long
itself.
Is the generation?
Like my mother.
Go ahead.
My mother is of one generation and I am of a different generation because I am her child. And then my grandmother is of a different generation. So I'm not talking about how old these people are because all three of us are still living, right? I'm talking about when it comes down to how people are conceived and the amount of grandparents that you really do have between now and back then is almost close to 300 people. So what I'm asking is, are you looking up all 300 people, or are you only following your mother's line? As in, you looking for your mother, and then your mother's mother, and your mother's mother's mother, and your mother's mother's mother, right? That's what you're doing. That's that line.
So that's.
But are you looking for your mother's 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 father's father, mother? Are you looking for that?
Don't make no sense. Yes,
part of your DNA too.
I don't know how to say it any other clearer than yes. I have every seventh grandparent on back down to me. Every one of them. So, and then remember,
seventh grandparent. That means 7 generations.
1 second. I get it.
So it's only 6 generations.
Genealogy, hold on, or a generation is not about how a person is born, it's when a person is born.
Yeah, it's only 6 generations, so it's 24.
Yeah.
6 generations between where?
You got 4. You got 2 grandparents on your mother's side, 2 on your father's side. 4 times 6, 24.
No,
6 generations to the 1700s.
That's not how that works.
It is.
So, like, you have a mother and you have a father, and both of them has 2 parents. That's 4, and then all 4 of those people have 2 parents. That's 8.
That's 4.
And then all 8 of those people have 2 parents. That's 16.
You doing exactly what I just said. That's 6 times 4.
We already 4 generations
I just did the math.
We already four.
No, because the third generation after that, all 16 of those people, you will have 16 by a different number. Like,
hold on. In the fourth generation, it'll be what? 16. In the fifth generation, it'll be 20. In the sixth generation, it'll be 24.
Hold on, let's count it. No, let's count it back. Let's count it back. Hold on, let's count it back. I have parents, right? Right. Since y'all want to say that's a different generation, I don't agree with that. I think a generation is a certain span of time, and you and your mother can be born in the same generation. But you know, we can count it back. You dig what I'm talking about? I got 2 parents, right?
One.
And that's one generation. And they got 2 parents, right? That's 4, right? That's 2 generations, right? 8 and 3, 16 and 4, 32 and 5, 64 and 6, and 128 ancestors. Not a lot of people, especially when you got already laid out documents. You dig what I'm saying? But anywhere from between, what is that? That's 128 people.
128, 7 great grandparents.
That's your 7 great grandparent.
Right.
Yeah, I got people way past that on certain ones of my lines. Way back into the 1600s.
You went back into the 16s, huh, Kyle?
16s.
Damn.
And the crazy part is, a lot of this, a lot of people won't believe this, or you know, you can take it how they want to, but a lot of it was already laid out for me. When I went to go, first of all, I was told to go look, and then when I went to go look, I found every fucking thing that they told me was there. All them old books, and then it had already been laid all the way out. And then on my grandfather's mother and father side, those are 4 lines in and of itself. Right? One that reached back into the mid 1700s. You did what I'm about. And then one that come back to Selassie Tamiyakite in 1792. She came over here as a 14-year-old indentured. She indentured herself from French Guyana. She already had my 6th great grandmother Harriet born. So by the time she was 14 to the time she pop up again on the record at 21, she's no longer indentured. She got 150 acres, a husband, and birthed my uncle Stephen, my 6th great grandmother's brother, who turn around. This is the crazy part. Harriet and Steve, right, have 2 best friends that live across the street from them named Mark and Harriet. So Mark and Steve are best buds, and Harriet are best buds, and end up marrying each other's brothers. Huh?
Wow, that's a lot of detail.
Really go when you really get into it. Shit be crazy.
Uh-huh.
So I can't speak for everybody else and their family, but I have nothing against. If I found some Africans, I wouldn't have nothing against that. I'm just saying, I ain't say nothing against them Europeans I found in there.
Of course. A lot of people don't say anything when they find Europeans in their family. A
I'm
lot of
just saying,
y'all
for
that
me,
are Native Americans and are claiming only Native American ancestry jump at the seams when y'all find some Europeans. But for some
I
great
mean, yeah,
reason, out of
but that's for the real
128
ones.
grandparents, you ain't
Yeah,
never found a
not for the
black
real
man
ones.
from Africa, but living in y'all be living and going to public schools. Granddaddy's named Steve. You ain't got no flying tomahawk eagle last names. Like y'all be blowing me a little bit. And that's no disrespect to you or your family,
I
but
know,
like
you know
y'all
what
be
I mean?
blowing me with this subject.
I think it's funny that historically lost people be pointing at the people that actually know their history and get mad at them.
I'm not mad at you. I'm just
Insane.
noticing a pattern,
I
brother.
think
I
that
ain't
shit
mad at you at
insane.
all.
Like, you know, when a slave, when an enslaved person who a slave, you know, come from a long line of weak ass slave niggas. You dig what I'm talking about? Because we know not to. What I'm saying is, no. What I'm saying is, hey, what I'm saying is,
like you doing
when
all
the weak niggas who got enslaved, I'm not from that stock. I'm not from that. I got my ass beat stock, or white folks did something to me, or took something. I'm not from that.
Wait, hold up, Kyle, relax. She might really be full throttle African. Like, have you seen the African in
No, it
your
doesn't
census?
matter. We're not talking about her. We just
I mean,
talking about me.
but she the one rapping though.
Bro, she may be African, bro. What does that have to do with me and this brother, great
Even if I
grandma?
ain't African, I'm African. I'm telling
Brother,
y'all this right now.
you know what? What that got to do
That's how loyal I
with
am
our
to my people.
grandmothers being Tunica and Biloxi?
Absolutely nothing. But
Okay,
that's not what she's squabbling though.
Well, what's she talking about? Because that's
Yeah,
what I was talking about.
yeah.
I don't know. Go ahead.
I was just mentioning that we have a whole lot of grandparents, and I've noticed that people follow certain lines to get to the information that they want to, and that's why I was asking. So, do you have all 128 names? And at first you said no, and then out of nowhere it's a yes. So I don't know. I'm not going to speak for your genealogy,
Yeah,
right? That's on you. But
that's what I was.
hold on,
That's
you
what I
gotta
was asking.
see. The thing is, you trying to push an ideology, and you made
I'm not trying to
it
push
up.
anything.
Hold on, you made it up. You just said I said something I didn't say. You said everybody on here heard me say I got all of them. Everybody
You
heard that.
got all 120.
Listen.
Eight grandparents,
Crazy
because
thing
like
is,
I shortened
the
the
crazy
number.
thing
I'm gonna
is,
be
right?
very honest. I'm gonna be very
Crazy
honest.
thing
At
is,
first, I said,
I
hold on. At
I
first,
can't really
hold
argue
on
your
really
opinion,
quickly.
nor
At first, I
about
said
me. Nor does it
256
really
because I was
matter
going
about
back
what
to
you're
the
saying
1700s.
about me and my
That's
family.
what
So
I
when I
said.
told you that I got the 128, it just blew your mind.
No,
Nobody can do that.
no, brother. I gave you two separate numbers, right? I gave you two separate numbers. I gave you the number for how many grandparents you would have if you went to the 1700s, and that's about 256. That's the first number I gave you. You said that you did not have that many
It
in,
wasn't
and we could play
256.
the
It's only
playback, right?
128.
And then so I shortened the number, and I went to
You
the
didn't shorten.
1800s, which is
That's just what,
120 something, right? So that's
sir.
why we got to the number that we was, and that's the number that you're starting to agree with, which is fine, right? I don't know your genealogy. I'm not here to argue your genealogy, but what I do find it interesting that a lot of you Native American, purebred ones like to claim European ancestry, but then don't claim African ancestry, knowing your ass went to a regular ass public school with Jerome and Tyrone and got all of them people in your name. Now the eagle flies in your background. And that's all I'm saying. But I'm not talking about you in particular. Generic
Wait a
statement
minute, that
of
didn't make
what
no
I
sense. So
found.
wait a minute, that didn't make no sense. You said because they go to school that make them African.
That's not what I said. Now, if you
That
stop
is what
cutting
you
me off,
said.
if you stop
That is
cutting me
what you
off,
said.
and
I listen.
listen to the entirety
Listening is a
of
skill,
if
and I
you
do it
stop
very well.
cutting me off and listen to the entirety of the statement,
We
so you
listen
can
to
get
it.
the
I'm just
context.
saying it
So
didn't
what
make
I
no
said
sense when
was,
you
I
said it.
find it
But you
funny
said
that
you went to school
hush,
with
let me
Tyrone and them.
finish
You
what
know
I'm
you got some
saying,
African
so
in you.
you can
So
get
that
it
means that
correct. So what
So
I'm
you mean,
saying is, okay, brother, tell me what I'm saying, because
what
you
I'm
know
trying
what
to
I'm
say,
going to say better than me.
yeah, exactly, because I actually listened to what you said.
No, that was sarcasm. You don't know what I'm going to say until I say it. And I'm not about to play these manly games with you where you about to mansplain my ideas to me. I'm tired of it. I had 4 hours of it tonight. So you either can listen to what I'm gonna say and respond to what I say, or we can move on. But you're not about to mansplain to me what I'm about to say. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm
I heard
tired. It's 1
exactly
o'clock
what
in
you
the
said. Let's
morning
move
where I am
on,
at,
bro.
and I'm tired of the male
I mean, it
chauvinism.
really don't matter as into what my family got to do with it. So
You're
let's move
right.
on.
You're right. I was making a
Let's
generic
move on,
statement
please.
at the
Let's
end.
please
At
move
the
on.
end, I said,
Can
you
we just
know,
please move on?
we be
You've
sitting
been doing
here
this shit to
having these
Gideon all night, man.
conversations.
Over talking.
Oh my God.
I'm just
You
saying, can we move
feeling some
on?
type of way. The Lord. When you start talking about that ancestry and start busting bubbles, they be getting upset. They won't even let you finish the question. Jeez.
Fam going in tonight on that lineage. That's interesting though, cause you were able to go back that far and not one you to pick up one no African lineage, huh?
But Europe. But you got Europe there. Like, oh my God.
Not yet.
Huh. What was I wonder what,
Nobody coming off a boat. I do well, and that's not true. Nobody getting off a boat because Selassie Tami Akite came from French Guyana. So
I'm pretty sure the lady that came from Europe was on a boat too. How else did she get there?
Yeah. So like I said that's not true. But
okay.
But not on a boat from Africa.
Yeah, we got to make sure we not from Africa. I got it. You're not from there. Got it.
I wonder what was her lineage over from Europe. Where did she come?
About Africa.
Oh, I do. I have unfortunately,
Africa
I
ain't
have
got nothing to do
European
with
in my
me.
background. Right? Unfortunately, I'm not proud of my European ancestry.
Yeah, I ain't got shit to do with Africa.
I'm very proud of my African ancestry, though. I'm very proud of those.
They not from Africa though.
Right, I do got Spanish in my
Yeah, she was blue
background.
black,
I
but she
got
was from
Irish.
England.
Right. Black as hell.
I mean, cause
I'm just saying.
I hear you, cause man.
I'm just saying.
I hear you, brother. For sure.
Listen, I'm just saying Africa doesn't have a stranglehold on melanin. So you dig what I'm saying? So just because you brown don't mean you from Africa. You dig what I'm saying? And just because you went to school don't mean you from Africa either. So you dig what I'm saying? I just saying I don't have a problem with Africans or having African genetics. I just haven't been able to prove I have them. I don't practice African culture. I don't have no African ethnicity. I don't have no African heritage.
You got more African in you than any Native. Like our.
I don't have no Native American.
No. You're
I don't
right.
have no Native American history.
I know you got even less Native American history than
Native
you put
Americans
into the Black history. But I just want to be clear. Like I just hear these. I'm trying to. I could be even clearer.
Native
So
American
silent.
and an
I could be
Indian
even clearer when you're quiet. You can understand everything. I promise you. I could promise you can understand me.
Indian and a Native American are not the same people.
Okay, sir. I get it.
Right.
You know, you're of the indigenous stock. I got it. Like all I'm just saying is like I heard these stories before, right? And I'm not attributing anything that I'm about to say to you personally.
Right.
It's not about you.
Right.
Okay. Even though it's gonna sound that way. I just find it interesting that we have these conversations I have conversations with indigenous Native American or Indian or the people that were here before the colonizers. That's what I would say. Right? I hear this conversation being had, but there's always this interbreeding with the European Black people. But none of the African Black people. But then you'd only find African roots inside of the Black community. And I would think with all of these Native Americans running around here, our roots would be in Native American ideology or mythology, but it's not. It's in Africa, right? Is that like the way we move is in Africa? I have not met an eagle flies yet, but I met a whole bunch of Tyrones that they got that name from the slave plantation. I've
In
definitely
America.
seen that, right? So like it's just interesting that in the Black community there's an uprising of all of these indigenous people when we all go to the same public schools. We all like we're y'all not in a bubble. You know what I mean? And then I'm gonna land my plane with this. Every single time I ask them what tribe they talking about is a tribe that intermingled with Africans. Either they were selling Africans, they were living with Africans, or they were or Seminole, especially if you were New Orleans, my brother. Like what?
Oh no!
Are you?
Oh no! Not
You almost Asian if you in New Orleans. If you in Florida, you definitely got that African in you. 'Cause that's what the Seminoles was doing. Like all of these like the main Native American tribes that people use have all been tribes that have intermingled with the African diaspora. So it's just interesting how y'all never find the Africans in y'all lineage.
Would you say
Not you though, not you, cause
I
that
ain't
was a
gonna lie,
generic
though.
statement.
I ain't gonna lie. I find that interesting too. That we've been told these stories that you Black African jigaboos came over here from the West Coast, we enslaved you, and you mix with these Siberians, right? but when we look at our genealogical records, the things that can be actually proved, not the stories and the mythos, the things that can actually be proved, birth records, death records, we don't find the mix. You dig what I'm saying? I think that's very strange too. But what we do find is hold on one second. Well, the same places that were registered and same people that were just a few years ago registered Indians got changed and then retroactively backwards from 1924 from Indian to Negro, colored, and Black. Huh.
Right.
So in the same place, every
Indeed
Indian
happened.
who didn't go to the reservation got changed into a Negro,
A
colored, and Black.
Negro, right?
And
That
then
did
in the
happen a lot.
1920s, hold on one second. And in the 1920s, during the Harlem Renaissance, they created an invented story of African heritage. You dig what I'm talking about? With sisters like Neil Hurston, who stole a Jewish white girl's story and plagiarized it and passed it off as American African.
Blasphemy. Blasphemy. And what we're not about to do is disrespect my aunties. And this is what I be having a problem with y'all right here. Right? This is where I have a problem with y'all. Blasphemy.
Is that a lie?
Blasphemy. She is literally the first, like, she's literally the first filmmaker. Like, we're not about to disrespect Zora Neale Hurston like this.
I mean, but how did we
Like,
disprove? How did we disprove what he's saying?
Hey, disprove what I'm saying. I'm saying she got sued for plagiarism, and it was well known because her mentor Herkovitz. You did what I'm
Yes,
talking
she
about.
worked for white people. Yes.
And hold on, they lambasted her ass for that shoddy scholarship she did. She just stole that white woman story. And the white woman sued her and won. Same thing happened with Alex Haley and Roots. See, this is the crazy part. We keep getting this black ass Kunta Kinte story, but they don't tell you Kunta Kinte is a Choctaw name.
Yeah, I know about that. I got the source on that too.
Yeah, it's in the Choctaw dictionary. Look it up. Means he who speaks to the beaver.
That was brutal.
I think I get what you're saying,
I
Cos.
don't be liking to argue. I don't like to argue their history because see, what I know for a fact is more people came from Africa came after 1992 to now than the whole 500 years from 1492 to 1992. I'm
Okay, hold
saying,
up.
yeah, more Africans have come from Africa since 1992 than in the 500 years from 1492 to 1992. So what I'm saying is, if we got this African heritage, we would know it. Our grandmamas and them would still be named Oranzie or Umbutu or Mbekwe. Still speak that shit in the house. Like, cause see, I got some African friends, and most of they grandmamas and them came over here in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s. But they know where they from. They know they from Nigeria. They know they from Cameroon. They know they from these places, right? And their grandmamas and their mamas still speak the language in their homes.
Man, shit, Charles. You're not saying that your family don't have African genetics at all, though, are you?
No, I'm not. I can't be sure that I don't know all of them. But
exactly, that was my whole point.
We all come out of, everybody on the
That
planet
was
pretty
my
much.
whole point, that you don't know them all.
I don't agree with
that. Was the point that I was making from the beginning.
No, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
But look.
But after y'all done, I do want to talk about Zora a little bit.
Even out of Africa, 1 second.
What's that, Cos?
Wait, real quick, Cos. He said that everybody come out of Africa, right? So if that's the case, that should be the easiest thing to prove. Why is that the hardest thing to prove while we doing this research? That's all I'm saying.
I'd say we have different lineages. He's right. Yeah, we have a different lineages, but
I'm not saying it don't exist. You know what I'm saying? But why is it so hard to find
cultures
it?
and histories? We're not all the same, but
no.
Yeah, we have different bloodline. Yeah, I can go for that. I vibe what he's saying.
Yeah, and then we're not denying that nobody was ever brought over here.
Right.
You did what I'm talking about.
Right.
But
same thing with my fam. There was mixed in with the slaves
saying,
and indigenous too.
I don't believe
out of Alabama. Mm-hmm.
Say it again, Sadiq. I
was just kind of mirror what you were saying. I didn't haven't done the lineage trace, not back that far, but we went back to like the early 1800s. And my family's out of Alabama.
You're gonna go back that far. You're gonna go back farther once you really start looking.
That's what I want to do. I want to go back further. 1600s would be real good if I can go back that far.
Listen, your people, whether you believe this or not, your people are my people, right? Your grandma never gave you a story about the great Western African culture that you come from. Never.
No.
No, she said, baby, you got that good hair and them high cheekbones because your great-grandmama was a little Choctaw. She was
wow. So now high cheekbones and good hair only belong to Native Americans.
Yeah.
This is getting
we were slaves though. We had the slave history. We had that and we had the slave, we had slaves.
Let me just say this really quick about the population that y'all love to point out, that the fact that only a small percentage of people came from Africa to the United States of America, but what y'all always leave out is the breeding camps that were in America that produced most of these people. So these people came from Africa, went to breeding camps and multiplied by the thousands. That's where we get the name motherfucker from. They were breeding them.
Hey, listen,
to be very clear, and to be clear, the Native American. Hold on, let me finish my sentence. Hold on. And the Native American women don't have that same story. They were not trying to breed the Native American woman. They were sterilizing them at that time. They were breeding the black woman to create more slaves and killing off the Native American women and their children to take their land. There's a whole book about it.
Hey, listen. Anyway, hold on. Hey, listen.
So that shit goes crazy.
Let me handle this.
Okay. I got a real quick question. It's a simple question.
No.
Wait, hold on. I want to know if she can name one person, one black female on this breeding camps. Can you name one person? On these breeding farms? Can you name one of them?
I can show you where they at. They in Maryland.
No, name a person.
Like, what are we talking about? There's a whole history behind Maryland, North Carolina, and South Carolina for having breeding camps. That's where they went to. So you want me to know a name of a woman that wasn't seen as property when I could show you the entire institution of what they were doing?
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about? So now breeding camps aren't real. We're so indigenous American. Now the breeding camps ain't real.
I just want you to hear it
as I
out
understand it,
goes crazy.
Hey, this is why I wanted to get it out before we went left.
OT Keezy.
Listen, this is the thing. Shout out my dog OTK, because we go in on this all the time. We never said, I agree, there were breeding camps, especially in the Caribbean. But where we disagree on, and also I agree that people were taken from the western coast of Africa. I agree with that. And enslaved in the Caribbean, and they were in those breeding camps. I'm not disagreeing with none of that. But what I do disagree with you is who exactly was the person being put on the boat from the western coast of Africa? Because I don't think that they're Africans at all, or from that continent. Because guess what? What we have documented for over 400 years is the Ottoman Empire, along with the Corsairs, and along with the Vikings, raiding and raping everything from the Pillar of Hercules all the way to Siberia, and enslaving these people in North and South Africa, and they are white folks being put on slave ships and enslaved in the Caribbean. And guess what? This is why when you always mix a so-called copper-colored Indian and a blue-black African, how do it make a mulatto every time? Because one of them is white, and it's the African. The nigga, there ain't no African people. Ain't no true African people. Them people is Nigerian. They from Sierra Leone. And it's the white people. And listen, and hold on, because this is where you get the word hillbilly from. Because them people was enslaved in the mountains down there. This is where you get your word redneck. Because them niggas was enslaved in the mountains. This is where you get your name Mountain Johnny from. You don't know what that is. Because you can't.
Was Mountain Johnny, Hillbilly, or any of them called nigger?
I documented the people being put on the boats.
No, you don't. You don't, and you're lying. And I'm sorry, but like the reinterpretation of history that you're doing is wild, brother. And like, just be indigenous American. You ain't gotta rewrite history to be an indigenous American. Just do it.
But I gotta let y'all know that history you don't know. I ain't up here talking about what you do know. I'm telling you what you don't know.
It sounds like you're saying a lot of fallacious statement, but okay.
It could sound like cognitive dissonance.
No, it sounds fallacious. It sounds very fallacious. It sounds very fallacious to talk about the Vikings going from where they're from to Siberia, then somehow connect that to how Africans are an African. I'm still trying to figure out that jump. Right, and then on top of that, right? Wait, hold on. We cannot always talk together, cause I continue to go on mute when you're talking. This is not a song. We're not singing. You don't know what I'm about to say, and I thought everything you just said was some bullshit. But I sat on mute and let you talk that bullshit. I let you do it. I let you do it. I let you talk your bullshit. I ain't cut you off. I ain't do none of that. I waited patiently until you were done. And well, you are never done, to be very honest, right? Like, come on, you gotta learn how to take a breath and take a chill pill. Be cool by the pool.
There's the one who's been up here talking 5 straight hours.
Yeah, because today was about me. Make a day about you, and then we'll talk about you for 5 straight hours. Like the
You can't I'm smarter than you, Issa Kween. You can't.
We all fam at the end of the day.
Look. Now we losing the frontal cortex.
Like I can just as ignorant or belligerent, or just be just as calm and demure as you are. What I'm saying is, I'm giving you back what I'm getting, and you ain't liking it.
No, you're not giving me back what you're getting. I'm actually giving you silence. You ain't gave me that yet. Like, now you're starting to do it, but like every time I'm talking, you talking with me. Like, what is going on?
My brother dying in fact.
Yeah,
Brother, crack it up.
Copper Draco laugh at anything. He like
Good dying,
what's
man.
that little dog that used to what's that?
Oh, he's trying to call you a little hyena from Lion King.
He say, hey, we tell Copper Draco, say it again. He say Mufasa, that nigga get together.
I told you, talking about Lion King. I know
Right.
If you cooking, I'm laughing.
He just crazy. He just crazy. Chicken Little. That's my dog though.
Yeah, my fam in Alabama, we had the slave ancestry, and from the indigenous side, and also we have Africans ancestors that were brought
Man,
over,
listen, man.
and
All right, listen,
but
man.
like
I done heard all of this.
yeah,
Hey,
I'm
Queen,
a
Chief of this business.
let me
Yeah,
finish
I
this
know,
point
man.
out, brother.
Yeah,
Yeah, one
mute your
second.
mic up real quick, man. Yeah, you been
Hey,
on
no,
for
So
a
let him
second.
get it out.
let me
Okay,
finish this point,
let him
brother.
get it out. He was
My
talking.
bad. Child
You
pardon.
got
For sure.
I
So
ain't
it
hear.
just be
My bad. I got a little
just be
delay.
a couple, just a few sentences, and so
No, I
pretty
got
much
a
long
delay.
story.
My
The
bad,
long
Sadiq, bro.
for sure.
Child pardon.
Uh,
Child pardon.
and just I mean the long and short of it, we pretty much how I understand it is that my fam was here out of Alabama. We moved to Michigan, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so it was just a lot of work. And I heard when she was telling me, it was a lot of my fam throughout the years was telling me pretty much it was a lot of work. You know, the original Euros bringing
What
a
year
lot of
your
people
people come
over,
up to the D, bro?
and so, huh?
What year your people come up towards the D?
Oh, like the early
Oh, you
30s,
bet. You
30s and
bet. I was
40s.
about to say you bet not say the 30s because I bet you probably came up here with some Joneses, some Howards, some
Right,
Harringtons.
Joneses, Thomases, and stuff.
Yep,
Yeah.
them all my people that came up here from Alabama, Perry
Yo, you
County.
got folks from Alabama too? Oh, my
Listen,
folks
I'm
are.
telling you, my granddaddy was born in Perry County, Alabama.
Is that
He came up here in
Leeds and
32.
Vincent and Leeds and
All them we got Harringtons. We got what is they?
I got we got McDaniels,
Darnell,
McDaniels and
Darnell's, Washingtons. We got
okay.
You got Washington, and you
yeah,
wasn't slave.
all of that is in my family.
Yeah, it probably indirect related if you go back. A lot of people are from that area of
We
Alabama, like
came
that.
up here.
Yeah, that
My
I mean,
central.
granddaddy
I'm
was
from that
born in
area, Alabama
32.
as
Charles
well.
Barkley, Tariq Nasheed. A lot of people are like from that little nook
My
right up in
granddaddy
there.
was born in 32. He came up
Really?
here in 36.
Yeah, that's so. After they got there was a lot of work bringing these guys over from Africa, particularly in the as the later slavery started winding down. They kind of just before it ended, they kind of just end up stopped doing that mostly. And so you notice that the slave population, so called, exploded. That's because they started renaming people
You
that was
trying to
already
slip that
here.
in there?
They
No. You
they
got
start
no
renaming.
proof
They
that
start
they was bringing
reclassifying
these
people.
people from Africa, bro. You
Right.
got
It
no
wasn't.
proof that they was bringing these people from
It was
Africa.
just it's
I like
some
how you
it's
trying to
some brought
put that
over,
in there this
but it wasn't
time.
to the.
Boy,
Let me
you
just
was
run that point
smooth
out,
with
brother. Let me
that.
finish the point.
Boy, you was
It
smooth
just
with
wasn't
that.
so. It
Boy,
wasn't
I
the
swear to
number, the
God.
heavy.
You was
Let me show
slipperier
that.
than eel sperm, boy.
Hey, Sadiq,
The volume that they say was
what
kind of
number?
misleading.
What
But
what number you rocking with, Sadiq? Like,
I
what
think
number you
after they
rocking
got
with?
their weight up, they just began to just reclassify us here, and then the numbers just kind of
How many?
exploded, took off then.
How many Africans you feel like was brought over? Like, what's your number?
From the
Into
sources I understand,
North America.
anywhere between
Into North
roughly
America.
between 250 to 300,000, 400,000, right up in there. That's
Okay.
it.
Well,
Yeah,
you more
that's it. Yeah.
realistic than
But yet we
yeah.
got
Okay.
millions. There's million. But see, that's because they begin to reclassify people. They did have some breed. There was some breeding
Yeah,
too.
hold
Like the
up.
Queen was
Well,
saying, there is some
Stop
breeding,
right there.
but they couldn't breed
Stop
tens
right
of
there.
millions.
Stop
They
right
could
there.
breed,
Stop
say
right
in
there.
such
we
a
had
short period of
millions
time. Is
though.
what I'm saying.
Hey, that's a
So they,
good question,
One
Draco.
mic, y'all. One
Hey,
yeah, I
mic.
just
Why
want to get
y'all
this point
all
out.
where
over
was
top
those
of Sadiq
Yeah,
finishing
just
300,000
hold
his
on.
people
point?
brought in?
Exactly. Yeah.
What's
Thanks.
going on?
Thanks, A1. And so yeah, it's just that they
Oh, my
begin. It was
bad,
just too.
A1. My bad, A1.
It was just too much work to bring people over.
Hey,
It's too
I
much. It
thought
was
you
too
was asleep.
expensive. You would also lose a lot of the cargo would die. So hey, then after they got their weight up, they didn't have to do that no more. So they said, you know what? We got all these motherfuckers over here, Indians and shit. Well, hey, why don't we rename about a couple few million of these guys
And
and
the
call?
funny part
I'm
is,
Yeah,
about, I'm about to
like you
begin
were
with you,
saying,
but
cause like you
hold
were
on,
just
the
like what you were
funny
saying.
part, Sadiq,
What's up?
that's the same message that so-called Christopher Colombo messaged the very first day. He
Yeah,
said, if you
it just
give
makes
me
more sense. Yeah, you just convert them
he
here. You don't have to keep bringing them right.
he
It's just
said,
cheaper. Yeah, you know.
listen to what he said though.
What's
First of
that?
all, we know by documentation what's been
Oh,
proven
that's very well
that
done. Right,
that
right.
the
Very well documented.
that the so-called triangular slave trade, or what they like to call the Middle Passage, started in America, went to Europe first,
Right. Yeah.
and then went to Africa, and so-called came back to the Americas. Right? You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. A lot of people went from came
like
from
they
here, went
told
over
it.
to Europe. Right. Right. Exactly.
You know what I
That's well
mean?
documented. Right.
And so Columbo says when he's writing back to the Queen, he tells him, if you gave me 150 men, right? And I think the number was 20 war dogs.
You talking about Isabella?
Yeah, Princess Isabella. He's writing back to them in his correspondence. He said, if you gave me 150 trained real soldiers, he was like, these people over here that we just met, they don't even got steel.
Right.
Right. So he was like, these people that we met on this island of Hispaniola, if you give me 50 men, we'll lay this whole island down.
50 men with guns.
So that was Columbo's thought, but that's because he ran up on some peaceful people. Right? We had people who was truly peaceful, never had been to war, truly pure vegetarian, never had killed anything, nothing. We had them type of people.
There was vegetarians
we had
too.
them niggas that ass out to dry.
Easy going as hell. They wasn't no. They was vegetarian thugs. Them niggas didn't want no beef. Nobody. Vegetarian thugs.
And then it's some niggas that's just not having it.
Right.
You said Columbo ran up on some vegans, man.
Yeah, that nigga, listen, Columbo said, you give me 50 good men and 20 war dogs, I'll lay this whole bitch down. I'll lay it down. Everything.
But I got African ancestry though.
Problem with that?
It's a queen. I got African ancestry.
They kind of see niggas as
I'll just let it because I gotta clear something up for
it's almost the same as the African story.
I'm still on Zora.
I got African ancestry. I ain't gonna even lie.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm sorry. I'm of the thought that we all have African ancestry. I'm not in this idealism that any of us is pure one race, because that doesn't make sense in 2026. It just doesn't, especially if a part of your story is, some of the Native Americans didn't want to go to the reservation. So where did they go?
They stayed where
they was classified as colored or whatever it is. Brother,
okay.
I'm still speaking. You can classify it, the Native, they got classified as colored or whatever it is, but they didn't go to some bubble. They was probably living in where colored people lived. They probably got married to some colored man or woman, or their children did, because all of the other Native Americans was on the reservations, unless they was out there pointing at each other out like, wait, is you Native American? All right, man, you can do it. You not, because I don't see that in our history. I don't see inside of our communities where we're having side Native American blocks and all of this other stuff. I'm not seeing that.
Well,
so what information do y'all have to prove that once these Native Americans left the reservation, came and intermingled with us, that they were now racist towards us and would not breed with us?
Yeah. Well, I don't know where you got that idea from. Nobody is stating that, so I don't know where you're coming from with that. But
from this purity ideology.
Hold on, my whole point was that the people who didn't go to the reservation, right? The people right in the city, never left a farm, never went nowhere, got changed into coloreds, Negroes, and blacks.
Okay.
So they didn't go anywhere.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about. And to act like you dig what I'm saying. I understand the mix, but I also understand that there's also only one race. Right? Now, you may not believe that. You may not believe that, and you think man is somehow different because his epidermis is different.
That's not true. I don't believe that. Don't put stuff on me.
I say you may. I'm not
Yeah, well,
saying
I don't.
I don't. Okay, if you don't, I'm not putting that on you. But there are
Okay.
many.
Hey, Cos, when was the last? Didn't they start? Didn't they go up to recent years, even renaming, reclassifying Indians to Negroes? I think didn't they go up to the 20s, 1920s?
1924, Walter Plecker and them,
Right,
but they
right.
went back. They went all the way
That's
back
not
to
that long ago.
17.
Right,
No, it's not. That's just 100 years ago.
right.
Right. I'm not arguing
No,
that
no, no.
that
We're
didn't
not saying
happen.
I was
What
going to
I'm
double check
Issa
that
arguing is
Queen.
that
timeline.
Issa
Yeah.
Queen, hold on one
this
second. I'm not arguing
this
with you. I'm just
purity,
giving you
this pure
information.
blood, like they giving
Yeah,
it's
but
giving Slytherin, right? It's I don't know if y'all Harry Potter fans. I'm sorry. But it's given they're the pure Native Americans and we're all muggles out here.
No,
Like that's
I
what
wouldn't.
it's
I'm not
giving.
saying that. No, I got African
and nobody,
ancestry. Yeah,
nobody is stating that. You know what I
but
mean?
then I got the indigenous too. You know,
Yeah, you
too.
got
Right,
But
because we're a
right,
mixed bag.
right,
We're
right.
mixed.
Hold on, there are indigenous Africans.
It's three of y'all talking at the same time. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what. No, that's why. That's why I
That's
was
the only way
trying
you
to
could
be
talk
quiet.
tonight. Like
My
Shout out
sister,
that's where we
OC
at.
hold on,
Faith
my
back
sister
on
just
this.
cut me off.
All
My
body.
sister cut me off.
Go ahead,
But
Cos.
yeah,
Or whoever. I
it's
mean,
all good.
it's
It's
Queen. I
all
don't know if
good.
it's Queen was speaking.
Yeah.
Or Cos.
So you know, I don't think anybody is saying that. You know what I mean? I don't think nobody is saying you got Muggle blood or you less of this because your people come from Africa. Nobody, no, I don't think nobody has ever said that. You dig what I'm saying? I don't have anything against Africans, but I also am real enough and old enough, right, to have lived in Detroit my whole life, and I'm around these people. I know for a fact in Nigerian homes they teach that they are different than us.
Right.
They are.
Right?
Right.
They
Oh
call
yeah.
us, they got
That's
a
hands
word,
down.
they got a word that they call us over here, right? And I
Right.
know this because I dated a girl from Africa. Right? They call us this word called akata.
Right.
And we
I know my man. I know my
them
man's going to die
African
laughing
booty
on this.
scratches. We all got words, brother. Like you're not
Yeah,
saying
but
nothing.
the
Like you're not
difference
about
is,
to. You
hey,
know.
but you know what the difference is in my home? The difference is in my home, my mama sent that 19 cent to the starving kids in Africa. My mama did have
Your mama
black
sent
and
that
green.
19
Hold
cents
on,
to the
hold
white
on one
man,
second.
brother.
One second.
She
One
got
second.
she got
Listen,
robbed.
my mama, what I'm saying is my mama
Sally
did have the
Struthers.
red and
Yeah.
black and green and shit. We did show reverence to Africa when I was coming up, but I didn't
Same
get that.
here.
We
Yeah.
didn't get that. My friends from other places, especially Africa, got taught hate, got taught like white people against brown people in America. And those are things that I'm not guessing. I know this. Right? So and I got called in the kata to my face.
Mm-hmm.
You did what I'm talking about. So you did what I'm saying. So it's all good. I ain't tripping. You did what I'm talking about, but I'm not going to be blind to the reality.
Right, but what I'm saying is that you're blanketing an entire group of people because of how you feel about a couple of few that you know,
Who do I feel
right?
about?
And Kaz,
tell me that?
chill out.
You
Be
keep saying I
cool
feel
by
some
the
type of way. I don't
pool,
even
brother.
Cosby ready
Sit
to go,
back
don't
and
it?
eat your food.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Take a sip
I just
of
hate when people
water.
lie on
Like,
me.
nah, brother,
I
wipe
don't
the
let
feel
her
tongue
no
off of
way
investigate,
your
about
man.
no
mouth.
African.
You gotta take a breath.
Let's hear the
I just gotta
queen,
say
guys.
this.
Let's hear the
I'm
queen.
I
scared
just
for the
gotta say this. I don't
hypertension.
feel no way about no
Hold on,
Africans or
guys.
nobody.
I heard you. I heard
Let her
you.
cook.
My
We got to
goodness
hear the queen out.
gracious. You gotta put your feet in the water sometimes.
Cos.
But all I'm saying is, right, is that I just don't believe that we are a pure anything. Nobody here is pure African. Nobody here is pure European. Well, pure great British. Nobody here is pure French because we intermingled so much.
I'm pure
So
human.
this idea that you know you don't have any other no nothing else in your background. And it just bothers that you would claim the European ancestry but completely skip over the African ancestry when we know that all life comes from Africa. So like just off the basis of where the people come from, you can't even put yourself in that situation. And it just goes crazy for me. And then secondly, Native Americans, a lot of them, especially the ones that went to the reservation, they got to live in a bubble. So they could be pure, whatever they want, all the live long day, but they kind of mix with white. We're not going to
Right.
act like that's not
Right.
a thing,
Right.
right? But when the Native Americans that decided to intermingle and still be into the world, you trying to tell me that they just wasn't attracted to black people? Like that doesn't make sense to me.
I mean,
Especially when we know the history about the Seminoles. We know the history
Right.
about the Cherokees. And some of them, sold. Brother OTK, you just got here. Can
So I'm
you be
Aboriginal
cool by
to
the pool?
America. I don't
I
really
don't know what do
Y'all both
the
how y'all both trying to cut her off at the same time?
right. Like I need y'all to calm down. It's not this
Are y'all
deep.
getting whooped on that bad?
This
I
is
mean, it's only one woman. Are y'all getting whooped on that bad? I'm trying to figure it out because it definitely looked like it.
do some figuring.
Hey,
I'm bowing down.
So good
Back,
for
Queen.
remember the one day when I was like, if y'all
I
keep cutting him
figured.
off, I'm gonna give him an
Yeah,
extra minute. And you was like, give him 5. Like he need all day. Like y'all not letting her talk. Like so she must be whooping y'all.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, it's just a
Go
lot
ahead.
of
As you were saying, it's the queen.
yeah, it's just a lot of misinformation that's being told. And you don't have to like turn all Africans white. You don't have to make all Nigerians racist. You could just be a Native American. Just be that. But you don't have to do the extra steps. And that's all I'm saying. Like I'm of the idea that we're all mixed. I have white in me. I like literally one of my family last names is Birmingham. I'm from the Alabamas just like y'all.
Yeah.
That's how I
Where your
know.
folks from, Queen?
Birmingham. And I'm
Birmingham?
from Chattanooga, Tennessee. And we were like, I'm from
Yeah.
the country.
On both sides. Both sides. Your mom and dad.
No,
nigga
my dad comes
Birmingham.
from Georgia.
Okay.
My father's side of the family is a little bit more cryptic. I'll give him that much. You know, people be having issues. So, but with my mother's side, and this is how I really know that we gotta be hyper vigilant when we're talking about these things,
Right.
because even on my mother's side, it's so convoluted. It's so many different moving parts when it comes to our lineage. I find Native Americans in there. I find all of that. And you know one thing, and I'm gonna land my plane with this. One thing that my colorist family members used to say is we are the Native American ones because of our high cheekbones and our long hair. And if you go into Africa, you'll find high cheekbones and long hair. It's not just like black people can grow their hair. Like it's not a thing
Let me
that
ask you
doesn't
something,
happen.
Queen.
So y'all gotta you stop using the racist talking points to prove y'all point. That's the
Let me
part
ask
that be getting me. And I land
Yeah.
there. I'm sorry.
Yeah. From my family, they told we're pretty much how I understand my family lineage. I'm pretty much like Euro, indigenous, and so a little bit of the red native. I kind of reserve the native code for the red guy for the Asians, the Asian native, so-called red Indian, but a little bit of the native guy, and then just the indigenous black Indian, so-called Indian, and then the slave, the actual African slave that was brought over. I'm a mix of my lineage have those three guys mixed up,
Yeah, you feel like
and
you a
so
whole ethnogenesis?
pretty much, yeah. Because I'm not actually African, we're not continental African per se. I'm not native red, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not indigenous Shawasi, I'm not definitely I'm not we got cut off from all that, over the last 100 years or so, 150 years. So
No,
I feel great.
I respect that. Now, let
Uh-huh.
me ask you one more thing. Okay, it's kind of like a 3-part, all in one question. Do you
What's
feel
that?
like you are ethnogenesis, or that you're mulatto, or somehow both?
I would say at the end of the day, those three. Yeah, I got the red guy, the white guy, and the African guy. The guys who was brought over. I got those guys in my history. Got the some of the tribes out of I would say the southeast India, around Alabama, Georgia tribes over there, and also the Maroons play a part in our area, of Alabama. It's a lot of rich history over there. Got some lineage, and
Yeah,
and
I,
then
res- I, respect, I
you
respect
got
that.
you got the
Now,
slave
now,
master, you know. Yeah, I mean white guy.
now,
Yeah, that's
would
pretty
you?
much all it is.
I
Respect that.
respect that. Would you be able to would you be able to source up all of those? Like you actually got the sources to all three of those?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And we
Yeah.
got up in our trunk. We have the trunk. We have a trunk in
Mm.
our upstairs in our attic. Got a lot of the stuff in it, all of the photos, all the oh man, it's like
Yeah.
man, we got the medical records. So we our
And you know
history.
what you should do, Sadiq Rob, when you go in there, next time
That's
you
dope.
get your genealogy and all that stuff lined up and you get it all stuff, go look at who you say was a slave, right? And go
Yeah.
look who owned him and see if that's his father.
Right.
Or go look
That's
and see
yeah. I
if
was doing some of
go
that.
look
I
and
was
see if
trying to
some
do
of the
that, but it just
round,
kept yeah. It's just
because I
that's
found
rough,
this a lot.
man.
Because my people owned more slaves, and I ain't found none yet.
Really.
Yeah, but see what it was they were indenturing their children in the 1840s, 1850s.
Right. That's
Still,
what my
they was doing
great grandmother, three greats back. Yeah, she was born in
they was
1848.
doing not it's not schooling, it's got a name where I teach you a skill, right? Over a amount of time. It's almost like an indenture, but it's not. You're not enslaved. And you have rights and all that stuff and everything. It's called like a prepar
Is
okay,
it
basically, let's say me and Sadiq Ra are brothers, right?
okay?
Sadiq Ra has a iron factory. He knows all about smithing, and he got a whole bunch of girls, right? This is my brother now, my blood brother, and I got a cotton and sewing place, and I know that's my skill, but I got all boys because that's my brother. You did what I'm talking about, and we got indentures to go over there and learn a trade. But they got a name for it. When you teach them a trade, it's called not apprenticeship. It's called, but it's like an apprenticeship.
Like an apprenticeship.
Yeah,
I'm
and,
not
and,
even
and
familiar.
basically they
Like
learn the
okay.
skill. They
An
learn the
internship?
skill over an amount of time, but then would in a sense be your quote unquote slaves and dentures. But in fact, they're your nephews that you've been teaching smithing for 7 years. Right,
Okay.
and then it would look like, because I paid taxes on these indentures, that I got your 7 daughters as slaves, but in fact these is my nieces, and I'm teaching them how to grow cotton and run the gin and sew.
Damn. Okay.
And so that's
Yeah.
what was happening. I found in my family personally,
Huh.
right? So when we see, and then I also found that we own
I got voting
nigga
records mainly
slaves.
and medical
We had
records, burial sites. I found a lot of my burial. Not to cut you off, but just to add that this is important too. The burial sites is critical. That's hard evidence right there. That's like hard facts right there. If you can find that. So I was able to trace back to the definitely. I mean, I found a lot of my relatives that were born in the early 1800s, their grave sites and their photos and so forth and addresses and things. I still got it, and I'm still uncovering. I'm not done. I'm nowhere near done. I want to go down there, man, and visit down there, bro. You know, at some point this year, next year, go down there and visit some fam down there while I'm at it, and visit some of those. And that's when you really tie all the dots together. When you get on there, you actually talk to some of the people that's actually still down there. You know, that's when you really just take it all the way home. There, and they have trunks in there. They have trunks in their attics. You know.
Hey, man. And listen, I've been doing this genealogy for a minute now. You know what I mean? Getting myself
Right.
together. You dig what I'm saying? I just found 120 acres given to my third great grandfather from the president to his
Really
heirs forever.
interesting.
He fought in the Civil War.
Interesting. And so,
Yep.
you know, people that was former slaves, we had a lot of record keeping people that was former slaves. They kept track of us real
They
tightly, you
weren't
know.
slaves.
I'm not
Most of
talking.
these people could write, read. You
Yeah,
dig what I'm
right,
talking
you
about?
know.
They own farms and families and had wives and own things. They may have been indentured for a while as children, like Lincoln. You dig what I'm talking about? Like Madison, like Adams. All of them indentures, all of them white. You dig what I'm talking about? Well, Lincoln got a little something in him. He got something in him. But
He said, yeah, you said Lincoln, yeah, you talking about Lincoln Park being black or part black?
yeah, he got
Yeah, yeah.
he got
Right.
melunging in him. He
Yeah,
melunging.
that's what I've read something similar about that, yeah.
Yeah, he got some melunging. He got a little lungy. He all good though. He all right. He did the right thing in the end.
Right. Oh man, yeah.
Salute
So
to
much to uncover. I'm trying to get it uncovered just in case they start paying these reparations, bro.
Hey, look, the thing is,
Shit.
you know
Keep
what
it
I
100.
found out though?
We gotta get this paperwork right.
We ain't gonna
Hmm.
get no reparations for slavery.
Well, I'm optimistic, brother.
It's
I
not
think
for
it's a matter
slavery.
of time, personally.
You ain't gonna nobody ever is gonna get reparations for slavery.
I don't know. I'm optimistic. I think right now we're getting closer. Remember, I would just say this. Remember, a few short years ago, this would be utter mockery.
Well,
It
this
would be.
ain't what
They
we
would
going.
laugh off us. They would
We not
actually
going.
laugh off the internet. We would get laughed off of here, right?
Yeah. But
Not
reparations ain't
anymore.
about reparations ain't about. First of all, if you wasn't
Yeah, it's
going
not
through
so
what was
ridiculous.
documented here, you did what I'm talking about, and your peoples have been back here and been on that indigenous record prior to 1830s, 1820s when they start really counting.
Right.
1840s, because see the thing is they didn't put Africans on census records, so that right there, right? No Africans got on census records before 1870. Period. So if you got records to 1860, 1850s, 1830s,
When they start
10s,
classifying the freedmen class, yeah,
1790s, when
that's
it start,
right up
you
in there.
from you a nigga, you from that free people of color
Yeah,
stuff.
that's pretty. Yeah, that's what we've been. That's what I think the common consensus more or less is. If you can go back to the 1870 census,
Negro doesn't mean African. That's what college
Right.
is saying. Negro don't mean African.
you know, yeah,
That's
because
what
I'm.
college is saying. Color don't mean African.
And they created that black system to lump everybody into one to
Right.
make you powerless. Because if
Right.
I'm
Take your
always
identity away.
listen,
Right.
my thing is, if I'm always looking way over in Egypt trying to find some connection to Ra,
Right.
nigga, I never worry about what the fuck is under my feet. And
That's true.
why do I have 42 acres on Huron land? Somebody got to explain why my family is in the Hurons.
Right.
Why ain't we in the Hosa tribe with a click language?
And they didn't have a problem with us when we was really, pretty much worship. I would say fair to say, given that we were embracing Africa, like almost to worship in Africa at the time, back in the last 60 years.
Yeah.
And they were just, the government would fund African studies in all of the, colleges in our communities. They would put bringing African guys, continental African guys, to even teach the courses. And we just rolled like that for quite a while. It's just that right now it's a whole renaissance going. It's like a whole new vibe, dude, and it's really shaking a lot of motherfuckers up. A lot of people getting shook up over it. Yeah.
And this is why delineation is key.
It's a whole new It's a whole new day. I'm telling you. Yeah.
Huh? Because you guess what delineation does for you, Sadiq Ra? Right off tops.
What's that?
It lets you know who with you and who ain't.
Pretty much.
So we already know who. Everybody who talk bad about you got to be crazy, cause man, you ain't never found no African. You ain't found one neither. You get what I'm talking about? No, I've never found an African. I ain't found one. Don't have a problem with finding one. I'm just being truthful. I don't have one yet. Maybe if I keep going back and way back before anybody before we was here.
It shouldn't be that hard. It shouldn't be that hard to find though.
My thing is from the time a nigga was on here, I was here. That's all I'm saying. And then now we looking at haplogroups that's taking us back to fucking hundreds of thousands of years. We got not only AOO from your boy out of South Carolina, but shout out to Raymond Moses. His DNA is a quadruple O, going back 700,000 years. This shit crazy. This shit crazy. So every time we think we got it, what I've noticed over my time of being a truth seeker, right, is that every time the world thought they had it, soon as they thought they had it in their grasp, boom, truth blow that bitch out the water. Something they this is debunking this and what we thought for 350 years.
Hey, quick question, Sadiq. And no,
Sure, brother.
I ain't judging nothing like that. I just want
Go ahead,
to know your opinion. How you feel about what's your take on DNA? Like, you feel like it's official or
DNA, man. You know what? The jury's still out on that. I'll say this. Take it with a grain of salt. You got 4 groups on them. You got the Mongoloid, you got Negroid, you got the Euro, and there's a third. It's a Denisovian guy. You got what's the other guy? It's like 4 guys: the Chinese guy, Indian guy, white guy, and you got a black guy. And so no matter, like for instance, the Creek Indian. There's no genetic marker. If this person needed to justify his lineage for maybe reparations or federal financial reimbursement, whatever, he needed to establish his lineage. A genetic test wouldn't necessarily help him because there's no marker for Creek Indian, given how they got that name. I won't go into all of that, but if somebody want to, I can go into it. But pretty much the name was fallacious. They were just given that name because where they were hanging out at, where they were kind of frequenting. So they, the white guys came over and gave him a fictitious name. So the guy can take a test anyway. He could take what's going to happen what's going to probably show up in his results. It's going to show up as Asian, right? It'll come back Asian, some degree of African, because everybody's gonna come back pretty much African DNA, right? So it's gonna have African in there as probably some kind of baseline, and they don't have Asian in that mofo, and probably white or whatever. Or probably mostly Asian if he's a red guy been here for a while, probably mostly Asian and African, and give or take some slithers of here and there other stuff. So it's not specific enough to give you a direct lineage per se, in my opinion.
Okay.
But
somebody got an echo. Tahuti. Thank you.
But I would say take the test, but I would say take the test with a grain of salt. But this is how I would prefer to find out my lineage, because I ain't gonna tell anybody to do nothing I wouldn't do. What I would do, I would have those documents like what we were all talking about. The Indians that have established the true Indian. I know they got the $5 variety over there. We got a rock walking around here, the white guy dressed up playing, pretendian or whatever, $5 whatever. But at any rate, with that being said, what make them even qualified to get that in a true red one, that's actually authentically the red Indian, they have documentation and cultural paraphernalia to establish their lineage, not genetic test. This is very critical to know.
Yeah, but that also allows people to usurp culture and pawn it off as their own.
If you have your like, for instance, my documents. Not with my stuff, they can't. Not by I give it to them, whatever. But we're not going. I want to introduce other variables. Where if I keep my documents safe and stored and secure like they're supposed to be, until I need to prove my lineage, maybe for instance for reparations, a genetic test, an African guy could come over here. like Issa Kween said, an African guy come over here and say, you know what, I have relatives as well. And our genetic test will look similar. The genetic results would be 30% Nigerian, and he's 30% Nigerian, right? You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't have the American experience or lineage.
And then not only
the difference that's going to make or break you, particularly if there's money involved. I'll just stop there. I think we get the point.
No, I agree, and I think the problem is the major problem is the reference panel used initially. See, they used one guy. He's from New York. He's half African, half European, and they count him as, and they use his panel reference from New York to base everybody in America off.
Right, exactly.
His name is James, and if I'm not mistaken, that's his last name, James, and he is the panel reference that they use for all Americans. So this is why a lot of people who are quote unquote black, indigenous, whatever, you don't get any actual scientific proof of anybody kin to you in Africa, but you get the hits to actual live people who live in Europe or America. Because that's where you're gonna find the remnants of your real stock, and you're gonna have the most in the stock that's not represented the least, and that's gonna be in Americans, and that's where you're gonna find most of your living cousins in the America through the actual science that the DNA test find. DNA is good for finding who my grandfather is, who my mother.
If it's a direct, I would go. Now that it's pretty good for that. It's great for that. Actually,
it's great for that.
It's fantastic. No, I don't think no one's gonna really argue that. Right.
If I need to get a blood test
and
done
shit,
or something like that,
forensic science, and somebody murdered somebody, they need to find it.
Any of that,
rape, or
it's good. It's great for that. But prove it. But DNA says itself. DNA says itself, and you can Google this because it's in the white papers. It's going to come up in Google. DNA says itself. It cannot prove nationality, heritage, ethnicity, or culture.
Right.
How you think you're going to spit in a tube and find out that your grandmama prayed in a synagogue 1,000 years ago?
Right. Yeah, makes sense to me. I mean, so we got photographs, we got like relics and shit. We got grave sites, photos, voter records, medical those things are going to stay. In my opinion, it's going to give credence.
That's going to stand the test.
Government issued documents from back in the early 1900s and shit like that.
Sadiq, you can't even bring a DNA test in the court without the genealogy. It's baseless.
Right. They're not going to. The Native American don't even rely on this. They don't rely on this.
That's what because it's not usable. Not that they don't rely on it. They can't rely on it
right now, bro. That's why
because
these reservations right now.
Yeah, and listen, 24,000 got kicked up off of them right now. 80 recognized so-called federal tribes no longer exist.
Some of them off. Yeah, I ain't surprised.
They no longer exist because these niggas is out here faking.
Right. Facts.
You from Asia, you from India.
You said they false flagging?
False flagging. You from all these other pieces. You mixed in with the coolie people.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? You mixed in with the coolie people. You forget that you came in and you sided with the Mexicans, and then once the Mexicans lost, you sided with the Americans against your own people. You forget that you Apache niggas. That's how you got your lane.
Right. Yeah.
You
pretty
niggas
much
came over here. Most of the niggas came over here about 1806 to between 1806 and 1820 when them niggas was fighting on the side of Mexico. Them niggas came over here as willing slaves.
Cosmo, stop it, bro. Stop it, bro. They don't know American history. All they know is African history, bro. They don't know American history.
You gonna learn today.
You know what I mean, Draco? Hey, Draco, you already know how to get down. Hey, dog. Hey, Draco, am I lying, though? These motherfuckers can tell you about an African pyramid or African tribe or Jewish language or Hebrew or Muslim from over there before they tell you about their own fucking genealogy.
They can't tell you where their second great grandmama was even born.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
That's sad.
Crazy work.
Sad as fuck.
Hotel family.
And tell a nigga who actually know he don't know who he is. This is why we gotta stop listening to everybody. Do your own freaking.
Hey, can you make him land his plane real quick?
No,
Yeah, hold
just let
on.
him.
No, you
No,
can't.
let
He can't.
Cosmo cook, man.
He
And when he
can't.
flaying, no, it's
He
He's
on
can't.
not
you.
really cooking that.
No, he
I don't
can't.
know.
He
Like
can't
the
make these
food, the food is burning. Like the kitchen is on fire now.
Glad what these dudes don't
Like
know
you need to
is
take it off the pan or
every one
something,
of
dude.
these dudes,
Put
if
it on a plate or something.
they go back into
Take
their
it off the
own
pan and put it
history,
on a
their
plate.
history is not gonna be my history.
Hey, Cosmo.
Just letting them crash out on when they come to
All I know is
Africa.
a monkey.
Everybody get to crash out.
Yeah, it's a monkey up
Everybody get
there.
to crash out when they come to Africa.
You got a monkey. He
Hey,
a monkey.
Cosmo. You know we
That's
like
why
to
he got
He
talk
can
that
about.
little
fly for
monkey up
however
there.
long he want to.
He came up in
When
here
they
like,
come to Africa, y'all can fly however long y'all want to.
yeah, you can throw shit all you want to, you little monkey.
Ooh, that was
That's
a
the
good one right
big
there.
one.
That
Like
was
every
deep.
time you
That
say
was
some wild
profound.
racist African stuff. Like, what's going on? Why we can't just be Native Americans and not
Why
be
we
racist against Africa?
just can't all be disrespectful?
Like, come
Disrespectful.
on. Like
If
the
they,
racism
I
against
mean,
Africa is
I can
going
give it to them like they
rampant.
deserve it. You did what I'm talking about. I don't think that no grown man should be up here crying. He come in here,
Why you crying then? Why you crying then?
You did what I'm saying, and then I throw a little jab at his ass, and now he crying.
No, I'm not even talking about all of that. It's just that you're saying some very racist things about Africans. I don't
Yeah,
think you
little
recognize
monkey.
that you're saying a lot of racist things against Africans.
You ain't say
And
nothing.
what?
You definitely
Hold
possessed. Hey,
on,
you
like
seen
damn,
that?
can
You
I
seen that
finish
movie?
my sentence? This is
All
why I
that
went on
racist
mute.
shit
I
when
was
you
on mute for
looking at
like
Native
20
Americans.
minutes.
Everybody mute out for Issa Queen.
Goodness gracious. The fact that the host got to tell y'all to mute up and shit, like, come on, we got to have some better decorum. All I'm saying is that a lot of your talking points sound racist. And I don't think that that's a good thing that in your lineage you're basically running away from African African ancestry and talking shit about Africans while you're doing it, and it's coming off racist.
Because
It's
Africans
coming
talking
off
shit
like you
about
have a
me. It's
problem,
just stop
like
doing
an internal problem with being, of the African diaspora.
Hey, it's a queen. It's a queen. Did you find any
Yeah, I got a
Africans
problem with
in
making
your
up who I am.
genealogy? Hold on, Cosmo. It's a queen. Did you find any African in your genealogy, goddess?
Absolutely, every day. Yep.
No. I say in your genealogy,
Yeah.
not
Yeah, I
your
did.
DNA and your genealogy.
Yes, I did.
So you know what boat they came off of?
No.
Well, how did they get here?
On a boat.
Yeah. So if you got the name of, hold on, y'all. This is not funny right now. So, goddess, what I'm asking
Because
is,
for
if
some
you know,
strange reason you think because I don't know what boat it was that I'm going to claim indigenous American. Like, nah, y'all sound crazy to me. Like, I don't even have to do my genealogy. I don't even have to do my DNA to know y'all sound
That's
crazy
what
as
I'm saying.
hell.
That's what
Like,
I was
that's
gonna
just how
say.
I
That's what I was
am.
gonna talk about.
hold up, it's a. That's why I wasn't saying chiefness. I swear.
Well, if you ain't got to
I
do
was
your
literally
genealogy, you just lying.
to get an understanding
Making shit up.
from you.
I didn't say I didn't. I said I don't have to though to know where I come from because I know enough
Be
about
lying
how
all the time.
migration
Oh,
patterns work.
I'm an African queen.
I know how
I'm
my
one of you.
migration patterns
Nigga, y'all
work.
niggas be
My nigga,
lying.
are you
Y'all leave
serious?
this nigga
You
that
don't have
ass that boat
not
back.
one eagle flies in your background. You got
Don't leave
Tyrone,
that nigga
you
that
got
got off that
Jerome,
boat
you
from
got
Africa.
David, you even got a Malachi,
I bet
but
you
you
they
ain't
can't
got
show
no
me
eagle
one
flies.
African in their
You do
back.
not got Pocahontas.
I
You
bet
do
you
not
can't
got
show me
Tiger Lily.
damn
You don't
African
got
that's
none of
killed
those.
in
But you
Alabama.
want to sit here and talk to me
What I
about
want to
how
see
you
is
got
an
all these
African in
names
your
and then
genealogy.
and then your grandmama
And
named
you ain't
Mary
got none.
Alice. Like, get out
You
of my
ain't got
face with
man
this.
African in
You
your
in the
genealogy.
same boat as me, brother. I'm just not denying my African heritage. You
You
are.
making it up.
Yo,
That's not denying it. You making it up.
I
Niggas
cannot.
know that shit. Which one of your ancestors from Africa? I bet you they came over here after 1965. I bet you that nigga came over here after 1965.
No,
You willing to bet
they
that?
didn't. They
if
did
you
it.
got an African
They
in
did
your
it.
family, they came over here
They did it.
after
No,
1960.
no.
They
Because
expect you to say,
I literally have a grandparent that married her slave owner. That's how I know, right?
Hold
So I'm
up.
not
That
about
don't
to
mean
play
that
these games
goddamn.
with you.
okay,
That's how I
Why
got
does
the
that
last
mean
name
that?
Birmingham.
Okay.
It
so
wasn't
that
just
means
Hold
she a
because.
slave.
It
So
wasn't
because
just
so
because.
that means she
Hold
married.
on, I didn't even get to tell the
That
story of
shit
my
cap.
grandma.
That
Can I
shit
talk
cap.
about my grandma? Heard about Pocahontas 4 times
Let's hear it. Let's hear
tonight.
it, Queen.
Can I talk about my grandma?
Lying.
Yes, you
Thank
can.
you. So my grandmother ended up marrying her slave owner. That's how we inherited the last name Birmingham, right?
Okay.
And from that lineage, that's the furthest back that I went, and that was in what 17 something
Hell no.
or
And your
another.
grandmama was
This is way before the Civil War or any of those things. And guess what?
your grandmama
Her
was
children were
African or
slaves.
was she
Hold
Indian?
on, OTK. Don't do that.
You
Oh my
know
bad.
that like it is
Yeah,
what it is.
tell us who her
So like
grandmama
I'm
is.
not ashamed of that history. And what I hear from y'all is shame. Y'all don't want to be, associated with being on a cotton field. Y'all don't want to be
Hey,
associated
We
with none
own
of
them
those
cotton
things,
fields.
right?
Come
Y'all
on,
don't want to
bro.
associate yourselves. Y'all don't want to you
It's
don't want to
almost
be a
payback
worker. I
time.
get it. You own the cotton fields. You wasn't working the cotton field, brother. I get it. I get it. You are
shit,
above
it
the
sound
slave.
like
You
a
are not one
granddad
of
on
the
the
slave. It's
too.
really giving Uncle Ruckus, and I
I'm
can't.
just saying the
Sound like
only
your
reason my
granddaddy
people was
owned
on
the
the
cotton
plantation
field
is because
too.
we owned it.
Sure, sir.
Shit, your
Sure.
granddaddy had
OTK.
owned the cotton field too.
Now you're like,
So
and
you
now you're part of the
Birmingham.
8%. I got it. You got it.
Birmingham,
Yeah,
Birmingham had
it
owned the
hit
cotton
different when you
field.
actually know your history.
Yeah.
You're not
So it
guessing.
sound like her bloodline was on the
I
cotton
ain't come
field
off
too,
no
huh?
made up boat
your
that
mic
got
is kind of
sunken
low,
in.
OTK.
My grandmama got raped by the nigga she married him. Munchausen syndrome. I ain't got
Got the
none
fam
of that.
riled up on her.
I ain't
No,
got none
that's
of that
fine.
shit.
That's fine because I'm not ashamed of my
Right. That's
African
why I keep
ancestry,
telling
and
y'all
I'm
y'all
damn sure
own
not
history.
ashamed of my grandma.
Everybody's shit is
But you
For
know
different.
who
sure.
on the panel is ashamed of their
Everybody,
Hey,
grandparent?
Issa Kween, who was your
Right.
grandmama?
Rep that
everybody's shit is
bloodline, Queen.
different.
Yeah,
Let's
We
yeah,
go.
yeah.
all
You
do
Who
do
was
you
your
y'all.
know who on
grandma?
the panel is really ashamed of
Hold up,
their
hold up, hold up.
background?
Hey,
It's these weird
listen.
niggas that's sitting here thinking that they are Native American. In all reality, ain't never been to a
American.
sweat lodge, ain't never been to
Right,
a reservation, went to
right,
PS 144
right,
in the middle of the hood. Daddy named
right,
Steven, Jerome, and Tyrone. Like this
right,
is
Steven from
ridiculous to
Django
me.
too.
No Tyrone.
right.
Ridiculous
Hey,
to
Issa
me.
They
Kween.
clone Tyrone.
Hey, keep this Issa. You totally
clip that.
correct, baby. I love all your ad libs and
StreamYard, clip
everything on
that.
it. Now, can you tell us who is your grandmama and who is your granddaddy? You say your grandmama married your granddaddy that was a slave owner or so-called. Who is your grandmama and who is your granddaddy?
Oh,
So what I'm
Oh
not
yeah.
about to do is start giving out names. Just know I know that history. Like you need to know like the names of these
No,
people.
no,
Like
You
who?
no. I don't
understand
need
Yeah,
the
who
name.
me?
doesn't know
So
that
now,
grandma, bro?
Like what are we talking about?
come on. No,
Wait a
I
minute.
don't
Like
Wait a
Like
need the
minute.
that's
name.
your
I
best
want
I got Cartwright
rhetorical
in my
question.
last in my
hold up.
genealogy.
I
Like
didn't say
Cartwright is
And
a
your
big
grandma
thing.
will
hold up.
still
Hold
be
up.
Like
alive.
there's a lot of
It's
She
names
was
that I
enslaved in
have.
the
hey, quit
1900s.
deflecting.
Wait a minute. Your grandmama was
Ask
enslaved
you
in the
who
1900s.
Nah,
they
his
was.
best rhetorical question
I
is
asked
asking
you
you who your grandma and your granddad
what
No, no,
is.
no.
was.
Yeah, that's the
I'm
best
Let
they
that
can come
sink
back
in,
with,
bro.
and it's
I'm
sad.
asking. Was your grandmama enslaved in the 1900s?
No.
She would have had to be.
So your
Why?
granddaddy was a slave owner, and
How
your
old you
grandmama
said
married the slave
you,
owner.
your mama, and your grandmama are still
Who?
alive.
What race was they?
So
You ain't got to
So
tell us
I
their name. What race was they?
clearly said this happened in the 1700s, way before the Civil War. This is why y'all
All
gotta
right.
stop
So
talking so much and
what?
listen more.
Show me an African in 1700s in your area. Let's go.
Ooh.
Show me an African slave in your area in 1700s. Let's go. That married a slave owner.
Ooh, that was a
No.
good one.
So basically, you want me to show you my my
See,
my
y'all don't know how
email?
to study
You want me to
All
six.
tell you
380s
Y'all
the
don't know how
done.
to
names
You
of
wouldn't have
my
been the only
grandparents so
one.
you can look
There
them
was
up?
anybody else
Like,
did.
do you know how many stories
Oh,
were like
it's
that?
it's a
Do you know
queen.
how many
It's a
different
queen.
people had this
It's a
storyline of
queen. I was
what's the
talking.
problem, brother? Like, what's the problem?
It's
Because
a
now I
queen.
just hear
I
my
was
name
in
like
it.
you keep
It's a
saying my
queen.
name like
I
you
was talking.
Jodeci. I'm trying to finish a
No,
sentence. Like, what's the problem?
no, because I
You
got
got
cut
me
off because they told me
feeling.
let you talk. But now you don't got the right to cut nobody else off when they talking.
You asked me a question.
But you cut in, and while you was talking,
But you
You
cut in
asked a
before.
question.
same
Am
thing
I
I've been
bugging
doing
or did
all
they
day.
ask a
It's
question?
just you crying
No,
My
about
bad.
he
My
asked
bad.
you a
I'm
question,
sorry.
and then you was trying to answer, and then he started talking over you while you was.
I know I'm not crazy. Thank
He
No,
you.
asked you
actually,
about
I
your
Or as
grandma.
Gideon would say,
He
erratic.
asked you to name or to find some slave who married a slave on or something, and then as you were trying
I
to
was
answer,
actually
he jumped up.
question,
That's not an isolated incident either. They always do that.
and
And then
Asking you
making a
accused
questions.
her
statement,
of
but I
cutting
was
him off
making my statement. My
after.
Right.
bad.
They
On top
always
of
do
it,
that.
the double down was the accuse of her cutting him
Bobby
off.
West do that. The pseudo killers do that. Everybody do that. Israelites do that. Everybody do that. That hates Africa. That's what they do.
I'm not tripping though.
Howdy.
Hey, we about to
Who the
have
fuck is
a
you?
whole wild
man,
Indian
ain't nobody
takeover
care about
tonight
no
What?
from
Hold
all
on.
the
Hold on.
wild
Hold on.
Indians from
What kind of
Guys,
question was that?
OTK.
ain't nobody
We about
tripping
to
All
have
I
about
want to say,
we about
all
to
I
have
want
a
to say to
conversation
y'all is
this week.
the
nobody even
Native
care.
Americans got their reparations. Did y'all?
A lot
Hey,
of
Where's your
Jay, drop the
casino?
bomb on that one. Don't let that one go by. Drop the bomb on that one, please.
yeah, a lot of our people
where's y'all reparations?
yeah, they got reparations because they let y'all slave niggas go.
No, I said the
Yeah,
Native Americans
The
got
natives got it.
reparations
Yeah,
Look
for
at
that's
the
that
facts.
sale of
answer. The way
kids
you
or
answered that
the
That's
question,
facts.
you should
Yeah,
never ask any questions for
yes,
the rest of
facts,
the time
Queen.
that you
what
on
I'm
this
trying to
panel.
tell you is that many of my ancestors did get paid for releasing you niggas.
Oh, now you're a slave owner.
I told
Got
you
it.
my people we own more
Oh my
slaves
God.
than I've
Like
ever
this is
owned.
getting more and more racist by the moment, and I
No,
don't know
it's
what to
real,
do
bro.
with this information.
Listen, I'm just not gonna duck the
He was
reality.
an extra on Get Out. That's what it was.
I'm not gonna duck the reality.
My brother said he got
Oh,
he
get
said they
out.
got a severance check.
We enslaved the shit out of white folks too. You dig what I'm talking about? It ain't
Yeah, he super high.
crazy
Like
for
I
us.
can't.
That's who mostly we was freeing in the 1860s. It wasn't really y'all niggas. Y'all came over here from Africa. Y'all was already free. Y'all signed up on the side of the north and got buying lands in the south. Yeah, y'all better look up Nicholas Said. Do y'all know who Nicholas Said is? He came over here from Cameroon with a bunch of his buddies and fought on the side of the north to free the people in the south. Right, my uncles and them who was fighting in the Confederate, right, who was trying to keep these niggas slaves, right. Many of them was my family too. They was trying to keep them slaves. I ain't gonna and I had people in the north. Remember, I'm indigenous to this bitch, so I got people on both sides. You dig what I'm talking about? Niggas that was fighting to get niggas free, and niggas that was trying to keep niggas enslaved. That's just the reality of it.
He do have a slave ship named after him. They got a Jehovah slave ship
Yep.
named right after
Yeah,
you.
beat the shit out of slave too. Beat
I
your
bet.
motherfucking back.
Yeah, I bet you would,
And I
especially on the
will.
internet.
You goddamn right I will. Beat your motherfucking feet.
Only
Hey,
on
yo,
the internet though.
around this motherfucker. I beat the shit out of Egyptian, nigga.
And Egyptian, yeah, you'll beat the shit out of Egyptian. I'm with you on that.
Mm-hmm. Any of that Tahuti shit, nigga. A farming cave dweller, nigga. I free.
Yo, you gonna be the next person that plays as a coon in a movie. That's you. That's gonna be you.
That's what's up.
Now I know you proud of that, ain't you?
Uncle Ruckus,
That's how deep your hatred is for Africa is.
That'll be some long braid. I set my family up forever off that.
Yo, man, who the fuck ever say we hate Africa, bro?
I don't know. They be making this shit up.
Africans, dog. We
I
don't
just know
like
how
the
to joke
motherfuckers
good.
that come over
These
here
niggas be
and
mad.
use our benefits and then turn on us and say, man,
Right.
fuck
Oh,
y'all.
We hate
Those
Africans
the
because we hate New
motherfuckers we
York.
don't like. So if you fit yourself in that category, bro, then fuck you, Tahuti. Because you don't even know who you
Hold
is,
on, hold
bro.
on. Which one is it? Hold on. You just said you don't hate Africa, but now it's fuck me to Hootie. Which one is it, bro?
No, I say fuck you personally.
Oh, now it's personal. Now you want to take it from Africa to be personal. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy work.
You made it personal.
Yeah, like wow.
I think we can give each other more respect. We all family at the end of the day.
But when you
We're just having a conversation here.
right in front of me,
I'm just saying, I'm just not with the, you know, the white man mind meld. I must believe this or that, or you must have
My
this
bad,
point of
thousand
view.
pardon. I was
I'm
doing
not
that
with
shit
that,
just,
bro.
I'm not the only one who said that.
I'm talking about my thing.
Everybody said that.
And
I'm not the only one who said
and hold
that.
on. And then guess what? I'm not gonna be up here and let nobody just sit up here, lie, and besmirch my name. Like I hate people. That is so cap. Everybody know me. I'm one of the people talk about we got to get over racism and colorism, bias and prejudice. That hold our people back.
We don't hate
Everybody know
Africans,
Cosmon talk
That's some
about that
bullshit.
every day.
This nigga scared. This nigga scared.
So it's disingenuous. It's not scared, nigga. It's delineating. I know who my friends are by how they talk to me. So I know who my ops is up here, nigga. It's very easy to see. I ain't trying to be with you niggas no way, though. That's the dope.
Bro, you use it.
And that's that
Bro, you
delineation. I was
talk.
waiting for it. I was waiting for the delineation because I find it interesting that y'all never want to delineate for coon ass American black folk that's walking around here talking crazy about black people voting for Trump and getting rid of DEIs and shit. That's
baby.
fine.
Yes,
Y'all
we
not going
do.
to delineate from America.
Yes,
Y'all
we
never
do,
going.
baby.
Y'all never
Yes,
going
we
to
do.
delineate from America.
Yes,
Y'all
we
going to
do.
stay y'all places right here. Europe literally
No, yes, we
sold
do.
y'all,
Yes, we
right?
do. Yes,
Going back and forth, sold y'all, did all of that. We gonna say that we from there though. Like that shit goes crazy
No,
to
we
me.
not from
How
there.
y'all
No,
go
we not
about this
from there.
conversation.
No,
I don't
no,
think
we
you
would never
recognize how
say.
y'all talk.
We would
Sir,
never say
You
we
I'm
from
not
from there.
Africa, bro. You
singing a
probably look.
song. I'm not singing. I'm talking.
Dog, if you
Like
say how I look, you're doing
this is
looker
not a
shit.
duet.
Shut
This
up.
is me
You already
talking,
dead.
and then
If you doing
you
looker
can talk
shit, you don't
after.
even need
That's
to
how
talk.
that happens. First of all, let's be very clear. You talk too slow to even be on a conversation with me. All right. Well, let's not even play. Okay, because I'm trying. It's 2 o'clock in the morning,
That's
and I'm
twice I
still
put
trying
OTK
to
in the back
be
on one
nice.
episode. Hold on, Issa Queen. Now I'm cutting you off. I'm sorry. OTK, you just told her to shut up.
Yes, he did.
I don't know. If we was in real life, I probably would have swung on you. If you told a woman to shut up like that in front of me, I probably would have stuck you in your shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. Don't
And that
nobody
goes for me
disrespect women
too.
in
That
front of
goes
me
for me
like that.
too.
I don't even know. It's weird.
I might want to have me a couple
Real
kicks in
weird
too.
energy. I mean, she not even coming at y'all like that. To be talking to her like that. Like she's not coming at you with no ritual in her voice and none of that. She ain't got no animosity. She breaking you down and it looked like it hurt on your end. Now I'm about to bring you back up. Tighten up, bruh. You told Tahuti F you. Are you drinking over there or something? What is going on? You just cussed Tahuti out in front of me. Triple cuss word. You telling a black woman shut up on TV. I'm on a 70-inch. We not live. Oh, but come on, bro. Tighten up. You back up here.
All right, A1. I did tell Tahuti that, but I didn't say shut up to the goddess. I didn't say that to her, bro. I wasn't talking to her.
Okay. But you
dog, check my background, dog. Them niggas, they banned me out of my own type of shit because I protect women.
Okay.
They say I'm a woman protector. And Copper Draco can tell you that, bro.
Those are facts.
Okay. Well, I'm just, it sounded like you said it to
Yeah,
her.
no,
Shut
bro,
up.
no.
And then you said when you do something, you do, but she was the only one. She's the only one talking. Who else were you?
No, Tahuti was talking
Exactly.
too, bro.
Oh.
Hey, but
Tahuti
still,
was
that's
talking too,
disrespect,
bro.
though. That's disrespect. And just like A1 said, if we were standing out here having a conversation like that, I would have knocked you out cold.
There's just no reason to
Believe that, bro.
like that.
Dog, listen, that's what your mouth
So
say,
so
man.
if you don't know what this what I'm
Hey,
saying,
listen,
listen.
dog.
If
I can
you
tell by
listen,
your
bro, you
voice you
talk
don't
too
even
much,
live that
bro.
life, dog.
Shut up.
You
Now
wear
I'm telling you to
glasses,
shut up.
bro.
I'm about to go to a
Dog, you
word from
wear
our
glasses
sponsors,
in
and they
real
both
life,
gonna
Yeah,
dog.
go to a commercial.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat.
And salute Cosmine. He just had a birthday recently. Happy belated to you, brother. Everybody give him a round of applause.
Happy belated, brother Cos.
Happy birthday.
They exaggerating on my age.
I ain't say the number. I didn't say the number. You
Shout
see,
out
I
Jada
ain't do
Snake,
that. I ain't
man.
do you like that.
Shout out Jada Snake, like they doing me bad.
Shout out me for knowing not to say no numbers.
They done put like a decade
Shout
change
out
on
to
the nigga.
everyone.
They put a decade in the change. It's a change on the nigga, but
Yeah, I figured they might have been trying to do something like that. So I didn't say that. When I saw that, I'm like, nah. I'm like, I don't know about that.
shout
It
out my
might be
dog,
true,
Jada.
but I don't know.
Hey, A1, let me apologize, man. I apologize to you, A1. I don't want you to think that I ever come up here and disrespect your panel, bro. I'm
It ain't
coming to
never
bring
no
more
argument.
energy, full excitement. Issa Kween, Chiefness. I never disrespect you. You can go and look at all my shows. I respect women to the fullest. I have my own people's talking stuff against me. Now,
if I
I
was
did
wrong,
say
I
F
apologize
Tahuti
if I was
because
wrong.
I'm trying to bait Tahuti in. Damn, I'm trying to get a debate, bro. Everybody
bad
be
if I was
dodging me
wrong,
over here, man. My
And
bad.
yeah, it ain't
1,000
always
pardon for
funny.
saying
I know
F you,
everybody
bro.
emotional and
I
passionate.
shouldn't have
I
say that,
still gotta
man,
be a
but
rep. You know?
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no
So, Tahuti,
problem.
when
I'm
I
not
say
taking
F
it
you, bro,
personally.
I was just trying to get a little debate. I'm trying to get a little fire inside you, man, so we can try to get a debate because I'm trying to find a debate, but nobody want to debate me over here. Like, I don't
What the
know
hell
if
you on
it's a
show?
real debate lead or people scared. I don't
Look
know.
at him. Look
Yeah,
at
your own
I
show.
don't
Your
know,
rap
bro.
is in the works,
I
brother.
don't know. You
OTK
know what I
got his
mean?
own show coming
A1,
up.
damn. I'm tired of coming over
You
here
about to be
all the
able to
time
come to
and
your show and get all the smoke they want.
Pew pew pew.
big facts,
That's
big facts,
fire.
big
Pew
facts.
pew.
Big facts. But 1,000 pardon the YouTube, Tahuti, man. Respect the YouTube, my brother. When I say F you, bro, I was just trying to spark some energy up so we can maybe get into a debate, bro. That's all. 1,000 pardon the YouTube.
Tahuti
Bro,
is looking
listen.
for a debate, but he is real particular about his topics. I'll let him go ahead and talk. My bad, Tahuti.
No, it's no problem. But just
I'm
there's
about to say,
ways to
damn,
go
he got
about
a
things.
manager.
There's ways to go about things, bro. But just like it's when it comes to Africa, bro, like let's not show so much hate while you saying that you don't hate it at the same time. That's it.
All right, well, let's
And
debate something
don't
on
ever
that.
say it's personal if you know it's not
All right,
personal. If you really
well,
know it's
let's
not
debate.
personal, don't tell me it's personal.
Well, let's debate something on that. No, when I say F you, that's not the personal. Everything else I said about the Africa stuff, dog, that's off of literature. That ain't got nothing to do with you. You ain't Africa, homie. When I say F you, that was the personal shit I was apologizing for. I ain't apologizing for not a thing I said about Africa, homie. You got me twisted, bro. Get your shit together, bro. Oh, whoa. Put all that lip locking, man, for real. Get your mind right, bro. Nah, A1, I ain't drinking. That's the problem. I might have should have been drinking. God damn it. Might have had more
Man's 10
tolerance for
toes
these
down on his
motherfuckers.
African slander.
Yeah.
Let's go. Shout out Issa Queen. She dropped off. Have a good night, sis. Appreciate you pulling up,
Yeah,
doing your
fire
thing.
show
How
last
long
I
has
said
she
nothing
been
bad about Africa.
Dang, she been up here 6 hours, man. Hit that cash app
Yeah,
up.
oh,
So I
man,
can
that's
send
what I
some of that
want.
to Issa Queen. Let me go ahead and drop that cash app in the chat. She was up
That's
here
what
for
I,
6 hours sparring with
that's what I
someone
wanted to
6
say.
that
hours.
basically
Hey,
has to
And
offer,
she
and
did a
she made it look
show,
like light work.
man.
Let me say,
Word.
men were tricked, to say the least.
Yeah.
Drop that cash app.
Fire show. That was a fire
She definitely
show.
did her
That was
part
a
today.
She definitely did
fire
her
show.
part.
Evolution. Yesterday, too. Evolution 101. She did her shit. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, drop a donation and put her name on it. I'm gonna make sure she get it, man.
she didn't run from the smoke.
She
Yeah, she
definitely
didn't
didn't
run
run from the smoke. She brought the smoke.
And
That's
she was
crazy.
actually chewing Gideon ass up. Gideon better get on his motherfucking game.
Big facts.
He might.
Big facts.
Because I don't believe in. I don't necessarily believe in her point of view.
But
What I'm talking about necessarily. I know the Bible does both things. It lift woman up and it hold her back.
big facts.
So it do both.
Big facts.
So I don't
Big
necessarily
facts.
agree with Gideon. I don't necessarily agree with her. You did what I'm talking about, but that ain't what a debate is about. A debate is about taking a position and then convincingly proving your point or your position.
Right.
And she was chewing cuz up.
Right.
Boy, she was on that nigga ass like a pit bull.
She was like, bro, your God come out of Mesopotamia.
Word. She was feeling that shit.
That guy come out of Mesopotamia. Man.
It's no different. It don't Cosmo. It's no different than saying what a lot of people be saying today. They can base their arguments on a lie, but it's not about the lie. It's about how you convince the people who's listening
believe it
of that lie. That's what a debate can be.
That's what a
debate can be. You can be debating a
total
lie
and know it's a lie.
And know it's a lie.
Convince the people well enough, and we know a organized lie beats unorganized.
That's what Unc said.
And that's y'all just told on y'allselves too. Every time y'all want to debate about Hebrew Israelites, the Bible being native to America and not Africa, that's what y'all doing. Y'all convincing the people of a lie.
I don't do that, bro. Nobody don't do that. We don't do that, bro. Who the hell you
Nobody
talking to?
say that.
See,
Africa
now you
is
judging
over there.
us.
Egypt is over there. The Bible come from over there. All them niggas is from over there, and you from over there.
Big facts.
Right?
Big facts.
I'm from here. I ain't got nothing to do with that Bible. We brought that.
You got
Bible.
us twisted, homeboy. You
Yeah,
got us twisted, homeboy. You jumped in a fucking ring full of fucking Jaguars and Black Panthers and thinking you was jumping into some lions then. Nah, these ain't lions, homeboy. These Jaguars and goddamn and you know, Panthers. Yeah, bro.
And what?
Yeah. I did all the studying, dog, for you to understand it.
Tuscaloosa's son is named Black Panther.
But that's what y'all doing. It's a lot of whatever y'all want to be up against me, but y'all stuttering, y'all slipping all over the place, y'all falling, y'all stumbling.
Studying about what, bro? You ain't bring no information. Bring some information out. I'll stomp your shit. How about that right now? Or we can get into a debate.
You already got drugged by Issa Queen, so what do I need to come in here for? It's what is it? It's 6 hours and 10 minutes worth of footage.
Hey, you know
what?
what?
You getting damaged. And that's the problem. I'm the type of what? I'm the type of person that remember things. That's the type of person I am. I don't need to, dude. Yo, bro, it's so many debates on many platforms to where
I don't even understand that type of language, bro. I don't even understand.
Hold on. Earlier it was you ain't have no type of connection to the white people. You crashed out because I said you had tendencies to get out. And then and both all of y'all was on like, but now all of a sudden, I said, dude,
A1, am I tripping right now, bro? Who is this brother talking to right now? A1. I ain't hear nothing about nobody.
You've been tripping all the time on the panel. You've been tripping the whole time on the panel,
bro. Dog, hey, listen, A1.
Dog,
can I body this dude for real?
Can you body me? How? No, you can't body me. That's why you gotta ask.
I'm asking.
You asked him if he can body you. If you can body me, and the answer is no.
Man, because all you doing.
Oh, now it's about respect. Now, what you doubling back?
Bro, all you doing is running your mouth. You don't even know what you talking about.
You haven't been running your mouth? What have you been doing?
No, bro.
Tell me you've been sourcing up? What have you been doing?
Tell me what I've been running my mouth about, bro.
Hold on, one at a time. What you say now? Jehovah Witness, what you say?
My mouth about. Tell me what I've been
hold
running my
on.
mouth about.
Somebody else said something. Jehovah or whatever your name is. Cosmon Cal. What you say?
Hey, you see the Copper Draco.
Oh, hold on. I'm talking to Cosmon. See, that's all you do is run your mouth. I'm talking to Cosmon now. Cosmon Cal, what did you say? Yeah, that's what I thought. Just keep talking.
I mean, it looked like you running a little bit because he said basically you better not even make a claim out of any of that shit you talking about. Keep debunking any of that shit. So what you gonna do?
Nah, he asked permission. Case closed. He asked if he can body me. The answer is no.
Hey, cuz, is you gonna barbecue or you gonna meal do?
Which one, bro? Which one? Which one you gonna do, Tahuti? Or either change your fucking name. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to curse. Change your dang name. Yeah, Tahuti. You need to change that.
What I need to change it to? What I need to change it to?
Because you don't represent it to.
What I need to change it to?
X marks the spot. Because you suspect. That's what your name need to be. X.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else?
For real. Yeah. Watch your mouth who you be talking to, bro, when you don't even know who people is.
Why? So I need to watch my mouth now.
Yeah, dog. And then you try to make it look like I was disrespecting the goddess. Nah, dog, I was disrespecting
I tried to make it look like you was, hold on. Who made it look like you was disrespecting?
You was riding behind the woman.
Which one is it?
Ain't up there no more. Now you all by yourself.
Okay, did I leave? Did I leave?
You to hide behind.
Did I leave? I'm still here. You pointed out the fact that I'm surrounded by a whole bunch of whatever y'all call yourselves. I'm still here. What are you talking about?
It's Tahuti. It's Tahuti surrounded. Tahuti hiding behind a woman.
Let me butcher it. Open to ignorance. Open to ignorance. What are you talking about?
I love that. I love that, man. I eat that. Hey, listen.
Okay,
it's Tahuti hiding behind a woman, bro.
Is she still here, bro?
No. I'm asking you
right now.
Is she still here, bro? What is
woman, bro?
He said you bet not.
Well, hold on. You first asked if you can body me. The answer was no, right? So hold on. You asked if you can body me. The answer was no. You had to ask. Now you ask if I'm hiding behind a woman. So the answer is again no.
Okay, so what is a Tahuti?
I don't know what a Tahuti is. Are you mispronouncing Tahoe or something?
Now these niggas can't speak Egyptian either.
I don't know what is Egyptian. Now y'all said Tahuti and Egyptian.
You can call it hieratic. Whichever pick whichever one you want.
So hold on. What's the place? What's the name of the place? What's the name of the place? What's the name of the place? Y'all can't even say it. Y'all hate it so much. Y'all gotta call it this Arab name. That's crazy. Or it's Greek name.
That's your name on the screen, bro.
I'm talking about when y'all say the place name. I said the name of the place 3 times.
Where you think Afar comes from?
Yeah, that's the first time you brought that up. You know, you said Egypt.
Second time I brought it up. So he was saying, go ahead and make a claim, bro. So he said he
He
gonna
ain't gonna make
chew your
none.
whole information up.
Y'all want me to make a claim? Hold on. Y'all want me to make a claim? What? Hold
He
on.
is not gonna
Hold on
make
one
none.
second.
You talking so much, I can't even make the claim.
Bro. You up here mealy mouthing, but you won't smoke.
I'm up here mealy mouthing. What else?
Yeah,
what else am I doing?
You're saying nothing, but you're ducking smoke. You don't want that taco?
That was hilarious. You should be a comedian instead of a debater,
Today
bro.
Thursday, not Tuesday, man.
I'm neither. I'm just nice in both.
You nice in both?
Big facts.
Big facts, huh?
Are you?
Nah, I'm not a comedian.
Well, then shut the fuck up.
So, okay, so hold on. You want me to make a claim? You want me to make a claim, right?
No, he's saying, man, he's telling you to make one. I don't want you to do nothing. I don't give a fuck about you.
Oh, okay, you don't give a fuck about me now.
I want you to make a claim, bro. I want you to make a claim about this Tahuti name that you got.
Tahuti.
Make a claim. Yeah.
Say it correctly first. Say it correctly first. You can say everything else correctly. All right, well then I don't know what you're talking about. Then I don't know what that is. Is that the new car? Is that a new SUV or something? Is that the new SUV? Okay, what you say? Hold on. Run that back. I'm young.
My son, bro. You can't tell me.
Okay, what does that mean though? Bro. Even if that was true, what does that mean?
How do you pronounce it, bro? How do you pronounce it? Tell me how you pronounce it.
Ain't no A in it. Why did you put an A in it? Why did you put Tahuti in it? Why did you put Ty in it?
Oh, it's Tahuti?
So now you being funny.
Let me find out you substituting letters now. Really? Let me find out you substituting letters.
Look at him. That's name, all you got is just jokes up here. There's joke time up here.
No, bro. You the joke right now, bro.
Oh yeah. Okay, I'm the joke now. All right.
Because you jumped in the battle while I was talking to my chiefness, and you jumped in the battle and tried to make it look like I was disrespecting people. And I did.
Oh, I made it look like you was disrespecting people. After you apologized, but now I'm making it look like you did what you apologized for. Wow, that's crazy work, bro.
Dog, I only apologize because I'm on A1, because I'm over here on A1. That's the only reason I apologize. Because right now, what I'm finding out now, I shouldn't even apologize.
What you finding out? You a top researcher. What you done found out?
You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing, bro. We know more
You a
than
top researcher. Look at you. You an old time top researcher.
Hey, listen. Keep tuning in and learn something, bro.
That think you from
everything good
from America.
You be
that's
all right
crazy,
in 2
bro.
years. In 2
You
years,
a Native
you be
American.
all right.
That's funny.
How you say it? How do you say it? How you say your name?
How you say yours?
Cosmos. How you say
Hey, Draco, you be all right in 2 years, Draco. We work on it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hey,
you say what?
Years,
what you say?
You'll be converted.
What I said, if you can hunt, you can hear.
Yeah,
hold on. Nah. You know somebody was talking at the same time. Say it again.
In 2 years, he'll be converted, Draco.
See, now he talking again. Now let him have the floor. What you say?
Shout out to the Indian missionary.
See, that's what I'm saying, bro. Let him have the floor, bro. You talk so much, he can't even say his threat. He can't even tell his threat.
Go ahead, catch that fade, nigga.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Okay.
I said a threat, boy. That's how you know that's a gamer.
Yeah, nigga.
You gonna I'm gonna catch the fade from you.
That's how you know that's a gamer. I said I'm gonna convert him. This motherfucker said you said to me.
Yeah. You a tough guy. You a tough guy.
About you, homeboy. Hurry up, catch that fade with OTK. Make that crazy ass claim about what you got to say about American Indians and make us African. Do whatever the fuck you gonna do. But hurry up.
That's it.
Hurry up.
Bust a
Shut
move.
up, bro.
Yeah.
Bust a move.
It's 2-on-1 right
dumb,
now,
bro.
man.
Nigga, we pack you out this bitch, nigga.
A1. I'm gonna fall back, A1. I'll fall back.
Yeah, fall back. Get out of here.
You don't know Cosmo.
I don't have to know him.
Like you know me, cuz.
What I gotta know him for?
Nah, punch on you.
What I gotta know him for?
Cause I can't.
All right, then. That's what I thought. I don't have to know him.
That's why you got to know. I'll embarrass you out here.
Yeah, you sure will.
You was born in the 2000s.
How?
You was still a child. Listen, you're a
I was
child.
born in 2000. Now, so now you psychic.
In the 2000s. Stop talking to me.
Okay.
You're elementary.
What are you? 65?
Shut your mouth.
65, and you still believe in God. You still believe in Jesus. Shut up.
With your little black ass African niggery lips and get up here and disrespect the OG, nigga.
I mean, you a coon, boy.
Whole ass daddy, nigga.
You a coon. That's what you is.
Real talk, nigga. That's real.
Coon talk. That's what that is. Coon talk. You possessed right now.
Listen, my name Cosmo.
Your name Coon Cow. That's what it is.
You better do some homework on
You Coon Cow. That's what you
It's
is.
just a battle of the egos right now. Y'all gonna get
homework
some
on
information.
all that beefing up.
All that beefing up, huh?
Yeah, nigga, I beat on you for real in real life, and I beat
No,
on
you won't. No, you won't.
Yeah, you don't want to catch either fact.
Good word.
Look at you. You sounding tough now, boy.
You can't even take on my little homeboy OTK.
But you disrespecting him for calling him your little homeboy. That's what's disingenuous about it. That's what's disingenuous about it. You just called him your little homeboy.
Because I ain't 6'4". I ain't 6'4". I'm your height. I'm your height. I ain't 6'4".
Right.
Him.
How
doing
tall am I? How
something
tall am
would
I?
be disrespectful. So he's saying his little
y'all believe
homeboy-
in
hey,
fairy
listen.
tales, and now y'all psychic.
And fairy tales. He believe in fairy tales.
You do. You ain't no Native American. You look like okay. This my claim right here. This is my claim right here. Hold on. This is my claim right here. This is my claim right here. This is my claim right here. I'm gonna give you my claim. You asked for my claim, right? So everybody who claims to be Native American has a bust in an ancient Egyptian museum that looks like
We
them.
not Native
How about that?
American, you dumb fuck. You don't even know us. We
How
not
about
Native
that?
American.
That's my claim. What you gonna do?
Hey, quit running your mouth. Who are you?
I gave you my claim. Now you talking about quitting running my mouth.
Who are you?
Here we go.
All right, well, give us your claim. Who you is, so we.
I
Can
just
have
did,
some
bro.
in the game. No,
I said
we told you
let me clean it up for you. Everybody who look, hold on. Everybody who claim to be, hold on. Everybody who claims, every black person who claims, every melanin rich person who claims to be a Native American has a last name of a slave master, and they have a bust that looks like them in an African museum. How about that one?
Okay, all right. So now
Case
let me ask you this.
closed.
All right,
And
now,
they
hold on,
also
hold on,
get
hold on,
DNA
hold on.
results from West Africa.
Stop with the DNA. Don't you get into that dumb shit. Don't get in that dumb shit. Stop.
How
right
is
there.
that
You're doing
dumb?
too much.
What about
No,
what?
'cause you're
Hold
doing too
on.
much.
If somebody
Hold
get
on.
you watch Maury though, didn't you?
Give somebody a chance to respond off the first things you said, bro. Because you said a lot in the first things you said. You said
You've been talking for how long now? You been talking?
Come on, bro. Shut up, man.
Now
Shut
you
up,
know
man.
how
Come
it
on.
feels. Now you know how it feels
No,
to talk
I don't, man.
when somebody
I really
get ready to
don't
talk.
care.
So go ahead.
Bro, I really don't care because I can drown you out at any moment in time, dog, on some gangster shit. Like you really don't know who I am. But anyway, I really do this shit, dog. But this brother said that 90% of the Native Americans over here have last names that's tied to slave owners. Hold on. I thought that was the African narrative.
That was crazy. You just dispelled the whole claim by saying that, bro.
I'm asking you. Hold
wow,
on.
yo, that's crazy.
Ain't nobody ever known that the Native American or the American Indian took the name of the slave owner. You just brought that to light to us. All we know was that the so-called African took the name of the slave owner. So now, which one is it, bro? Silencio. I'm going off this bitch. Hey, Copper Draco, I do this for a living, dog. This is recess to me. For real, bro. For real. Get rid of
You know
these
that
niggas,
question don't
A1,
disprove
and when
what I
come
just
and do
said.
my show,
It's
I
a
want you to pop up when I come
the
and do
question
my
the
show.
claim that I made,
Dog, when
the
I come
claim
and
that
do
I
my show
made
over here,
had 3 parts in
Tuesday,
it. You
hey,
only
Tuesday,
asking
when I
me
come and
the
do my
dumbest
show over
question
here,
ever on one part. I asked you I made a 3-part claim. You asking me a 1-part question, and you think you did something. Then when I was being facetious and said you dropped a bomb, you conceded and said you didn't say anything and only asked a question.
Did I ask, bro? What one question did I ask you, bro? To your 3 questions. Which one question did I ask you?
You only asked me about the names and slavery. You only asked me a question pertaining about the names and slavery. I gave you a 3-part claim that involved the last names, the fact that you
I was just
have
dealing with one. That's what I'm saying, bro. We got to deal with
busts
one at a
in
time,
museums
bro.
from
Come
Africa,
on, if I deal with all
African
3,
busts in
dog. If
museums
I deal
that
with
look
all
like
3 at
you,
one time, that's too
and
much for the audience.
the DNA.
Bro,
You ran
listen.
from the DNA. You running from the DNA already. So
No,
now
I know.
but your question is, your
I'm
rhetorical
saving that
question
for
is 1 part.
last. I'm saving the DNA for last, bro, to kill you with that on some real stuff. But I was just
How you
trying to
gonna
deal
kill me
with
with that when you know you watch
I was just
Maury
trying to
though?
deal with.
You know
Hold
you
up,
was
bro.
watching Maury. You'll probably fight somebody. You know you'll fight somebody. Listen, you know you'll fight somebody if they said they wasn't the father of your sister's child, right? After they had a DNA test and
Hey,
to
A1.
verify that they
Is
was
this
the
the
daddy.
same dude that
So now
Hey,
you can't run
A1.
away from
Is this
DNA.
the same
You feel
dude
me?
that said that if I said what I said in front of him, he would slap me?
I get it now.
And yeah, and now he said that I will fight somebody. Just let me know what type of mentality he on. All that stuff he said earlier about if I was in front of
Okay,
him
all
and
right,
I
you'll
said
be
what I
upset.
said, he'll slap
Well,
me.
okay, I'll double back and I'll say you'll be pretty upset. You'll be pretty upset.
That would be everything good,
Okay,
man.
I ain't want to
For
hurt
one.
your feelings, brother. I don't want you to cry. I ain't want to hurt your feelings.
I just don't slap nobody for no reason, bro. It got to be a reason.
Okay, all right.
Right.
I apologize. I didn't want to hurt your feelings.
Sometimes
I thought you was about this because you was trying to be triggering. You was using the N-word. You rage baiting on here. You rage baiting on here, but now all of a sudden you got delicate feelings.
Rage bait.
Yeah.
I had to get delicate.
Oh, you don't know what that means?
Was protecting
we know
you.
what it means. I'm just saying.
Okay, but you gotta question it.
Put me
I'm
in
just
the
saying it's
back
a
because he
bullshit
thought I
Didn't
was
you say, hold on, didn't you say you'll give me the fade in real life too?
Yeah, I'll give you the fade in real life.
All right, so that's rage baiting. That's rage baiting.
Yeah, guess what?
That's beyond rage baiting.
Guess what?
That's now it's guess what? First you was in question for the rage baiting. Now it's guess what?
Yeah, nigga.
When I pointed out,
bro,
you was doing about slapping.
You the first one to say you would slap somebody.
You're right. When did I say that though? When did I say that though? When did I say that? When did I say that?
With me. You told
exactly
A1 that.
after, right? In response to something, right? When you was getting disrespectful, that A1 had to kick you off the panel.
So
now
you see what I'm saying?
It no response to no violent shit. You started that.
Yeah,
now
see,
you can't handle that shit.
You had to get you was mouthing off so much that you had to get kicked off the panel, and then it got to the point to where I had to tell you, I had to calm you down and bring you back to back to reality.
You see how disrespectful this dude
Hold
is,
on. Who's talking right now? I got 2 people talking to me at the same time.
When somebody give it back to him, the nigga he don't like to take it.
I didn't hear no cuss words or name calling. What are you doing disrespectful?
I ain't name calling.
No, not you, Cosmo.
No, I'm just saying
about
A1.
I'm just saying he came up here, told me he was gonna slap me. something to me.
Okay.
When I told him, look, you don't know who you talking to. That's
what
he said to us. And I'll fade you.
Nah, this what happened. He said he would give me the fade, right? And then he escalated it and said he would give me the fade in real life for no reason.
You was gonna slap me in real life.
Nah, I said that to Cosmon.
Nigga, that Cosmon, nigga.
That is Cosmon you talking
about. Okay, Coon.
Yeah. So stop acting.
Okay, Coon. You want to call me the N-word? I'm gonna call you a coon. How about that one? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you ain't gonna run the fade on nothing, boy. I'll stump you unconscious, bro.
Look,
yeah, that's what I thought.
If all y'all gonna do
that's what I thought.
You're not gonna do nothing.
Like I could be studying.
You believe in Jesus so much that you'll say you'll run the fade on somebody in real life just because they African. That's crazy.
A1, do I believe in Jesus? What do I believe about Jesus?
I don't know. Can you break that down for me?
Yeah. How does Cosmon believe in Jesus? Go ahead, break that down for us.
I know
he asked you to break it down. He ain't asked me to break it down.
No, you said you made a claim. You made a claim that Cosmon so gone off Jesus. Go ahead, explain how.
He don't believe in Jesus or the old Waspy. Big facts.
But he probably believes in the Bible, right? You believe in the Old Testament. You believe in God. You believe in Jehovah, don't you?
How about this? Fuck.
How about this? How about this?
Fuck biblical God and fuck your God Osiris too. Fuck Tahuti too.
Yeah, he say
fuck
he
your
the
book
God.
dead or your shit trash.
Okay, well, let me respond to that.
I'm saying
fuck your coonery.
Nigga.
Fuck your coonery.
I'm saying your God is
and
gay.
Fuck coons that's like you. How about that?
Your God swallowed his own semen.
That's figurative. Shut up. That don't even make sense. You know that's figurative.
It's literal.
What the fuck?
All African teachings are figurative. You know that. Because now the Bible, now what you believe in mythology you believe in flows in between literal and figurative. But now all of a sudden when it comes to African teachings, they all gotta be literal.
African wrote. What spiritual book the African wrote?
That's the dumbest question ever, bro.
Right? No, that's
what
a real
spiritual
question.
book did the African write?
What book?
Do you know what a spiritual book is?
What book did the African write? Period.
I'm not even gonna answer that question. I don't have to answer questions from y'all up here, especially questions like that.
So you're calling a white man cool too.
When you getting punched
so you're
yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That make perfect sense.
That's coonery.
Y'all up here yelling. It's three of y'all yelling, and y'all think y'all doing something.
Somebody call the next person a coon, and they a coon themselves.
Hold on. The next person hold on. You using the N-word. So guess what? When y'all using the N-word, y'all remind me of a person.
What, nigga?
Oh, what, coon? Okay, coon.
Okay.
You Oreo.
All right, y'all. We're about to go ahead and do closing remarks since we're getting nowhere on the information.
Yeah, this is nowhere, man.
Yeah,
right.
Go ahead. Let's close out.
Hey, man, all I need y'all to do is breathe in, let that light in, man. I'm Cosmon, man. Fuck Jesus.
Let me drop
that man, it's your boy OTK, man. And make sure y'all please like, share, and subscribe to Titans Debate League, man. It's your boy OTK. Shout out to A1. Shout out to Humble. Shout out to Chiefness, Issa Kween,
everybody.
And Gideon Yisrael. You know what I mean? And shout out to the person who call people coons. They're practicing coonery.
Shout out A1. I'm about to head on in, brothers and fam.
Appreciate you pulling up tonight, Sadiq.
Yeah, I had to, brother. I seen you, Matt DM, so I had to fall through, brother.
Appreciate you.
For sure, man. Thanks for hosting another great space, man. You know how it's just routine with you at this point, man. You disappear for a day or two, people gonna get sick out here in these streets, man.
yeah. Keep bringing that fire day in and day out, man. You know?
Right? Yeah.
Make sure you support and hit that Cash App up so we can help keep the lights on around this joint. The internet bill about to be due, man. Hold
For
it
sure,
down.
bro.
One of
For
the
sure,
only
bro.
leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. We'll run the ads here shortly. Go ahead to closing remarks. I'll let y'all finish. Sadiq, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Pretty much. Anytime I come on here, I'm ready to provide the information. I was ready to try to engage on the topic, not the topic, but it was actually the topic because y'all spoke about DNA. I was going to actually add some things about DNA, but I really wanted to come on here and see if Gideon was on here. I came on late. If he appeared, what his thoughts was on the topic, but it only got out of hand because my presence and the talk of Africa just ignites unwarranted attitudes that develop into what you saw tonight. So, but hopefully, we can get better dialogue and move from there.
For sure, bro. For sure. Shoot. All right, man. What you got lined up tomorrow, eh?
Shoot, what's tomorrow? Friday?
Yeah.
I think I got an interview with this lady from Kentucky who was talking about abuse in the foster care system. So I got to reach out and talk to her. Tomorrow's Friday, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's supposed to be tomorrow. If she doesn't, and I got JJ 7000 early in the day. So tomorrow, probably an open panel after that.
Cool. Yeah, man. Shit, when you ready, man, just post the link, bro. I'll be here tomorrow night too, bro.
Big bet, yeah. I'll send it straight to you.
For sure, bro. Have a great night, brothers.
Good
Peace
night,
forever.
bro. And we're gonna go to a word from our sponsors and then end with the song by Connie's son.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat. Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box shoot in. Got a pair of red dimes in the box shoot in. Don't matter paradigms, your clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the Tigers. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the Titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the Titans. It's the clash of the Titans.
Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. They talking, you listen, that's family. They don't tell your business, that's family. They calling your phone, coming looking for you. They say that you missing, that's family. They don't need permission, that's family. When you hurt, they can feel it, that's family. Let them come while you're cheering, that's family. Let them come when you living, that's family. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. Hey, ain't nobody fighting around here. Ain't nobody shooting around here. Everybody that's around here, family. All love, no hate, be clear. No shade, all love, be real. You love them, you should know how it feel. Tired of all these badass kids. Tired of paying all these bills. Family going through the same thing, so they know exactly how you feel. They supply a shoulder I can cry. I provide a place where they can heal. Leave my money out, they don't steal. Let them have it if it's for a bill. Soldier for me when they in the field. Only way I live. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. Family all around me.